So just remember, like a good
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Charles Smith with Bravo Nissan of Baytown.
And I'm Sam Zavery with Exclusive Furniture. And we are teaming up for the $50,000 ultimate giveaway.
A 2025 Nissan Sentra and a house full of furniture. Pick up a bingo card at any Exclusive Furniture store or Bravo Nissan of Baytown and complete 4 or more bingo challenges. Then grab your key. You can unlock it all. But you
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Man, we got a lot of stuff to get to. This is gonna be a fun week, man. We got mandatory minicamp. We got a Caserio sighting later this week on the show on Thursday. That's going to be fun. You texted me this morning. I woke up to a Seth Payne text, and Seth had all kinds of juice, man, about how we got a busy week coming up this week.
It's the second week of June, and, yeah, there's a whole lot going on. I find myself a little bit overwhelmed, but in a good way.
Hell
yeah. It's like you go to Disney World as a kid. You're like, oh, there's so many activities. I got to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
We got OTAs. We got the Astros. There's somehow still winning games despite refusing to score runs. All the various young pitchers performing well.
Right.
Sometimes to no avail.
But then you pull out the map, or you pull out the app in this case. You take a look at the wait times. You go, all right, kids, let's calm down. Let's stay organized here. Let's head over to Adventureland, and we'll start there. Adventureland is the Astros right now. We'll start there. We'll get to Nick Chubb in the second segment of the show. That's exciting, too. At least in name, it's exciting. We'll see.
Nick Chubb is exciting. Also, just over the weekend, it's one of these things that was weird. Last week, as we debated about whether C.J. Stroud did have surgery, didn't have surgery, Aaron Wilson had quietly reported on his YouTube, and nowhere else in print, that C.J. Stroud, according to 4 sources, did not have surgery this offseason. Which it's a masterful job by Aaron Wilson. I think I realized, okay, I got to watch his YouTube every single day.
Yeah.
I think he put that out there. He didn't tweet about it. He didn't put it in the articles that he wrote or anything else like that.
That's true.
Which I'm kind of glad, because we got to have just 18 discussions about it on Friday. But Aaron Wilson had already reported on his YouTube and his YouTube alone that there was no surgery for C.J. Stroud.
Dude, yeah, we have all this. Hell, Friday night at 9 o'clock at night, a courtroom in California completely restructured the way the college sports landscape is going to work. I'm trying to slot
I don't know
things.
what the hell you're talking about.
I'm trying to slot things. And now schools are going to have like salary caps and stuff like that.
This is going to be a beautiful show where the text line is going to be constantly filled with people who just tuned in and are saying, I can't believe you guys are not talking about this. I can't believe you're not talking about that. Yeah, there's a lot going on, everybody. Take out your ballpoint pen and take notes.
My feeling, let's start with the Astros, because yesterday, going into yesterday's game, the Astros lose yesterday 4-2. But they take 2 out of 3. I would have signed up for 2 out of 3, however they got there at the beginning of the weekend. That's fine. I didn't like seeing the little bullpen meltdown be the reason why, especially that it was Okert who came in completely clutch the day before. Came in bases loaded, kind of fished Hunter Brown's mess out of the fire in the 6th inning on Saturday. 2 strikeouts with the bases loaded to get out of the 6th. The Astros go on to win in extra innings, 5-3 on Saturday. That was really cool. Some clutch performances there. And then Okert comes in yesterday, and he's fielding his position like he's me. He's throwing the ball, throwing the ball away. 2 runs are scoring.
You, sir, are no Ryan Stanek. As much as I think that every time I want to call you Ryan Stanek, no.
Looks like him a little bit.
You have to earn that river rat appearance of yours.
But my feeling going into yesterday's game, Seth, this was a lineup they put out there with no Altuve. He got the day off, like the full day off, like didn't even use him as a pinch hitter at the end of the game when it would have been might have made sense to pinch hit him for Jacob Melton. They had a lineup with no Altuve, no Alvarez. They had 3 or 4 guys who were in Sugarland within the last few weeks. And they had Brandon Walter starting, who's making his 2nd start for the Astros, and he's pitched a total of like 30 innings in the big leagues. And it was one of those things where I'm like, man, if you had told me, like if I'm sitting there on March 30th, or if you and I are at spring training or whatever, and someone comes swooping in from the future and says, hey, you know what their lineup is going to be on June 8th? Here you go. Here it is. And it's Brandon Walter, who I didn't know who he was when the Astros called him up. And then a lineup that has no Alvarez, no Altuve. And I'm looking at some of the averages on the guys that are in this lineup, like Christian Walker batting 3rd with a .210 batting average. And the person from the future said, what place do you think that team is in? I would not have thought that they went into that day 3.5 games. They're 2.5 up now. But I would not have thought they would have been 3.5 games up and in first place on June the 8th. And I said to myself, you know what? We criticized, certainly last year during the start for this team, in 2024, we criticized Joe Espada quite a bit. I got to give Joe Espada a little bit of credit here, man, that he's got a team that had as Timu a lineup out there as they had yesterday with Brandon Walter starting. And I don't care that I really don't care within the context of what I'm saying right now that it's a bad division. Joe Espada is doing a hell of a job with this team this year right now.
Yeah, and I think with Brandon Walter, too, is just, with the schedule he's been on and just in the Rays game, he came in and did really well. He's sitting for whatever it's worth on a 1.64 ERA. To get 5 and then 6 innings out of him twice this year, it's these are the performances that you hopefully can lean into your bullpen for, because the bullpen just has so much pressure on them.
Yeah.
And they got into this series with like a .77 ERA. Yeah. And he lets up a couple of solo home runs. I don't look at this as like, oh no, now everything's falling apart. I think he's still doing very, very well for what you would have expected of him earlier this season. The bullpen, I still feel rock solid about. It's just, man, you got to keep putting this hodgepodge of players together.
God, if they can just score runs. I mean, this was a series, and again, they took 2 out of 3, so I'm not here to be angry this morning. I wish Okert had fielded his position a little better yesterday. Wish they'd come up with some clutch hits. I wish they'd come up with any hits. They had 7 hits yesterday. 4 of them were by Jake Meyers, and none of them were hard hit baseballs. They were all loopers and whatnot. But they got 5 innings of 1-run ball out of Colton Gordon on Friday. He gets his. I think he got the win in that one. I know. He pitched 5 really good innings on Friday. And then they got Brandon Walter giving you 6 solid innings. I mean, the pitching staff is doing its job right now, man. They're doing its job. They got to get Yordan Alvarez back.
They got to get and even like I said earlier, they took 2 or 3 despite their insistence on not scoring runs. You might say, well, they scored 4 and 5 runs in those. The average output is 4 runs per game. Like, it's gotten to feel with this team like, 5 runs? Wow.
Well, that was actually
what a surge.
It was two of them were in the 10th inning where you get a free guy on second
right,
base.
Right, yes.
You know what I mean? Those are the extra inning. There's a reason they're unearned. The extra inning runs.
Yeah, the 5 runs, it does that. It's like, remember, in regulation
3-3.
innings, it was you're still below average.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of texts earlier in the show. No worries, gentlemen. Just keep winning series. Except starting tomorrow, sweep the White Sox, though. They got 3 with the White Sox coming up this week. Sweep the White Sox. Didn't the White Sox take 2 out of 3 from them up in Chicago? I know they won at least 1 game against them. No, you sweep the White Sox. I'm cool with winning the other series. The White Sox are dregs right now.
It's a scrappy bunch, man. I think, and honestly, the less radio-friendly conversation, but the thing that endures with this Astros team is that you got to tip your cap to the coaching and the development of the organization at large, because they have, over the last couple of years, they have had to rely on a whole bunch of, hey, nice to meet you type of guys, or under-heralded guys or prospects that weren't quite ready to come up, perhaps, and scrap it together. So yeah, you're 100% right. I'm not gonna whine and complain too much about a series in which you took 2 of the 3 games.
Right. And if you look ahead, you look at the schedule, they've got a little under 100 games left. They've got one of the easiest schedules in baseball. They do not play many teams with a winning record, like the rest of throughout the summer and into the fall. They're set up really nice once they get Jordan back. And we did get a little bit of Jordan news yesterday. Dana Brown, I believe on the radio broadcast, maybe on the pregame, said that Jordan's getting ready to pick up a bat again. So
right, which I'm
just saying that's the report. That's
and
all.
Again, I just still go back to the organization that couldn't even identify that there was a break at all is now telling us, hey, it's 60% healed right now. Once it gets to 70%, then we're off to the races and he can play. All right, the difference between 60 and 70%, when you didn't know it was there at all?
I don't trust this organization to know how fast they're driving their car. And you may say, Sean, there's a speedometer right there.
Side,
when it comes to the medical side, Sean, there's a speedometer. I know. I don't trust them to read it.
It feels like Homer Simpson at the nuclear power plant. You know, oh crap! How do we avert this meltdown? I don't know. Ask Homer Simpson. He'll tell you. And meanwhile, let me finish this donut.
They got a box of donuts.
That's why they couldn't spot the break the first time, because Homer Simpson is the radiologist and he had confectioner's sugar had sprinkled all over the MRI.
Yep. Forrest Whitley DFA'd to make room for Brandon Walter over the weekend, Seth. What was your emotional reaction to what in likelihood is the end of Forrest Whitley as an Astro? In the next 7 days, they either need to trade him or waive him. And I would expect if he hits the waiver wire, just based on there being a lot of bad teams out there that might have room for a former first-round pick who has some decent stuff, that he's going to get picked up by somebody.
Yes, some decent stuff that will get you a 12 ERA at various times.
That's what I'm told. He's got decent stuff.
I'll tell you what, man. I tell you, it's an indication of this society, and we've lost our ability to commit to things. You can't give him you can't give him another decade to figure it out.
That's crazy. That is wild.
I feel bad. The kid's just, he's cursed. He's got his body won't keep it together, and then when his body is kept together, his arm won't keep it together. I don't even want to say good riddance or anything. It's not like he was a bane on our. Whitley. Willie was here for he was in the organization for a lot of the entire golden era.
He was.
Think about that.
That's true. Yeah, he was.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
Nobody wants to talk. He was around. They
haven't won a World Series without Forrest Whitley in the organization.
In the organization, yes, that's true. You know what, Seth? I hope he clears waivers and they bring him back and he's in the minor league system. It's just for a former first-round pick who's had this long saga. I mean, it's like you go read his Wikipedia page and it is a baseball story, man. Drug suspensions, Tommy John surgery, injuries galore, ups and downs, this and that. Finally makes it after 8 years, pitches a few scoreless outings last year, got racked a few times this year. And I said yesterday, man, for this whole thing to end with him getting DFA'd to make room for a nondescript minor leaguer to make a spot start, is like Darth Vader dying by slipping on a banana peel or something like that.
Oh, yeah, or Al Capone going to jail for tax evasion.
Yeah,
You're kind of like, oh,
jaywalking.
All right. Well, no, I mean, Al Capone did go to jail for tax evasion, and you're like, oh, all right. That doesn't make for as good a movie. Oh, the accountant's going to play a big role in this movie, The Untouchables.
What about the corpses?
Oh, wow.
What about all the corpses? Yeah.
So when does Kevin Costner take him down by gunfire? Like, oh, no, it's actually the nerdy accountant that did it.
Yeah. So
going back to the golden era,
Yeah.
and in 2017, if you can imagine, I can't remember what we were all thinking except that, hey, they just won a World Series. And look at Forrest Whitley. He had a 2.83 ERA across three and playing in 3 different leagues.
Number 1 pitching prospect in minor league baseball in 2019.
Yeah.
You know, like he was, I mean, even with the drug suspension, he was still considered an elite prospect. And then Tommy John surgery was probably about the time things started to really turn for him. But, man.
Yeah. The most depressing thing when looking at his stats is that you look at, he had a 2.83 ERA in 2017. He had in 2018 or in 2019 across 4 teams. He had that was when he had. Is that when he had the 12 ERA? I think it was when he had 8.15 ERA.
8.15, yeah. 12 was this year.
But then he doesn't have any stats again until 2022.
Yeah,
disappeared off the face of the earth
Tommy
for 3
John
freaking years.
Yeah, Tommy John surgery. Ask Lance McCullers, man. That'll do it to you. All right, Payne and Pendergast, off and running on a Monday. We got a lot of stuff to get to. Okay, Nick Chubb, a Houston Texan. That is the report, assuming he passes a physical today. So what does this mean for the running back room? What does this mean for where the Texans are at in terms of how they're looking at this season? All that. We'll look at all the angles with a potential Nick Chubb signing, and we'll do that coming up next. I can tell you this as well. Caserio, that
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. I hope you had a great weekend, and looks like there is a high likelihood that Nick Chubb becomes a Houston Texan running back from Cleveland, who had several great years in Cleveland, and then injuries the last couple years have really robbed him of those 2 seasons. A catastrophic knee injury 2 years ago. Able to come back from that last season, but then broke a foot late in the season. And last year was the first season where you look at his numbers and you go, okay, well, that looks like a guy who might be a shell of what he used to be.
Right.
I did not realize how amazing Nick Chubb's numbers had been for the Cleveland Browns when he was healthy. He didn't have a season where he was under 5 yards a carry.
Right.
In the first 4 or 5 years of his career. He was amazing.
And he ends up last year having 3.3 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Which does annoy me. Anybody who's read any of the articles about this signing, they just kind of lump in and they say, well, in the last 2 years, he's averaged 3.9 yards per carry. That's bogus because in 2023, before he got injured, he was running just as well as he's ever run. He was above 5 yards per carry as well. Last year, It was everything, and it wasn't just because he was on a bad Browns team. He'd been on bad Browns teams before. His yards after contact were much lower. He was at per attempt last year, where previously in his career it was 4 yards after contact. Some people will point out that he was hit behind the line of scrimmage a lot. Sometimes that's what happens when a guy is less explosive than he used to be too, and you're not hitting the hole as hard. Yeah. So he wasn't the same guy. This, in a lot of ways, feels like the Cam Akers signing, if they sign, where you're going to get him on a good deal, likely a 1-year deal, a lot of incentives. Diana Rossini reported that he had better offers of more money elsewhere, and yet he feels like this is the best situation for him. And that makes me feel like, yes, this is the best situation for him. If he hits those incentives, then God bless him, it was worth everything. If it doesn't work out, then with Cam Akers, it worked out. You ended up getting draft compensation for him. But the upside, I think, is higher than it was even for Cam Akers.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If you get you're not going to get peak Nick Chubb again, I don't think. But if you get a healthy percentage of peak Nick Chubb, and he's over the broken foot, and he's now 2 years removed from the knee injury. Here was Jeremy Fowler was the first one that I saw have this news yesterday, and it was on SportsCenter. Here was Jeremy Fowler with the first report on the Texans and Nick Chubb's mutual interest in one another.
Nick Chubb, free agent, one of the top free agent names still out there. I was told that he's hoping to sign here soon, and maybe he gets something done before a minicamp, gets into a team, 4-time Pro Bowler. The return to Cleveland's not totally off the table from what I'm told, but plan drafted multiple running backs. I'm told Houston could be one to watch here. They've been looking at that running back market, maybe adding somebody with Joe Mixon.
Okay.
Yeah, so, it developed very quickly yesterday, because that was yesterday morning.
Yep.
And then within a few hours, Jordan Schultz and Diana Rossini and probably others, those are the two I saw, basically said, no, this is expected to happen as long as he passes the physical. Yep. And probably it'll happen on Monday.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, today. In town today. Take the physical, and then hopefully that will be fun. You know, if you get Nick Chubb. Now, I guess two interesting things here. There's probably more than that, but two that are just popping into my head as you and I are talking this through. I would love to know who the other teams were that were offering Nick Chubb more money, to where he saw this as an opportunity to come here for less money. Because let's face it, I would imagine, and if Nick Chubb signs with the Texans, we'll get a chance to ask him this at some point. But what's his motivation? You know, is this a 1-year prove it deal where he's expecting, if he has a good season, I don't think someone's going to fork over $20 million for him or something like that, but he gets one last good contract from somebody. I guess my question, Seth, is what would make this an enticing situation in which to take less money in what could be an incentive-laden contract, when you consider that A, Joe Mixon is here, and B, Joe Mixon did a lot of what he did last year on his own. It was not because of the blocking up front. Yeah, the positives are, I think, specifically Joe Mixon, because I think I'm guessing Nick Chubb, after the year he had a devastating injury 2 years ago, he doesn't. I think he probably realistically looks at it and I can't be expected to get 25 carries per game. I don't want to get 25 carries per game. I just want to go out and get back what I had on a 1-year deal. And I can do it alongside a guy who is a workhorse, but that I'm going to get my reps and I can fit in seamlessly to this offense. Right, the downside is, man, that offensive line last year was not doing much for Joe Mixon. He had to do it on his own. Yeah. So that'll be interesting to see which, if Nick Chubb signs and after he talks to the media, who on the Texans did he talk to? I mean, Kamari Lassiter is a Georgia guy that probably has posters up, had posters up on his wall of Nick Chubb as his senior year in high school. Yeah. So, and whoever else the common ties are, I think it's the C.J. Stroud, it's Joe Mixon being here. A lot of times people might think, well, why would Nick Chubb want to go where there's already an established running back? In this situation, he wants to go specifically because there's an established running back. This is a prove-it year for him. And then if he had conversations with Nick Caley or DeMeco Ryans about just what they're planning to do on offense this year, it probably just felt like, all right, I like these guys' upside. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little, as we kind of talk it through, it reminds me a little of Dalton Schultz signing his 1 year. I'm not saying Dalton Schultz before getting here was what Nick Chubb was in Cleveland, but when Dalton Schultz signed here, it was before they'd even drafted C.J. Stroud. So it was when Schultz signed here, it was a bit of a Caserio, probably Bobby Slowick a little bit. Similarly, I think this is Nick Chubb coming in, and this is a bit of a bet on Nick Caley and Cole Popovich to some degree with Nick Chubb, right? So it's a little bit of unknown in a prove-it contract.
Yeah, and I think that with Mixon, too, it's I hope he didn't just think, oh, yeah, it's DeMeco Ryans. He came from San Francisco. Our offense is very similar to San Francisco, so it'll be the same offense. Because I don't think it's going to be.
No.
It's going to be a lot more like a New England offense. And I doubt he thought about it that way. But I think that's kind of like the knee-jerk, oh, yeah, they run like they're trying to be San Francisco, and that's very similar to Cleveland's scheme. I don't think it's not as basic as that. It's more basic in that I like the people who are in charge. I like the idea of being sharing carries with Joe Mixon, and I like C.J. Stroud.
Is there a dollar amount? I mean, it sounds like it's going to be a 1 year deal. Is there a 1 year deal?
I'm guessing it's like this is my pure and total guess.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's like $4 million with a boatload of incentives.
I think so too. And what I was going to ask you was there a dollar amount where you would cringe a little bit and go, "Ooh, that's a little too much for Nick Chubb"?
If it was $10 million,
yeah, I think
or
so.
something like that.
Yeah,
it says Diana Rossini says it's going to be an incentive-laden contract.
Yeah.
And that tickles me where I like to be tickled.
Yeah, I mean, Mixon's making like $9 million. There's no way he's making more than Mixon. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think you nailed it. I
guess it might be what are the incentives? If the incentives, because whatever you feel about the Texans and how aggressive they should be, Caserio's done a really good job of managing the cap where these like huge guarantees, et cetera, but they're shorter-term contracts, and if you go out 2 years from now, in 2027, the Texans have one of the best cap situations in the league.
Yep.
So they have a lot of flexibility to kind of push money off into the future, and it's not irresponsibly so. So if the incentives are something like he's on the roster and he gets this and that and that, I'll be a little disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's a lot more performance-based.
I bet it's both. I bet it's is he on the day, is he on the game day roster, and then he's got probably season incentives for yards and things like that, if I had to guess.
One of the other things that a lot of people I've seen bring up, and I did a live stream on this last night, a lot of people brought up, man, he's got such a reputation as just the right kind of guy.
Yep.
Works his butt off, like cares about the team, all those things that and I think Chubb is the classic guy that I don't think you would have had a Myles Garrett type situation. I know he had a little bit of a contract leveraging there a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But it seems like he wanted to do right by the team and his teammates, and I think he's a good guy to have in that locker room.
I think a lot of times, and we'll play this in the 7 o'clock hour, but a lot of times you can gauge what kind of guy it was, at least, by how the city that's losing him is reacting. They hate this in Cleveland. They hate this in Cleveland. There were people in Cleveland that knew he was a shell of his former self, but just wanted him back on the team because he's Nick Chubb.
Because he's the right kind of guy. I think I'm guessing there are a lot of people in Cleveland that are like, all right, you guys bent over backwards for Myles Garrett, who's awesome and everything, but the same about him that I do about Nick Chubb.
That's exactly right. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. Aaron Wilson had a really good sit-down with C.J. Gardner-Johnson over the weekend. I don't know if it was over the weekend or how recently it was, but the quotes in the video started dropping this weekend from the interview. Ben, we may need to skip around a little bit here. The most interesting quote to me was, let's do C.J. Gardner-Johnson too, Ben. On his new team, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was not at OTAs. His explanation as to why he missed voluntary OTAs with his new team.
The week I was there, it was very, very closer than places I've been before. Because this is a brand new organization. We're trying to be the first team to put a bull on the ring. That's something that, what is organization? What, really 10 years in here? Really not really crazy, 10 plus, 15, really not really too many years. So, I had to step back. I'm too much sometimes, and I think coming off a Super Bowl, it's a little too much for guys who, feel like they're at the top of their profession right now because of who they are. That's respectable. So me, I had to step back and I had to humble up because now I'm at the bottom of the mountain with a team that never been to the top. So I can't come at the top of the mountain, bring the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. I can't do that.
Okay, so just to explain the beginning there, he was here for a week back in April. He did media. Remember, he had his hat. The way I hear that, Seth, is C.J. Gardner-Johnson is admitting that maybe he can be a little bit extra. It can be a little too much.
Well, but almost like that, because he's coming from a place where almost he's come off an experience that's too good, and I don't know if the Texans are ready to handle everything that I bring.
Yeah.
This is like, hey, I can't give this kid his first beer and then give him his chased by black tar heroin.
Yeah.
They can't handle exactly me in my purest form.
Oh,
yes,
God.
we need to ease them into me.
I love that. And you know what? I give him a complete pass for it as well. Good job. Good self-awareness, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
It's funny how this goes by various teams and whatever situation guys are in. When it comes to OTAs, it's weird. It's almost arbitrary when people make a big deal out of an OTA, a voluntary OTA absence or not, because there are multiple other veteran players, especially on the defensive line, that weren't there for voluntary OTAs. And I don't think for injury purposes or whatever. They're just veterans exercising their rights. By and large, it's usually not a big deal. But when a guy just got traded for and he's got a reputation or at least eyebrows raised about like, hey, what kind of guy is this? Then it starts to get more attention. But for whatever it's worth, nobody really focused in on the fact that C.J. Gardner-Johnson wasn't out there last week.
I think fans in general have gotten more forgiving for guys missing OTAs. And I think this era of Texans football, D'Amico doesn't seem as worked up as maybe previous head coaches might have been about.
Well, they've all gotten the memo, and teams have been fined if they are critical of any veterans. So they try really hard to not.
Yeah, that's true.
To at least act like, no,
that's a good point. Maybe it's different.
Yeah.
Maybe the chatter behind the scenes is different than what he's saying in front of a microphone. That's fair. I don't really care. Tomorrow will be the big one. If they're missing the mandatory stuff, then something's up.
That is the one that's way more consistent. When guys miss mandatory minicamp, like with Aaron Rodgers last year, people are more inclined to be like, hey, what the hell, man?
Yeah, exactly.
And then we start caring about the money they're missing out on.
That's right.
How could you? How do you hate this team so much that you're giving up $300,000 or whatever it is?
I'll tell you this, though. Someone tweeted yesterday, I guess Lamar Jackson, some of these guys have bonuses built in if they do show up for the voluntary stuff. And I guess Lamar Jackson's got like a $750,000 workout bonus if he shows up for the voluntary stuff, and he doesn't show up for it.
I know.
$750, dude. I know you make $60 million a year, but $750.
And people ask, like, why would they even put that into the contract? I saw a lot of people criticizing Lamar Jackson or wondering whether he should have an agent or something. Some of it just comes down to the team has a policy that they're going to put those workout bonuses in, and they're not like, okay, it's going to be in there.
Yeah.
And the player knows it up front and has already figured, no, I'm not going to do that.
That's right.
I don't know if there's any amount of money. I don't think if I were a billionaire, I could turn down the $750,000 to show up at
for workouts.
Yeah. Easy to say when you're not a billionaire.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I say I would do if I were a billionaire that I know are bogus. I feel like I actually would.
I promise you, I would. Well, if I became one from like there was a time in my radio career that I had like $170 in my checking account. So just knowing that I experienced that, I'd be like, on principle, I've got to go to this $750,000 thing, especially at like a foundation or something like that. Like you give it to your charity.
Yeah,
whatever.
Just give it. Yeah.
You know, like
I don't know, but they're also.
I don't want to paint Lamar Jackson as the devil or anything like that. But
but at the same time, when you put yourself in that, like, okay, they're also making that much in interest over any given period of time. So I'll give it. Listen, I'm giving the money to charity. I just whatever. Yeah.
I understand. Lamar Jackson's time is more valuable than mine on an hourly basis. I get that. I totally understand that.
You know what he'd say? You could say, hey, this $750,000 is money that just goes back into the salary cap. So I'm helping the team out.
He did that. That's actually true.
Yeah, I am giving you $750,000 extra to just go ahead and spend on other players.
Which is way easier to do if you play for the Ravens, a team that makes really good decisions with the salary cap. You're playing for like any of like 25 other teams. You'd be like, all right. Here you go.
You know what? That is a whole other topic, by the way. I mean, that's when guys like Pat Mahomes signed the deal they did, which was very team-friendly. Yeah. It's a lot easier to say, look, I'm willing to take less if you trust that they're going to do the right thing with the money.
Yeah.
It's like loaning money to your one friend who's a solid citizen versus your other friend who's a gambling addict.
He's a crackhead or something.
Yeah, right. Like, okay, no, I don't trust giving you this money.
Yeah, a lot of crackheads on these GM streets in the NFL, man. I'm just telling you. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Not literal. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, we'll get to headlines. Astros, Texans, NBA Finals. We got a lot to get to in headlines. We'll do that next. But let's get you guys seeing 2020.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start headlines with the Houston Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians. They are 2.5 games up in the American League West over the Seattle Mariners. Chance for a sweep yesterday didn't happen. The Astros lose 4-2 on Sunday. But I would say the big positive coming out of that is you got a really nice start out of Brandon Walter. He started 2 games for you now. He pitched 5 shutout innings against the Rays, and he gave you 6 innings yesterday where really his only mistake, he gave up a 2-run home run, and that was it. And, most any other average major league game, that's a good enough outing easily to get you a win. I think, Seth, you combine that with Colton Gordon's outing on Friday, and Colton Gordon's had a few more outings than Walter has, so this has been more of a steady progression for Colton Gordon to get to this. But Gordon gave you 5 innings, a 1-run ball, looked really good on Friday. The words 6-man rotation are not nearly as scary right now as they might go.
Yeah, and I didn't really gauge the fan base's reaction when they found out that Lance McCullers was going to get moved one day back in the rotation or not, because I guess in the absence of any report, which we would obviously get from the Astros if anybody had any kind of an injury situation, that
tongue-in-cheek, everybody,
it does make sense. Okay, steady as she goes with Lance. Things are looking good. He's gone deeper into games than maybe they had planned on originally, or at least he's pitched more pitches. Hopefully
he's up near 100 pitches a game.
That's probably not ideal. So I think the most likely explanation is just that yes, they're being very careful with him, unless we hear something different.
I think so too. Well, especially when you factor in they get today off. So, by pushing him back, he's basically getting 2 days off by pushing him back.
And it looks brilliant. And Brandon Walter's going against a team that is just miserable against lefties.
Yeah.
So it made a lot of sense.
Yes, that's a good point.
It worked out. So even though it worked out from the pitching standpoint yesterday, it's just that these Astros every now and then, they feel like this is the problem. It was one day after Hunter Brown, and everybody's in the mode of like, oh, Hunter's out there. If we score 1 run, we'll probably be fine. Okay, cool. We needed 5, but still, we'll be fine. Yeah.
That was
no. Not everybody's Hunter Brown. Okay?
No, that was kind of a ratchet lineup yesterday. So they take 2 out of 3 on the road against a team, Cleveland, that's kind of there. I haven't looked at the standings. I don't know if they're in the playoffs right now if the season ended, but they're in that hunt with everybody else. It's a good baseball team. That throws off today. Back at it tomorrow against the White Sox at home.
I'll tell you the other thing that I was thinking yesterday is there's no way in hell I'm ever going to go through and research this, except that there was a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke in the air from these Canadian wildfires, forest fires. And the last time that I remember them playing while there was smoke in the air from wildfires, it was in the extra innings game in Seattle.
Yeah.
That's the excuse I give them. Are they a below-average offense? Of course they are, except it's really, really hard when you've got this haze of smoke in the air.
You know what? I like that. Because neither team was great offensively in this series. You know what? Wildfires. I like it, Seth.
Yes. Yeah, I blame the wildfires.
I'm with you on that one.
And yet I still credit the pitching.
The hitting wildfires, but Walter, man, he was on.
The Guardians have had to deal with this smoke in previous seasons.
That's
from
true.
The Canadian
They've
wildfires.
adapted.
So they're more They've
adapted. Meanwhile, the other bit of Astros news: Forrest Whitley, DFA, designated for assignment by the team. That is baseball parlance for cut. What were you going to say? You got a giddy look on your face.
It was Forrest Whitley. I feel bad that I'm just so flippant about it. It's been 9 years.
Yeah.
What do you expect? I got so tired of seeing him at the top of the list of the Astros prospects for so long when we hadn't seen him in 2 or 3 seasons. At one point, he was still the number 1 prospect in the Astros system. It's time to move on.
They moved on yesterday. They needed the spot to bring up Brandon Walter to start that game yesterday. So now the process begins with Whitley, where the team has a week to either trigger. My feeling is if they put him on waivers, some team is going to pick him up just based on he's a former first-round pick who still showed some flashes of potential recently. There's a lot of bad teams with roster spots better used on a scratch-off of Forrest Whitley than whatever scrub is on the team right now.
In this immediate moment, the only teams that I care about him not going to and then all of a sudden coming into his own are the Cubs and the Red Sox.
Okay.
Those are the only ones. I don't need any I don't need any of those fan bases being able to say, like,
oh, yeah, we got your guys.
Yeah, look at what,
That's fair.
By the way, the Guardians are a half game out of the wild card.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, so they're in the mix. Here was Joe Espada yesterday before the game on the Forrest Whitley DFA.
Difficult decision, based on how hard he's worked to get to the big leagues, the battle through injuries, but this is the part of the business that we got to make tough decisions, and that was a tough one.
All right, so there you go. That was Joe Espada.
He seems like a hell of a guy. It sucks for Forrest Whitley.
Yeah.
He's just he seems like a good guay.
Yep.
Yeah, Espada too, Sean. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about Espada. They're both good guys.
Yeah.
So I wish Forrest Whitley the best. No, look, he may be back in the Astros minor league system if nobody picks him up off of waivers. He doesn't have enough service time to say, I want to be a free agent. So he may be right back at Sugarland at some point here. I would guess a team's going to pick him up. We'll know in the next few days. Meanwhile, we talked about this in the previous segment. We'll talk about it again in the 7 o'clock hour. It looks like the Texans are on the cusp of Jimmy Fowler yesterday on SportsCenter on ESPN, saying that there may be a mutual interest here between the player and the team.
Nick Chubb, free agent, one of the top free agent names still out there. I was told that he's hoping to sign here soon, and maybe he gets something done before a minicamp, gets into a team, 4-time Pro Bowler. The return to Cleveland's not totally off the table from what I'm told, but probably unlikely because of their draft plans. They drafted multiple running backs. I'm told Houston could be one to watch here. They've been looking at that running back market, maybe adding somebody with Joe Mixon.
Okay, and since then, that was yesterday morning. Since then, there have been multiple reports that Mixon's in town today to take a physical. If he passes a physical, he could sign. And my guess, Seth, is he brought enough clothes to stick around for minicamp the next 2 days. If I had to guess.
Yeah, it'd be a surprise. He's going to be out there at least.
Yeah.
So if he signs today, I'm guessing he'll be out there. Who knows in what capacity?
Yep.
He played last year. He was a shell of his former self, but he was also just 1 year removed from that catastrophic knee injury in 2023. Yeah. So in a way, if it works out for Nick Chubb, it also gives you a little bit of a ray of hope for Tank Dell, perhaps coming back. If Nick Chubb comes back this year and plays really well and closer to his former self, it's for the position that Nick Chubb plays and the style that he played with. If he ever gets back to close to that form, it's going to be a coup.
We should point out that he finished last year injured as well. He broke a foot during the season, so there's another injury that he at least was dealing with at the end of last season. So we'll see. We'll see what he looks like. The workout good with a lot of guys, so we'll see.
I've seen some people irresponsibly say that, this will be the most powerful and dynamic backfield in the league. There's still some, yes, there is that upside, but this is why he's going to get an incentive-laden deal that, according to Diana Rossini, is less than he was offered by other teams. Last year he was 3.3 yards per carry, and you can't blame it on the Browns' offensive line. There's more to it than that.
Yeah, there were a few texters texting in earlier. Best 1-2 punch since we had Arian Foster and Ben Tate, which may be true, but it's probably largely because this team has not had two really good running backs on the team since then. They've had one at times.
Yeah, and I don't mean to dampen your enthusiasm, but the reality, not you, Sean, but anybody else, the reality check is that last year he wasn't his former self, and it's like last year he was not nearly as good as Ben Tate at his peak.
Yep.
So but you're not going to likely pay a lot to get him. So the upside, this is like a Cam Akers deal from last year, except with a higher upside.
Yep.
I'm very excited about it.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be a 1-year deal for a few $1 million and with some incentives, and let's go. Let's see what happens. We should point out Joe Mixon was in a walking boot recently.
Right.
And
I saw. I don't think this is a death knell to Dameon Pierce. I think Dameon Pierce is going into training camp where they're going to very much give him a legitimate chance to prove that he can be more what he was in Pep Hamilton's offense.
Probably, yeah. It makes the running back room interesting, though, because they got a log jam there now. 1 o'clock. They've got Mixon, who's not going anywhere. They've got Chubb, who, if he plays well in camp, he's going to be on the team. You just mentioned Pierce. They drafted Woody Marks. I think he's got a spot if he plays well. Dario Gumbawale, they like a lot on special teams and as sort of a, kind of an emergency guy. And I think this team's going to have a fullback on the team, too, the way that Nick Caley wants to run the offense. So somebody's going to be out either via trade or on the street at some point.
And I think there's a genuine fullback competition between Jacob Johnson and British Brooks.
Yes.
And British can play running back as well, but I think if he's going to have a future in the NFL, he did some really promising things in the preseason, but he was also just learning the position, so it'll be interesting. And then you've got J.J. Taylor and Jawar Jordan as well, who are out there. I mean, those guys have serious size deficit issues. But like between one of those two guys, there's some intrigue there as a receiving threat.
It's a really interesting room all of a sudden. So we'll keep an eye on that. We may get white smoke from NRG Stadium on the Chubb signing during our show here. So we'll keep an eye on things. By the way, Game 2, NBA Finals, the Thunder kind of get things straightened out. 123-107. They beat the Pacers last night. All right, up next, what is our fear factor on the possible scenarios for C.J. Stroud's shoulder soreness? We even had reports, Aaron Wilson had mentioned on his YouTube channel that CJ did not have surgery, but we're going to entertain the various possible scenarios. How are they feeling in Cleveland about Nick Chubb possibly coming to the Houston Texans? We've got that coming up for you as well. Stay there. But I want to get you guys in a brand new
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. If you're just getting in your car, Nick Chubb likely becoming a Houston Texan today. We'll see. He's got to pass a physical. We'll talk about that in just a second. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend. Thunder win Game 2 of the NBA Finals last night. All right, this is a good question. You and I texted back and forth about this over the weekend. I said to myself, this would be good for the show. The possible scenarios for C.J. Stroud's shoulder soreness.
Mm-hmm.
Which of the scenarios would generate the highest fear factor? And before we play this, you pointed this out in headlines, I think, Seth, in the previous segment.
Yeah, on Saturday morning, I was kind of going through, and I was like, okay, there's 4 possible scenarios, and I hope that there's one. I hope that the actual scenario is one that a lot of people might not hope for, but there's reasons for that. But I just, I double-checked, and like, all right, let's be sure there's no new news on C.J. Stroud's injury or anything. And I went on my YouTube stream, said, hey, Aaron Wilson's YouTube actually has this information that you're seeking.
Okay.
And he just hasn't written about it, apparently. So I watch Aaron Wilson's YouTube, and it turns out Aaron Wilson, before we play this audio, spoke to 4 sources, and Aaron is usually one of the main guys that comes out with information like this. This is Aaron Wilson on whether or not C.J. Stroud had shoulder surgery.
It's not the AC joint. It's not things he's damaged in the past. It is muscle tightness. So that's entirely different from structural damage or something that you'd have to repair. No, he did not have surgery this offseason.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty sad. It was right out there, man.
It's like tripping over the Holy Grail. Like, oh, there it is, right there.
I texted him. I was like, "You're an SOB," because now I realize it's mandatory. I got to watch Aaron Wilson's YouTube every day.
Yeah.
And I trust that at the very least 4 people told Aaron Wilson, or at least his sources told him that he didn't. Who knows? Maybe they're lying, but it seems likely that he did not have surgery.
I feel like Aaron's pretty plugged in with that Mulligetta camp too.
Yeah.
So, which is that's CJ's agent and Deshaun Watson's agent. Still
doesn't necessarily make me feel better about it, though.
Let's entertain the hypotheticals here. Okay. I thought you laid this out really, really well. The 4 different scenarios that it could be, just in terms of the fear factor it would generate. I'll take Aaron Wilson's report at as substance as what it is that he didn't. But what would we feel best about, or what would you feel best about? Because I think you point out may not be the one that other people do. So let's go through these kind of in order. No surgery, okay. Let's say that CJ did not
genuine soreness and tightness.
Just soreness, just what it's being reported as, just genuine. So, what is your fear factor right now on what the current report is from Aaron Wilson on this?
It makes me that makes me nervous because it's something that could theoretically just pop up again at some point. The one part about that, though, is we don't know, and I would suspect that this might be the kind of tightness that if it happened during the regular season, maybe you lay off during practice or something, but he's going to play with it.
Yeah.
So it's uncommon, as Clint pointed out on our show last week. Quarterbacks are not like pitchers. There's not nearly the same amount of stress on your shoulder and elbow, and that the tendonitis and the overuse and everything isn't as much a concern, especially when CJ has his pure throwing motion as he does. That makes me nervous.
Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, no surgery, but gremlins in the shoulder, like something is floating around in there.
Yeah, so there is some kind of genuine issue that leads to the muscle soreness, whatever it might be. That makes me the most nervous of all, frankly, because this is the classic thing where a guy in the offseason, you find out in week 5 of the regular season, hey, this player's going on IR. Turns out it was something that he could have had surgery on in the offseason, but they decided to just play it out. Remember when J.J. Watt could have had back surgery, chose not to have it, and then ended up going on IR? I want to say Carson Wentz had a similar situation. Was it Carson Wentz? It was a quarterback in the past what's his name? Who went from Miami to the Aggie who went from Miami to Tennessee?
Tannehill.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill. It was Ryan Tannehill. It could have addressed it in the offseason, chose not to have surgery, and then ended up having issues during the season.
Yep.
That I think honestly that makes me the most nervous of all. If it is something that is, and now Aaron said it's not structural, but if perhaps the Astros are using the same radiologist, or the Texans are using the same radiologist as the Texans.
We got to wait for the inflammation to go down. Yeah.
Don't worry, it's just inflammation. Like, yes. All right.
Now this one is the one that you told me would make you the most nervous. Would be if
this would make me happiest. Actually.
Oh, the happiest. I'm sorry, the happiest. Yeah. My bad. But the happiest is this is the one that would have pleased you the most. Is if he actually did have some procedure done. And it was to remove the gremlins, but he's still just recovering from removing the gremlins in his shoulder.
Some kind of minor surgery.
Why is
a very minor, whether it was gremlins or something else, just some kind of minor surgery, because then it all makes sense.
Yeah.
That, hey, whatever the issue, whatever was causing the issues, you've addressed it, and it was minor surgery. So, yes, take the utmost caution as he's recovering from it. It looks like that's not the case, according to Aaron Wilson's report. So it just looks like, all right, he's got soreness and tightness, and I just have to trust that this isn't that big a deal, and that if it was the regular season, he would have played through it.
The other scenario, absent of any reports, and now we at least have a report they didn't have surgery, but we're just playing, games here. The other one would be it was a major surgery for his shoulder.
Right, yeah, and that would be obviously for all those same reasons I would worry about it. I don't think CJ, if he had major surgery, we have Aaron Wilson's report that it wasn't surgery, but B, I don't think he would have been out there shooting threes or at that charity event or shooting the free throw at the Rock. I don't think he wouldn't be out there handing the ball off and being otherwise pretty active.
No, that's you're right. You're right. He is in uniform and with a helmet on out there doing warm-ups.
And he was at
whatnot.
Joe Mixon's camp, right?
He was
and
over the weekend.
Doing stuff with the kids, playing defense against the kids, all that stuff. So scenario 4 that he had major surgery, that seems like the very, very least likely scenario.
According to the report from Aaron Wilson, the scenario is the first of the 4 scenarios you just laid out. No surgery, just genuine soreness. So we'll see what happens. One more here. This was Tom Pelissero discussing C.J. Stroud's situation by invoking the name of Dak Prescott. Take a listen.
I have not heard anything to make me believe that this is going to be something long-term. We've seen various reports saying it's his pec, it's his shoulder. D'Amico Ryans went full NHL coach. John Cooper just saying it is general body soreness. Whatever it is, it's enough for them to not have C.J. Stroud on the field. At this time, doing anything in terms of throwing the football here. But let's see as we get into training camp here what the reps look like. I can remember other times, for instance, with Dak Prescott, you remember when there was all kinds of, questions and panic about Dak Prescott having, limited reps, to get another MRI. And it was like, no, I kept being told he's going to be fine. We're just aren't sure if Dak was good to go. That was a couple of years ago. It was good to go at the start of the season. It could well be the same thing with C.J. Stroud.
The funny thing is, Seth, this whole topipic goes away if CJ throws at minicamp tomoray. Like all the hand wringing that we've been doing since last 10 days ago. Wednesday was the Wednesday I left for vacation. All the hand wringing we've done since then just kind of goes away if he throws at minicamp tomorrow.
And honestly, though, it doesn't for me because we saw that CJ had something going on last year, and a large part of it was just due to the situation that he was in. But he did have some curiously inaccurate throws that we didn't see much of in his rookie year. And CJ himself cited that the injuries at least played a factor in that. He called it a horrible excuse, but he didn't deny that he's been dealing with injuries. That part still makes me nervous in that, all right, yes, he took a lot of hits last year for sure. But I don't know if it still makes me nervous that at this point of the year he's got some kind of tightness in his shoulder, having seen that it was an issue for him last year.
All right, we're going to do Acknowledge Me in about 10 or 12 minutes here, as we do every Monday, acknowledging big performances and stories from over the weekend. So this was this morning at 5 a.m. our time on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan up in Cleveland. Of course, the Texans, in case you're just getting in your car and you missed it yesterday, the Texans appear to be on the cusp of signing Nick Chubb to a one-year contract in free agency. Nick Chubb, reports are he'll be in town to take a physical today. If he passes the physical, he'll become a Houston Texan just in time for mandatory minicamp tomorrow. Chubb was revered up in Cleveland, absolutely revered up in Cleveland. So I really enjoy Ken Carman and Anthony Lima are the morning hosts on our sister station up in Cleveland. Ken, at least, not a big fan of the Houston Texans. And I think not a fan of the fact that the Texans in a couple of years have kind of flipped into what the Browns envisioned themselves being when they traded for Deshaun Watson. You know, complete culture change with the Texans and a perennial playoff team, this and that. This was the lead-in to their show. So they come out of the break, they do their sports report at the top of the hour, and in comes the intro music for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. And the very first thing that they play coming in is Aaron Wilson's report on KPRC last night about Nick Chubb.
The Texans are bringing in veteran running back Nick Chubb for a visit on Monday. And I'm told as long as he passes his physical, he'll be signed to a contract. So I expect this to happen. It's probably going to be a one-year contract. I don't expect it to be that expensive.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV, ABC, and KPRC in Houston. Good morning.
Morning, Kenny.
Are you going to root for Nick Chubb in Houston?
Yeah, probably. Why not?
I don't know. I'm torn. I want to root for Nick, but man, I really don't like the Texans.
Yeah, but I like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, me too.
So you like the quarterback?
Yeah, I think that's always that's always a thing.
There are a lot of teams that fit that example.
No, there isn't.
But you hate their coach, right?
DeMeco Ryans?
Yeah.
Why do I hate him?
Exactly. So
I don't
you
hate
like
him.
the coach, the running back, and the quarterback.
Honestly, it's like I don't like looking at them like they're like a model franchise.
We all know why you hate them. It's the same reason that a lot of people hate them.
Tell me why.
She got grifted.
Bingo. Thank you very much. Yep, that's why. And it's like, well, and then like the owner's wife was like, "Thanks for the picks." I'm like, "You guys want to go back over some of the fine print, some of that stuff that was going down there? We want to do this." Oh, hold on there.
Okay, y'all are the ones that traded for him when the fine print became the big print. All right.
Wait a second. I was having fun until they brought Hannah into this. Yeah, I'll go through the fine print, and I'll also remember that there were a bunch of bogus reports that tried to make it look like the Texans had set up some kind of hothouse over there at the Houstonian, and that they were involved in some. Save it. Yeah. The fine print. Or like the Browns didn't go into that with eyes wide open. Is Ken seriously trying to act like the Browns were somehow duped into thinking that they had actually gotten some pillar of society, but the Texans held out information?
That's interesting.
No.
You know what? I didn't hear it. That's interesting. I didn't
That's
hear
what
it.
the fine print meant.
Well, no. But the interpretation of the fine print was that you're not any better than we are. You know what I mean? Like we knew about it. You knew about it too, probably, that kind of thing. I didn't look at it as the Browns got duped. I mean, the Deshaun stories were all out there at that point. I mean,
right? No, but I would imagine he's saying that like the Texans were somehow covering up for him. Yeah. They probably should have investigated more. They should have investigated more quickly and aggressively, and all of that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But once it was all out there, the Texans moved on from Deshaun Watson.
They did.
I don't think anybody in that building ever expected to get the king's ransom that they ended up actually getting.
No.
I think there was probably a little bit of double taking going on when they're like, this is really what the Browns want to give up.
Yeah. Well, no, we'll take it. Yeah, and we
know all this stuff.
Our owner's wife is not sitting there doing some sort of dissertation on the benefits of counseling either at training camp. Dee Haslam, remember that? The whole thing about how counseling, and you don't realize, like, with counseling, it takes time with this and that.
To cure a problem that doesn't actually exist.
Right.
No, there's no problem.
Yeah,
it's going to take a long time to get rid of this problem that doesn't actually exist.
Yeah. So save that part. But it's DeMeco. It's not DeMeco.
DeMeco Ryans?
Yeah. It's not DeMeco.
That's a DeMeco. That's a sly and subtle little shot.
Oh, you think? Just the
How does he not like DeMeco?
No, I think their producer was being sarcastic.
I
think they were being sarcastic. He likes DeMeco Ryans. This I know from listening. I listened to that station probably more than a lot of times because of things like this. There's a lot of connective tissue between the Browns And the Texans, up to and including the pick that they used on Nick Chubb, was the pick that the Texans stapled to Brock Osweiler on the way out the door back in 2017. So circle of life may be happening today. But this I do know, like that, especially with Ken, who we listened to. He was the main voice we heard in that cut. He hates the fact that the Texans culture gets brought up as a real big example of a massive culture shift with an NFL team. You know, like that is, and there is a good culture here now. It's not a championship culture yet, but it is it's a significantly better culture than they have in Cleveland. That's for sure.
It is, and I wonder. I mean, part of it too, going to the Osweiler stuff, going back to them. Like at one point, Osweiler was being looked at as they were trying to talk themselves into Osweiler up there during training camp that year. When in reality, it was just a salary. It was an NBA style trade. It was basically a salary cap purge, and they bought it with a pick.
They bought a pick. The Brock Osweiler, for those who don't remember, Brock Osweiler had 10, 15 million guaranteed coming to him, and the Texans said, "Hey, look, we'll give you this second round pick if you take this contract off of our hands."
Yeah.
It was essentially what it was. So,
as far as the Nick Chubb stuff itself goes, I think that it's important for people to realize that Nick Chubb had a devastating injury in 2023. He came back last year, ended up playing midway through the season, and was not his former self. And yes, the Browns were a bad team, but there was way more to it than that. All the broken tackles, all those things that used to be hallmarks of Nick Chubb. He just wasn't as explosive, but he was also coming off of a devastating knee injury. The kind of knee injury that you might have, it wasn't nearly, it wasn't even in the cards that he was 100% going to play last year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of potential upside there, but he's also, he's at the age where Steven Jackson was when all of a sudden Steven Jackson got a groin injury and just fell off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Jackson was 29 years old when that happened.
Yeah.
And so the contract the Texans give out, the most important thing for me right now is what Diana Rossini reported was that it'll be a heavily incentive-laden contract and that other teams had offered more.
Yeah.
So they're going to get him at a fair price. And it's all about, all right, look, if it doesn't work out, we didn't spend an arm and a leg to get him. If it does work out, there's huge upside there.
I think this is another guy, too, Seth, as you pointed out earlier in the show, that is just, if he's healthy and can be productive, certainly productive to the level that they're going to be paying him, if not more, that just having him as a person in the building, there's a reason why they hate losing this guy up in Cleveland so badly, is he was one of the faces of the turnaround for that franchise from the 2 seasons where they went 1-31 over 2 seasons. He was one of the pillars of that franchise. And I'll point out, him coming back from that catastrophic knee injury last year, when he came back, the Browns were 1-5, and it was very clear that this Deshaun Watson thing was still not working out. I don't think Deshaun had suffered the season-ending injury yet. Maybe he had. I don't remember. Came back, played for a team that was dregs last year. I think there's a lot of guys. The reason I bring this up, I think there's a lot of guys coming back from that catastrophic knee injury that would have, especially ones that had enough goodwill banked with his franchise to where he probably could have done this and said, look, guys, we're 1-5 and we're going nowhere. I'm going to come back and put another 110 or 130 carries on my odometer heading into free agency. I'm going to stay. Did you see that knee injury that I had last year? He could have very easily said, this is going to be a full season I need just to get my legs back under me. The guy came back and carried the ball 11, 16, 15, 11, 20, 11. He's getting double-digit carries on a superbly crappy team.
And I think that's where part of the appeal is that Joe Mixon is here. Yeah. I think that if it's a one-year deal, it's a prove-it deal. The Texans, this is another big part of it, Sean. The Texans have shown, as you brought up with Dalton Schultz earlier, the Texans have already showed that, man, we will extend you if you come in on this prove-it deal. It doesn't have to be that you come in and then you're off to somewhere else. That the Texans might very well say, yep, look, man, you proved that you're closer to the old version of yourself. We like having a 1-2 punch there.
Yeah.
And the upside, there's nothing of a positive upside for both the team and the player here. And there are a lot of reasons, even though the run game was so decrepit last year and the offensive line was a big part of it, there are a lot of things that probably just felt right for him. Yeah, the fact that the Browns fan bases and upset about losing Nick Chubb It's kind of like what I do with college quarterbacks coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
I like to check my blind spots with the fan base. I like to say, okay, wait, maybe I'm missing something about Will Levis. Let me hear how they feel about Will Levis in Kentucky. And there's a whole lot of Kellen Mond was the same way because people would say, no, Seth, you're underselling Kellen Mond. So I'd ask Aggies.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, I love him, but no, not the guy.
Well, and I think, and conversely, all those Longhorns that were in the first round of this year's draft, we appealed to Longhorns, and they loved Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin
they loved
Banks,
Matthew
right.
Golden.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you some questions on the text page, and we'll get to Acknowledge Me. Do you think Chubb is more likely a replacement for Pierce or competition for Pierce?
I think, it might be comparing apples to oranges there. I think that Dameon Pierce is very much in a genuine competition for a roster spot. I think they're going to give him a chance. Now, maybe somebody else offers up something in a trade that's just way more than that they think is a really good deal. But I think Dameon Pierce is going to be given a chance with Nick Caley to see how he's grasping things, to see if he looks like a different version of himself during training camp. With Nick Chubb, I think Nick Chubb's almost in a competition against himself. And I think there's a very good chance that if he's not, he could be on the PUP to start the season or something. They might take it very, very slow and just say, hey, we want to put the best version of you out there.
Yeah.
So it's not a direct competition. But yes, it does. But it makes the running back room that much more crowded.
They're one of the guys on this team, if they sign Chubb to the room that we've been talking about this morning, will not be on this team. Because I think people mix Dare Gumbawale into this conversation, and I think Dare is viewed as almost more of an orange against these other apples than anything else because of what he contributes on special teams. We saw they needed him as a kicker at one point against Tampa Bay a few years ago. I don't think I think there's a little bit of value there with him.
Gotta have a backup. Did you watch Kaimi in the playoffs? Yeah,
you gotta have but if in-game type of stuff. I think it's. I don't know how likely this scenario is. I could totally see a scenario where Dameon Pierce gets traded during training camp at some point.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of people that still like Dameon Pierce around the league or intrigued by him.
Yes, and we'll look at the last 2 years as a lack of a scheme fit more so than Dameon Pierce lost any. You mean watch him run like he's still. I mean, he had a 90-yard touchdown in Week 18 last year. There's nothing wrong with him physically.
Right.
Like it was a scheme thing. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Big performances from over the weekend, big stories from over the weekend that we will get to. Let's start with the Astros. Brandon Walter.
Acknowledge me.
Love this, man. 2 starts, 11 innings pitched, only give up a couple runs. He gave up the 2-run homer yesterday, but pitched 6 innings. Here was Joe Espada after the game on Brandon Walter and his second spot start for the Astros.
He's deceptive. He's funky. He's got a good repertoire of pitches. He keeps you off balance. He's efficient today. It's a really nice job.
Do you know long-term plans for him? I mean, you see the rotation now for the meet.
So now we want to evaluate and see what the next 13 days is going to look like. But he's definitely in the mix. He did a really nice job. He has come up here and pitched really well.
If they have a 6-man rotation, he's got to be in it right now. Brandon Walter does, just based on the number. I mean, Ronel Blanco's out for the year. Hayden Wisniewski's out for the year. Spencer Arrighetti, the reports are he's not going to be back until July sometime at the earliest, although he's coming along. You got Hunter, you got Framber, you've got Lance McCullers, and then you're piecing it together after that with these guys, Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, guys like this right now.
And I think right now Colton Gordon he intrigues me more than Ryan Gusto. I think the potential for him, his aggressiveness, everything else, that feels like the kind of guy, kind of like with Spencer Arrighetti, different style, but still you can see where that upside is.
Yep.
So the 6-man rotation for now, we've been through this enough times that for me, it's more about just continuing to – the guy I'm watching most closely is Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
If Lance McCullers continues on his current trajectory, then you've got 3 guys you feel really good about, and then you've got a few more guys that you're not quite sure about, including Spencer Arrighetti and how he comes back from injury.
Yeah.
That, who is the 4th guy come September and October? I don't know, but there's a lot of potential for guys to really emerge.
Yep. Jake Meyers.
Acknowledge me.
I don't know. We got to do a circle of trust here at some point again. And as you guys know, I had Jake in, or I had Jake out. Seth had Jake in, and Ben Gary, our producer, was the tie vote him out. he continues to get hits. He had a 4-hit game yesterday that might have been one of the most punch and Judy 4-hit games that I've ever seen. They were all lollipop hits, man. These were the exit velos on Jake Meyers' 4 hits yesterday. 66 miles per hour, 63 miles per hour, I'll round up, 62 miles per hour. And then he roped a 72-mile-an-hour blooper in the 9th inning. He to go 4 for 4 yesterday. That's not easy to do, man. That's almost as hard as going 4 for 4 with 4 line drives. In fact, I might submit it's even harder to hit 4 lollipops like that and have them all land somewhere where you're getting on base. So Jake Meyers, thumbs up to you.
You know what though, Sean?
What's that?
Hey, look, but he's fast on the base path.
He is
and
fast.
That's one thing that they're making do with is some of the speed. I mean, Jeremy Pena, the hit he had yesterday. Yeah. There's no lack of speed or hustle out there on the base path.
They're a scrappy team, as you pointed out. And look, here's the thing about Jake Meyers going 4 for 4. You know what you need to do to go 4 for 4? Make contact. And he is making contact this year.
And Sean, so look, the big question with Jake Meyers was going to be, hey, he was doing the exact same thing through the end of May last year.
Yeah.
So you and Ben and all the other haters out there, including a little part in the back of my brain, we're wondering, all right, what's going to happen come June? Yeah. Okay, we'll see June. So we decided on Juneteenth, we will decide whether or not Jake Meyers it's whether the war is over against Jake Meyers.
Nothing says Juneteenth like Jake Meyers, right?
Yes.
Right.
So in the month of June so far, 381 batting average, 935 OPS.
He's on track, dude. This will lack. If he's hitting 381 on Juneteenth, this will be the least dramatic circle of trust selection ever. I promise you.
Slugging
that.
476. I know you're worried about his power. Slugging 476 in June.
That's pretty good, man. Dude. That's good. Hey, man, I'm an Astros fan. I'm rooting for the guy. Let me give Brian McTaggart, the beat writer for the Astros on MLB.com, a little acknowledgement as well. Great tweet. Jake Meyers has more soft hits today than Air Supply. Kids, this is Air Supply. So this is the musical version of what Jake Meyers did yesterday.
This was the war against testosterone that was being waged in the 1970s.
Yes.
People were trying to convince you that tennis and yachting were the things that you should care about.
Oh, remember that?
With whatever soft filter on your lens, on your camera lens you could get. Yeah.
That weird keel they had on the Australian boat. That was a big story in the America's Cup up in New England. I'm telling you right now. A wing keel or whatever it was.
This is the 70s and 80s. They just wanted you slow dancing with your best lady at a high school dance to Air Supply.
That's it, man. That's it.
Was Air Supply more 70s or 80s? That was
a little. I think 70. I think like late 70s. Probably bled into the 80s. Probably still playing.
I called Simon and Garfunkel a castrated version of rock and roll last week, and one of our listeners got really menstrual about it.
Where are you on Air Supply?
I love Simon and Garfunkel. Yeah. I like Air Supply. I like soft rock.
I do too.
I do. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
I do too.
There's nothing wrong with it, man.
Sirius XM brings that yacht rock channel around like 2 or 3 times a year.
But we live in an era where you have to present yourself as the ultimate alpha male on social media.
Yeah.
What are you, a soy boy?
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, I like some soy.
I like Air Supply, but I like the death metal version of Air Supply. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I can have a soy protein smoothie and still kick your ass.
That's
what
right.
kind of alpha male does that make you? Chump.
All right, Chris Conley, former Texans wide receiver. Why are we acknowledging Chris Conley? A, it's a slow day and a slow weekend. B, he is retiring from the NFL after 10 years to study film at Georgia. So I respect anybody. 10 years, Seth, feels like that. I mean, you played 10 years in the NFL. Did you have a goal? Like, Chris Meyers played 10 years in the NFL and then retired when he still had something left in the tank because he wanted to say he played 10 years in the NFL. The 10 was a key number for him.
Yeah.
Conley, I don't know if Conley had the same
goal.
Well,
Conley is one of the more thoughtful guys I've ever interviewed.
Much.
I really enjoyed getting to know him.
That's why I asked.
I think that it doesn't surprise me that he's retiring to start his own production company.
Yep.
He's retiring. He's going to go to film school and probably, start his own production company or something. But he's going about it in kind of a methodical way. I really liked Chris Conley.
I did too. He'll probably always be best known here in Houston as the guy who, I like.
mediate the.
I like to think Justin Reed was about to swing on David Culley, and Chris Conley stepped in front of Culley to take the punch in his face.
Chris Conley very much felt in an otherwise forgettable era of Houston Texans football. I felt like he might have been one of the only adults in the organization. He was one of those kids. I call him a kid. Like when I was talking to him for the first time, I was like, oh, this guy's way more mature than I am.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, crap. Yeah. What am I doing
26.
with my life?
Yeah. So we acknowledge him. 10-year career, starting his own film company. That's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Study film. He's going to study film.
He's going
to starting his own film company.
Study film. Well, and then as you said, probably will go on. He's going to study at his alma mater, Georgia. That's where he's going to go study film. All right, Pac-Man Jones.
Acknowledge me.
I don't like to acknowledge arrests, but boy, when a streak like this is going on, you just have to acknowledge the diligence that Pac-Man Jones goes about his criminal activities. He was arrested over the weekend for public intoxication. That makes 3 years in a row that Pac-Man Jones has gotten a public intoxication arrest. The guy's the Joe DiMaggio of public intoxication. 3 years in a row, his fourth arrest since 2021. In an NFL where this day and age, where off-season crime has been completely minimized now, like the NFL's done a really good job through its personal conduct policy and system of driving down the amount of crime in the off-season. It's good to see Pac-Man Jones out there making sure to keep content alive for bloggers like myself on the Houston Press.
Public intoxication is. I found my rabbit hole for the afternoon. Arrested for public intoxication. It's not that they got arrested for being drunk. It's that they got arrested for being obnoxiously
unruly.
Drunk. It wasn't. Like that. I don't know the last time I heard of somebody getting arrested for public intoxication because it was like, whoa, hey bartender, I got to tell you, I'm gonna go call a cab. I'm really drunk, and the bartender calls the cops. Yeah. And the cops show up. They're like, wait a second, you weren't ready to drive home, so you called an Uber. Unacceptable.
Yeah. You have the right to remain silent.
I feel like it should be phrased irresponsibly drunk public intoxication, whatever it was.
3 years in a row, man. Pac-Man Jones. Good job, Pac-Man.
Is he on the McAfee show still?
I haven't seen him on there in a while. Darius Butler's on there all the time. And
all the shows that you would want to, if your one issue is being publicly intoxicated, you'd want to be on the show where the actual host and named the guy that show's named for might have swallowed a handful of gummies at any given point.
Right. That'd be the show to be publicly intoxicated on. People texting in, Yacht Rock goes hard. It does. I like Yacht Rock. Big shock to everybody out there, I'm sure.
That's what people did in the 70s. They did a bunch of blow and then tacked the hell out of a yacht somewhere out in a choppy sea.
Text message, soy boy and being menstrual have now been added to my vocabulary. Thank you, Seth, they said on there. Chris Conley was the Mills Lane of the locker room. Mills Lane is a boxing referee, people. He's got a very interesting voice, a very gravelly voice. So keep texting in, 713-577. A lot of people, and we'll talk more about that later on in the show. But we'll see. Nick Chubb reportedly in town to take a physical, and if he passes it, sign a deal, a one-year deal with the Houston Texans. Nick Chubb signed by the Texans to add talent and depth. It's awesome. He's physically fit, hopefully. He's definitely physically fit. The question is, how are his knees and foot working, right?
Right, yeah. Being physically fit is different. There are a lot of people who are physically fit.
Right.
Remember seeing Amon Green at the draft?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, he was up on stage at the draft announcing a Packers pick. I'm like, wow, he is physically fit. But it doesn't mean he's ready to go out and play NFL football at a high level.
No, I'm glad you brought up Amon Green's name, too, because I saw that last night with this potential Nick Chubb signing. Like, ooh, I'm getting Amon Green feels over this.
Yeah.
This is going to be a 1 year prove it for a few $1 million deal. I'm fairly certain. Amon Green, they gave 4 years to Amon Green and to be the bell cow back.
And it was one of those classic scenarios where, hey, Mike Sherman's the offensive coordinator. Yeah. He likes Amon Green from his time with in Green Bay, and that's the most perilous of all signings with an aging running back.
Yes.
They're like, oh yeah, I know this guy. I can vouch for him. Let's give him a huge deal. This will be the opposite of that because it's very much. This is way closer to Carmelo Anthony, and this is where I worry about. I see a lot of people saying this is going to be the most powerful 1-2 punch in the backfield in the NFL. He has to prove that it could be. Yes, that's the upside. But he has to prove that he can get back to that level of play because he wasn't that same guy last year after a horrible, horrible injury in 2023. And then he broke his foot at the end of the year. So the upside is there, but just like when the people got really, really excited, it was a 1-year, $2 million deal. And when the Rockets hit the eject button on Carmelo Anthony, people were acting like it was a huge failure. Like, no, it was a $2 million experiment. It was a great move by the Rockets, but they cut ties when they realized it wasn't going to work out. Yep. So I am excited about the potential upside, but we got a long ways to go before we know whether we have the close to the previous version of him or not.
DeAndre Hopkins was on the Daily Dose podcast sometime in the last several days with Dose Congo, he's DeAndre Hopkins' trainer. He trained Andre Johnson. He had some interesting things to say about the first time he met Andre Johnson, and does he feel like he should go into the Texans Ring of Honor? We'll hear from former Texans great DeAndre Hopkins coming up next. But I want to tell you guys about the Men's Tea Clinic.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so DeAndre Hopkins was on the Daily Dose podcast. Dose Congo is the name of DeAndre Hopkins' trainer. Trained Andre Johnson. Trained several players. It was about an hour-long conversation. It was interesting. It was really good. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, Dos Congo's an interesting dude.
Yes.
That's he's worked with a lot of Texans through the years, training them and everything. And
very much. I enjoyed it. He had good energy on that conversation with Hopkins that they did. There were two cuts that jumped out to me. One, I mean, that podcast came to my attention through one of the cuts. I find this interesting. DeAndre Hopkins talking about, drafted 27th overall out of Clemson in 2013, coming onto a team where Andre Johnson was the man for a decade. And he talked about the first time ever meeting Andre Johnson.
At first, when I met Dre, I was intimidated because I'm like, damn, this is a big-ass dude, and we play the same position. Mm-hmm. And so initially I thought that I needed to be like Andre, like his size, his strength, and, just be able to do things he do. Yeah. What I love about Dre could tell that, I admired him, man. He put his arms around me and was like, this is how you do this. This is how you perfect your craft. This is how you work out in the off season to last this long. These are the things you don't do. These are the places you don't go in Houston. These are the people you hang out with in Houston.
Yeah, he was a big brother. And funny, man, Andre told a story once. I can't remember if he did this on a podcast or if I heard him tell it or if he at an event, but just about how DeAndre in his rookie year would just sometimes get frustrated and be like, man, why don't they just throw the ball up? Just throw the ball up. And Andre would say, listen, man, sometimes you just gotta listen. It just doesn't work like that in the NFL. You gotta set these things up. And it was almost like that Spike the Bulldog with his little sidekick there, where it just DeAndre was the little chihuahua hopping around.
Yeah,
that was. And probably, man, for him, because remember there was a sketchy report about what happened at the Combine and everything. Like, you just don't know exactly what he might have been if he didn't have an influence like Andre Johnson on the team when he got there.
Yeah, it was a really interesting conversation. And I thought, and we'll get to the Ring of Honor part here in a second, as I'm listening to him talk about Andre Johnson, I'm thinking about this version of the Texans that just drafted two young receivers that they are, they're very high on. They're very high on Jaden Higgins. They're very high on Jalen Noel. And Stephon Diggs isn't in there anymore. Tank Dell is, he'll probably be around but not playing. Even guys like Robert Woods not in that room anymore. You know what I mean? Like, is Nico Collins, 5 years in now, is Nico Collins going to be, does he need to be, to Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel what Andre Johnson was to a young DeAndre Hopkins?
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I mean, Nico's kind of just all of a sudden developing into an elder statesman type of role.
He gets I mean, it's the reason he got the extension. He gets highlighted as a guy now that works like kind of like Andre. I don't know if anybody worked like Andre, but he's an example that gets used all the time. Nico is.
DeAndre is fascinating because if you look at the Ring of Honor for the Texans, the two guys in the Ring of Honor are Hall of Famers. Am I missing anybody?
Well, Bob McNair's in, but you're talking about players.
The two players are in the two players are Hall of Famers.
Undoubtedly.
Just take a quick guess including tight ends on the all-time receptions list.
For the NFL or for the Texans? Yeah. The NFL, I would guess all-time receptions, probably top 20, I would say, right?
Yeah, he's 16th.
Yeah.
16th in all-time receptions.
Yeah.
And the only two receivers ahead of him, and this is going to make perfect and total sense when you hear it, because this is the guy that people comped him to. Anquan Bolden is one of them. Then Reggie Wayne and Hines Ward. So I think
that are not Hall of Fame.
That are not in the Hall of Fame as receivers that have more receptions.
Yeah.
If he plays this year, he'll surpass Hines Ward, likely on the all-time receptions list. And I don't know. It's a tough one because, Hines Ward had the benefit of playing on some really good teams.
Yeah.
Obviously, Reggie Wayne had the benefit of playing with a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yep.
And Anquan Bolden might be the closest comp as far as Anquan Bolden didn't have great quarterbacks, but just consistently got it done. But he was on great teams.
Yeah.
DeAndre is he is 100% in the hall of what might have been.
Yep.
Because he was a skeleton key for quarterbacks.
Yes.
It didn't matter. Brock Osweiler, this is how bad Brock Osweiler was. Brock Osweiler was the only quarterback that DeAndre Hopkins didn't turn into the best version of that quarterback.
Yeah.
It didn't matter who was throwing him the ball, but he just never had a steady stream of really good play on a competitive team with a great quarterback the way some of these other Hall of Famers did.
He fits my criteria, which is I'm way more about being among or the best at your position for a short period of time than just piling up reception. Names just named. He's ahead of Hines Ward for me. He's probably ahead of Reggie Wayne for me based on the quarterbacks that he had versus Reggie Wayne, and he's ahead of Anquan Bolden for me. DeAndre Hopkins was a first-team All-Pro 3 times in like a 4-year period or something. I don't have his Wikipedia page up, but he was thought to be one of the 2 best receivers in football for multiple years in a row. So I think he's in that conversation. Receiver gets really tricky because there's going to be a logjam at receiver, and B, not to get too nerdy about it, but the Hall of Fame has kind of changed how they do the voting, and it's going to start to get more exclusive here. I want to make sure we get this other cut in about Hopkins. Here was DeAndre Hopkins being asked by Dos Congo about the possibility of him going into the Texans Ring of Honor.
Do you think DeAndre Hopkins should be included into the Ring of Honor? That can be the Q&A or the yes percentage.
Hey, man. Hey, I didn't say it, but, I'm not going to say I don't think about that as well. I am human, of course. I love Houston. I still live here. My family live here. So, of course, that would be cool, man, just to be in the Houston Ring of Honor one day.
I feel like...
Even though I only played, 7 years here?
Yeah, but those 7 years...
That's short, man. That's not a long time to be on a team, man.
That was 7 years. Let's put it this way. I
don't know, man. Now think about it. Do I deserve to be in the Ring of Honor?
Let's put it this way. When I go out, if I ever go out or I walk around, I still see a lot of DeAndre Hopkins jerseys and I see Andre Johnson jerseys. Yeah. In my opinion, because of that, that's where I think it should be. Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you.
Dose did a great job with this conversation. That last part's just not true. There's C.J. Stroud jerseys everywhere.
Yeah, not seeing a new wave of jerseys,
he's taking up for his guy. I get it.
It is. I like because I think he's in the. I don't think he'll probably get into the Hall of Fame because of all those factors that we just talked about. Yeah. But he's 100% in that conversation about it'll be a debate topic because depending on how long he plays, et cetera, the numbers stack up. I feel like a lot of any of the bad feelings that people have about DeAndre Hopkins only came because of the Bill O'Brien, Jackie.
You're talking about here,
era.
yeah,
here,
yeah.
And what came afterwards, and it was one of those things where social media plays a bigger role these days. And DeAndre ended up fighting people on social media in a way that made it more adversarial than it needed
Trust
to
me,
be.
I know.
We looked at because I think there's people in the fan base that kind of forget how. It wasn't DeAndre's fault that he got traded for a bag of peanuts in a decrepit running back.
That's right.
But yet, because of the aftermath, kind of like with Chandler Parsons, when Chandler Parsons first left, everybody was like, "Oh, not that he's in the same conversation, player caliber-wise."
Sure, no, I know what you mean, though.
In terms of sentiment,
yes,
it was more just the stuff that happened afterwards that all of a sudden people started to dislike Chandler Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps fueled by some sports radio hosts, but still,
Maybe.
we didn't. When he first left, we were like, crap. Well, they were going after their person.
Yeah. That will be, forget about the Hall of Fame, just to localize it, the Ring of Honor. DeAndre Hopkins is one of the more interesting debates for that, just because he's got the chops. I mean, he's got the resume. And we don't know what the criteria is yet. All we know is there's 2 Hall of Fame. If you got to be in the Hall of Fame or be on a surefire Hall of Fame track to get in the Ring of Honor, we might go 20 years before we get somebody else in there.
I would say where would you put, if you had to, if you had to make a decision between Arian Foster and DeAndre Hopkins, who would it be?
Wow, that's a tough one, man. I would
that's
go.
Why I asked you.
Yeah. That's
because you're smarter than me, Sean.
I would say. Because some of it is based on sentiment, and Arian is sort of reconnected with the team. He ran the team out onto the field last year. That might be the tiebreaker. Like Arian, too, was for 3 or 4 seasons among the best at his position. I've said all along, a healthy Arian Foster is one of the 5 or 10 best running backs I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and so
for
I would
running backs especially, it's just the window in which they can produce is so small that it's hard with running backs because they kind of get, you look at Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis, if he hadn't won a Super Bowl and if he hadn't been on those high-powered offenses, I don't know what his lasting legacy would have been.
Yeah.
So it's hard to disentangle the actual emotion about the team itself and what was their ultimate level of success.
I would say Arian, and yet I think DeAndre Hopkins was a first-team All-Pro more time. Subjectivity on that. That's a really, really fun debate. Do I need to Pender poll that one, Seth? Do I need to see what the people
I don't know.
say?
I feel so dirty after any of these Hall of Fame or Ring of Honor discussions because you end up taking somebody you really, really like and saying like, no, you're a loser.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely putting up a Pender poll for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Hey, we got to get to this, the story from Friday night, actually. If you're a college sports fan, your world got turned upside down on Friday night by a ruling in a courtroom in California. We'll get to that.
California?
Is Nick Caserio a top 10 GM as well? There's an article that says... Yes,
we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. There's yes, no, maybe. We'll see. We'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Stay there.
Hey, you know what? Leave no doubt.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll circle back to the Texans a little later on this hour. We're keeping an eye on the news wire here to see if there's any news on Nick Chubb. He's reportedly going to be in town today to take a physical. If he passes the physical, it's expected that he will be the newest Houston Texan running back. So we'll keep an eye on things. That comes down during our show. We'll break it all down for you. Friday night, it was so weird. Amy and I are out on Friday night doing Friday night things, and my phone starts blowing up with this ruling that came down on the House versus NCAA settlement, which has been a settlement that's been negotiated for a while between a bunch of former athletes that have been suing the NCAA and the power conferences for compensation, and we know that the walls have come down the last few years on NIL, and that athletes have been getting compensated, but not directly by the schools. They've been getting compensated by outside businesses or collectives of alumni that are associated with schools for what are supposed to be endorsement contracts for companies.
Right. I think in a lot of ways, if you take, I don't want to say the average fan or what have you, but like I think of the way it feels emotionally, whether you know all of the ins and outs of NIL or not, I think a lot of people, when you hear or see that how schools can directly pay the athletes, I think a lot of people probably feel, because even though I know that hasn't been the scenario, it just feels like, okay, they've pretty much been paying them anyway. But this does make it just that more. This is a main line now, right from the schools themselves to the players, to where they're paying them.
That's right.
And it's notable, but it also feels almost more like they're legitimizing what was already happening.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's what you need to know about it. Okay, so here's this all came down on Friday, and what it essentially does, and this by and large applies to the four big power conferences and some other Division I schools, right? You got some big-time basketball schools that don't have Division I football, whatever. But for purposes of what we're talking about, let's focus on the Power Four, the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. The state of Texas has multiple schools in a couple of those conferences. I don't know that any state is more affected by this than the state of Texas when you consider the recruiting hotbed that it is down here and the number of schools and the amount of money those schools, like Texas and Texas A&M, have their athletic departments are two of the biggest businesses in collegiate anything. You know,
there are a lot of offensive linemen getting paid $1 million a year to sign, supposedly to sign autographs at car washes.
Yeah,
yes.
right,
yeah.
for these guys, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's what you need to know about it is that the college athletic departments are going to essentially start being run like pro sports teams, where they'll have a salary cap. And that number is going to get determined as a percentage of all the revenue they bring in, very similar to pro sports, the conference, and things like that. The big thing is the schools have the choice as to whether or not they actually pay the players up to the first salary cap is expected to be about $20.5 million. And this is across all sports. This isn't just football, isn't just basketball. It's $20.5 million to pay whatever athletes you think should be the ones that get paid within your college or university. It's expected that most of the power conference schools are going to allocate 80 to 90% of it to football and basketball because those are the sports that generate revenue. And then there's 10% left over probably for like the young lady who's been pitching her ass off for Texas Tech from the softball team. She got $1 million from somebody and she's carried them, you know, that kind of thing. Most of this is football and men's basketball because that's where the money comes from. So let's start there, Seth. Each of these athletic departments has a salary cap of $20.5 million. And the big thing that I'm reading about is they've now got to find this $20.5 million because they haven't been budgeting for this every year. Like there could be non-revenue generating sports that get shut down at a lot of schools because they're a cost center, you know, whether it's, you know, golf or wrestling or soccer or volleyball or whatever the case may be. These schools are having to find the $20.5 million. Maybe it comes from donors. Maybe it comes from cost-cutting moves. Whatever, maybe it comes from new revenue streams like charging student fees and things like that. But this is a new thing they're going to have to manage.
And now, just does this? But this also does not keep the athletes from getting extra NIL deals on top of this, right?
Glad you asked that. This not only is NIL still available, they created a clearinghouse for NIL deals. So the schools now are trying to take control back of what constitutes a reasonable NIL deal. As part of this settlement, they created something called the College Sports Commission, which will oversee the validity of NIL deals made between athletes and outside entities like businesses, collectives that the schools have created, which are usually spearheaded by rich alumni. This clearinghouse is going to determine whether or not an NIL deal, you got to anything over $600, you got to present to this clearinghouse run by Deloitte, and they determine whether or not that is market value for the services that are being asked about in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, it feels like this has added some structure, yet at the same time,
dude,
there's still going to be the Wild West and trying to figure all of this out.
There's going to be so many lawsuits. The one thing I know that rich people don't like is being told what they can and can't spend their money on.
Can't spend money on, right? Yeah. So, like, Arch Manning is supposedly making about $6 million total in NIL, I believe.
Yeah.
So, that'll be the guinea pig, I think, that we look at and see, okay, how much – how does this affect Arch Manning's bottom line?
Well,
as we wait for him to actually play any significant amount of college football. Yes.
I'm glad you brought up somebody who already has NIL deals in place. All those are grandfathered in. Yeah. They're grandfathered in. So this is what you saw. If you were following it closely, what you saw in college sports the last couple of months is these schools trying to get these massive NIL deals in, air quotes, before this commission gets created. Like anything that got created before this settlement doesn't go through that we're making signing deals for huge bank the last month or two. Millions of dollars, because the schools knew that once this went into effect, that they were not going to get cleared on this. It's clear pay for play stuff. They're not doing commercials and whatnot like you're supposed to be doing for name, image, and likeness.
This is, I'll tell you what. And you might wonder, why would these big brands care about NIL as much as they do? I'm reading over Arch Manning's.
Yeah.
And he's got Panini. He's got Panini America. He's got EA Sports. He's got Red Bull. He's got Uber. And I saw that, and immediately I wanted a Red Bull. I'm like, I'm looking at the picture. I can't even control it. I'm like, I need a Red Bull. I haven't had one in like 3 years.
Arch Manning.
Ever since my blood pressure started getting a little too high.
Influencer.
Screw strokes. I ain't scared.
Influencer, man.
I had an Arch in me drinking Red Bull.
Yeah. It's wild. Now, here's the other thing. They've also ruled in this settlement, or the two sides have agreed, the NCAA, the power conferences, and all these athletes, there will be back payments to players from the last decade or so. If you played a varsity sport since 2016, there is $2.8 billion sitting there where payments will be determined on some sort of formula. Obviously, the quarterback of the football team is not going to get the same as the guy who ran the 110 meters on the track team, but there's $2.8 billion allocated to back pay athletes going all the way back to 2016. It sounds like a lot of money, but the thought is the legal people out there think that if this had gone to court, if this had gone to trial, the NCAA would have been on the hook for upwards of $10 billion. $2.8 billion is a win for them.
So as a college football fan, where does this hit you where it hurts, or where does it make you feel like, this'll rein things in a little bit, and this'll be good in the long term?
I think this depends on what school you root for, but I think there's a feeling that this has the potential to create even a bigger chasm between the haves and the have-nots. Because now you're talking about digging into the budgets of athletic departments to find this $20.5 million. That a lot of schools feel like, man, we don't have this money, but let's say we're Iowa State. If we got to do this to keep up with, whoever the best team in the Big 12 is right now, then we got to do this and we got to find it somewhere. I think that's the big sentiment is this going to stop any of the wild, wild west going on in the NIL stuff? We'll see. There's going to be a ton of lawsuits. Lawyers are going to make bank on this. And does the salary cap system create a bigger gap between the big have schools and we'll call it have-not school, have-less schools? Yeah.
And I guess there's a part of it, too, where I wonder whether the bigger schools also are going to be able to manage their non-money generating sports more easily, to where ultimately the football, like the schools, the smaller schools or the quote-unquote lesser schools might figure out a way to how to keep up at the same pace on football and basketball.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the non-revenue generating sports, that they might really suffer. Like, softball and baseball and all of those things.
especially when you travel schedules for those schools.
Yeah.
That you've got baseball teams, and I mean, baseball at least I think generates some revenue. There's TV level interest in it this time of year at least, but like volleyball, golf, wrestling, like all these other we'll call them Olympic sports, non-revenue generating sports, that the cost to send UCLA's volleyball team to go play a game at Rutgers, they're in the same
country,
conference.
right?
Yeah. So realignment, I think, is kind of the combination of realignment and this new world we're living in, where the schools have to find $20 million to pay athletes, really jeopardizes the sports.
I guess that's where I might. My gut feel on it is that I might, if I'm let's say I'm an Aggie, I might not be as nervous about the football program being hurt by this as I am about the baseball program or the softball program or anything else like that.
Yeah.
Or I guess they should be encouraged by that.
Yeah.
That they're going to be. They should.
They have enough
Aggies
money
should
to
be
fund
encouraged by it.
Yeah.
Right. But Vanderbilt, they're non-revenue generating athletes and coaches probably be a little bit more nervous about all this.
Yeah. So I just think it's fascinating. I just think the melding of how this is now, like how there has been more change, Seth, in the last 4 or 5 years, I feel like, than there were in the previous 5 decades. When you think about the transfer portal, the existence of NIL, and now this ruling here on last Friday where the schools are now, starting July 1st, schools can cut checks to athletes for their services. July 1st. It's wild, man.
I know that there is a part of it, too, where, okay, so the thing, it's actually juiced things up. And there's more intrigue, there's more storylines, there's so much, there's just so much drama with the transfer portal and everything else that's happened. It feels like one of those things that it might be good for business but bad for your soul. I go back to the Olympics. Whenever they allowed professionals to start competing in the Olympics, all right, great, it's good for level of competition and everything, but it lost its luster in a lot of ways. And I know, but there was no way. I mean, there was no way to avoid it at some given point but it doesn't. The Olympics don't feel the same as they did back in the day.
I agree with that. Someone says you're way overthinking it. Boosters easily donate the $20 million to college sports programs. Here's the thing: they're donating for a lot of things. You're acting like, oh, we just need another 20. This is another $20 million that you need to find. This isn't reallocating money they're already sending. And not all. I would ask this person too, Seth, this texter, what school do you go to? Because
that's the thing. I don't think it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is a big deal for the big. It doesn't sound like it will be a big deal for the huge programs. I think it is a much bigger deal for the schools that are still trying to compete and can't. It's really hard for them to even scrounge up the $20 million for their own fund and then also take care of their other money sports within the athletic department.
No doubt. No, that's why I say, what school do you go to? Because if you go to Texas or Texas A&M, I could see you feeling that way. They seem to be able to find money for almost anything. I feel like
you're sitting there as a Longhorn, and basically you're like Lamar Jackson blowing off OTAs because okay, it's $700,000. What the hell do I care? Not every.
Well, the other thing that we're seeing too, and I said this when NIL became a thing, is that yes, there will be this land rush for teams to pay these athletes, but then eventually there's going to be a body of work that needs to come with this. And there's a lot of these collectives. There's a lot of rich people that have been investing a lot of money in these NIL collectives at these schools that are looking around going, all right, let's take a look now at who we've given $500,000 to. Let's take a look at, they're giving it to high school athletes. The hit rate on that is ridiculously crazy and low. And so for a lot of these schools, the collectives are starting to dry up. There's a lot of this I know about rich people. Yes, sure, they donate a lot of money to their schools. You know what they don't like to do? Waste money.
There are a lot of people out there that basically feel like a lot of alpaca investors felt back in the day. We're like, wait a second, I just bought an alpaca farm. You told me it was going to be the next greatest thing, going to get rich off these alpacas.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, people are, you hardly see an alpaca
You don't see them much anymore. Right. So I think for a lot of schools, it's not as simple as, well, just go find another $20 million from our donors, from our investors, we'll call them. There's a lot of them that are getting kind of disillusioned with the whole sports thing already right now,
On the sum total of it, it does initially, I guess maybe I side with the texter a little bit more in that it feels like a lot of the same stuff, just with a different name and a different structure. Rose by any other name or a turd by any other name would smell just as bad.
Yeah.
That's where it feels to me.
I think that the key differentiator here is this is now a line item on a university's balance sheet. Whereas before, outside collectives and big fat cat people writing checks, there's gonna be a trickle down at some schools that ends up affecting people within the school.
Where are we in our budget to pay some high profile college
at the
athlete
station?
in NIL? Yeah, I think we should.
Or on the show.
Yeah, we need a weekly segment with Arch Manning. Do we have the budget for that?
What did you say he's making?
I think it's $6 million in total.
$6 million? Okay. Well, so what you think the $500 a week you and I can scrounge together?
I'm guessing they're going to pull some bogus corporate nonsense
Probably.
like, oh, it's going to have to come out of your salary.
Probably.
So like, yeah. Hey, look, I'd love to, but I need to take care of the other sports radio hosts out there. You know, like I would love to take a pay cut, but I can't. Okay, because I owe it to the other sports radio hosts.
That's right.
To set the high bar.
Set the high bar.
Yes.
All right. So that's what went on Friday night. It's if you're a college sports fan, it's going to be fascinating to watch unfold over the next several months. All right. Circling back to the Texans, we're keeping an eye out if there's been a Nick Chubb signing. When that happens, if and when it happens, we'll let you know. Nick Caserio is going to join us later in the week on Thursday this week. Where does Nick Caserio stack up among GMs in the NFL right now? One particular outlet, very bullish on the Texans GM, and we will discuss that coming up next. But
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we go late this week. Last time before we get to training camp on Thursday this week. Texans practice tomorrow and Wednesday. So this is a big year. This is a big year for Nick, Seth, in that there's been a lot of fixing of very specific things that have gone on with this roster in the offseason. And it's been a bold strategy that they've been executing over there to fix this offensive line. I think if you told a lot of people around the league that one of the big things they're going to do to fix the offensive line is trade away their best offensive lineman without backfilling him with somebody who's of similar caliber, they would have said, well, that is a very, very bold strategy right there to do so.
Yeah.
And those aren't people that would be saying that who've been around the building like Nick has and like everybody has to know that maybe there needed to be a culture shift in the offensive line room. But still, if this works, it'll be one of those things that is a major green check mark to the good for Nick Caserio. But it is a bold strategy, though.
It's a bold strategy in a weird way, in which discretion and lack of aggression is the bold strategy. But it's risky. Usually we veer towards like do something. And there was a way in which the Texans operated in the draft that I actually felt good about, in that I think when they tried to trade up into the top 10 reportedly, presumably, possibly to get, say, Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle, or whoever it might be, I don't like seeing people trade into the top 10 because they could have traded into the top 10. There is a price tag that they could have spent to get into the top 10.
Sure.
It's just, so it's always a matter of, all right, is your organization, you never want your organization to be at the point where they're saying, yep, whenever we want a guy, we're going to take whatever it takes, whatever it does, we're going to do whatever it does to get there. They did that with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
You can only do that so many times.
Yeah.
So there's times where you just got to pull back and not do it. They tried to trade back up into the first round after they traded out of it this year, and the price just wasn't right. So that's the part where I wish they had been able to land another big name or two on the offensive line, and yet at the same time, I have to try to be mature and say, like, all right, but you don't want to be overspending all the time.
Yep. This is an interesting article here on SportsNaut, sportsnaut.com. Matt Johnson has an article, Best General Managers 2025, ranking the 10 best NFL GMs right now. And I will give you where Nick is on this. They only list 10. It's top 10. He's 10th on this list. But I think what's interesting is all 9 GMs in front of him have at least been to a conference championship game as the general manager of their football team. Obviously, Nick has been to several as a member of the New England Patriots. Howie Roseman's number 1. They're the defending Super Bowl champs. I think he's thought to be the best in the game today, Howie Roseman. They are built to last in Philadelphia right now. Number 2 is Les Snead. He's won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Number 3, Brad Conference title game. Number 4, Eric DeCosta, Baltimore Ravens, took over for Ozzie Newsome, been to a conference title game. Brett Veach, Kansas City Chiefs, we know their track record. Number 6, Brian Gutekunst, Green Bay Packers, been to a conference championship.
Well, not as the GM, though.
Oh, yeah?
So, because he took over in 2018, so it was Ted Thompson when...
They haven't been to one with Matt LaFleur as the head coach, a conference title game?
Conference championship game?
I thought they had been. But
that's right, 2019. It was 2000. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Good call.
Yep.
Shut up, Seth.
Okay, number 7.
I heard you.
Number 7.
Said it with your eyes.
Shanahan, John Lynch. It's a little disrespectful to John Lynch. John Lynch with Kyle Shanahan helping him go pee-pee. is number 7. We know they've been to a couple of Super Bowls. Number 8 is Brandon Beane of the Buffalo Bills, been to the conference title game a couple of times now. Jason Light in Tampa Bay is number 9. He's won a Super Bowl. And then there's Nick Caserio at number 10, who is trying to get to a conference title game and further this year with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, that's and I think the big thing with Caserio, where I think he's 10th on this list behind all those guys for probably that biggest reason. Those guys have actually had demonstrated success getting into the Final Four.
And I think it's fair.
At the very least. Yeah, I think it's very, very fair. Yeah. There's not a chance in hell I'm going to bring this up to Caserio on Thursday when we talk to him, because I know that there is not one part of them that is going to be excited about whether he was on this list. He's not going to be disgruntled with where he's ranked. So I probably will bring it up to him, actually, just for fun. I'm going to congratulate him.
Yes.
Like, hey,
You're 10th. Top 10.
To name you top 10.
Yeah.
I think fan sentiment would probably be split on this as to whether he's top 10 or not.
I agree.
Just because he hasn't been to a conference championship game. And what we started off talking about was the offensive line. And that's the one final really remaining thing, aside from team success, that Nick needs to prove is that, yeah, they can put a competent offensive line out there. Because they really haven't had one. I think they don't mention it in this little blurb, but they do. The fact that when he took over, it was really he walked into a situation that I don't think he realized existed when he took the job.
Yeah,
he knew about the salary cap issues. I don't think he knew about a bunch of the dysfunction in the organization, and that part of it that doesn't get reported, and there's not a strict timeline. Those first couple of years, there was a lot of diciness and a lot of things that had to be corrected, and Nick made some mistakes during that time. But I think the pivot from where the Texans were as an organization when Deshaun Watson demanded a trade, which was immediately when at the same time Nick Caserio was hired.
Yes,
that's what he's getting credit for.
Yeah, I think so. I think what he got in that trade. I would challenge you to find a worse situation on paper. Forget about the dysfunction you're talking about, Seth, that's more interpersonal and human behind the scenes. Pretend that everything is just ice cream and puppy dogs behind the scenes with all the personalities and everything. He inherited on paper one of the, if not the worst, inherited general manager. He inherited a team that didn't have a first round or a second round pick in the upcoming draft. It had only picked in the first round once since 2018. A salary cap sheet that was a mess because Bill O'Brien gave out all these horrible contracts to people, and the biggest contract he gave was to Deshaun Watson, who, to your point, demanded a trade practically about the time Nick Caserio walked in the door there.
It felt like it was triggered by the fact that
he got
Jack Easterby was hiring his guy.
Yeah. So
that's what it felt like.
Right. So, like, when I look at Nick's body of work, that's like when there were people like in 2021 and 2022 saying to fire Nick Caserio. I'm like, this is a 2-year cleanup, man. Like, this is like firing somebody who's cleaning up a nuclear, just a nuclear disaster in the middle of while they're cleaning it up. The
biggest mistake I think Caserio made, and again, this was done alongside Easterby and with Easterby's input, was hiring David Culley as the coach there. Because I'm guessing they looked at Culley as an interim type of coach that was there as a bridge that perhaps he, that might only be there for a couple years until we figure this situation out and we'll see what goes on.
Yep.
But they drastically undershot in that.
Yeah.
They had hired Lovie Smith as a bridge coach.
Yeah.
Or as
that would have been fine.
A bridge coach with upside.
Yep.
Like Lovie Smith, you could see where, okay, this guy's been in the league forever. He's got a good way with the players. He can instill discipline, all of that. Lovie, and then maybe
it works out.
And there is also potential upside there. It's just that it was 1 year too late.
Yeah. Yep. I think the offensive line and that hire I think are fair. I think of the things that Nick has done that this organization wouldn't be where it is right now without doing. The Deshaun Watson trade for sure. The subsequent, the first 3 picks of the 2023 draft where they drafted C.J. Stroud, and really the bold move was to move up and get Will Anderson. That's worked out. That 10 minutes has changed the complexion of this franchise. And then I think just the overall, with obviously working hand in hand with D'Amico, but he has built an elite defense, or potentially an elite defense. They gave up a lot of big plays last year, maybe statistically not elite. I think this defense has the potential this season to be a top 3 or 4 defense in the NFL for sure.
Yeah, they really what they've done on defense, and then I think with special teams too, because special teams is kind of, you set it off to the side and you don't think about it. Some of the fact that they won any games at all in 2021 and 2022 is partly because they were competent. They were competent on special teams. They were competitive on special teams, and that's one thing that Caserio brought from New England that I'm happy about.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to debate anymore about whether they're trying to be New England South or anything like that. Some of the things that Nick brought with him from New England have been very, very good for the team. The special teams is chief amongst them because they've gone through a long period where with Rick Smith and then I think with Bill O'Brien acting as the GM, it wasn't as much of a focus of concentration that as of
Yep, it's a good point. 7-1-3.
Remember, that goes back to Andre Johnson when Andre Johnson says that he knew that 2013 might be a letdown year because of how many starters were playing on special teams.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was just, it's those little things on the margins that nobody really talks about.
Going back to the topic we had in the previous segment about the big ruling that's going to have colleges paying athletes directly, not NIL. NIL still exists, but paying them directly. Can the players now have agents to negotiate for them? They do. They do already. They do already. When will colleges start making these kids sign binding contracts to stay? That was one of the overriding themes coming out of all the articles over the weekend, Seth, about this ruling, was that this is probably all leading towards collective bargaining in a union for these athletes at some point.
Yeah, and that's what it's felt like. There's just been no structure to any of this to where it's felt like the Wild West. But now if you're recognizing that the student athletes are indeed actual employees, then all the labor law stuff comes into it, which is far beyond my ability to explain to anybody because I don't completely understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets complicated.
Yep.
You just figure that there'll probably be some kind of a CBA at some point, I would guess.
You would think, at least with the bigger schools. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We'll circle back. We're waiting to hear if the Texans have signed Nick Chubb yet or where that's going. I would imagine we'll get news on that later today.
If they do it at 10:01, I'll tell you what. I am going to tear Caserio a new one, damn it.
As you should.
He's going to do it. They're going to do it. Nick likes toying with us that way. He's going to do it at 10:01 a.m. and go,
What is that? What's the hotkey, Ben? the Caserio. If you can't find it, don't worry about it. I know Ben's got 8 jillion hotkeys in there. All right, so we'll circle back to that top of the hour. This comes from a texter late last week. I said, that's an interesting question. The Texans and the Astros are in very similar situations right now in that they are the beneficiaries of being in arguably the worst divisions in their respective sports.
What are you talking about?
Who's in a better divisional situation right now? The Houston Texans in the AFC South or the Houston Astros in the AL West? Which division overall is worse? We will discuss coming up next.
Hey, you might find yourself in a dicey.
Exclusions from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros, 2.5-game lead in the AL West. Fun to see Seattle kind of backsliding early this year. That's nice. And meanwhile, the Texans, two-time division winners in the AFC South. I pulled this from the text line on Friday, Seth. I said, you know what? That's a good topic to kick around. Astros and Texans are in very similar situations right now where I think they're both sitting sort of in the same tier of their respective sports. I don't think either is viewed as a favorite to win the championship, but I think they're both viewed, if they get into the playoffs, maybe as teams that you don't want to face, like they'd be difficult for a variety of reasons. That sort of thing.
I think, yeah, and I think if you look at when you look at the AL wild card standings, you look at the Guardians a half game out. And the Astros are not even in the wild card conversation because they're division leader right now. It feels like a little bit of a disparity there. The Guardians are very similar to the Astros in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
In terms of just what's their overall competitiveness.
Right. And so you got the Astros in the AL West, 2.5 games up on the Mariners, and then after that, it's three teams that are just not very good. It's the Rangers, who have been just a mess lately, and then the Angels and the Athletics are. I know the Angels are hovering around 500. Mike Trout's healthy, whatever. It's not a good team. They're 30 and 34, and the Athletics. I mean, they're an orphan team playing in a minor league ballpark that's just not good at baseball right now. They're 26 and 41. The Astros in the conversation all year, even if the Astros falter, and I think similarly the AFC South, is not a lot of threats to the Texans there as well.
If you look at the Astros right now, with that record, they'd be fourth in the AL East and fourth in the AL Central.
Right.
And it's not apples to oranges when it comes to football, obviously, but there is, that benefit of, man, all right, if you can just take care of business versus your division, then you're a playoff team, et cetera, et cetera. But how are you doing against, like with the Texans last year, how are you doing against the genuinely good teams? Are you passing the tests? And there are a lot of times last year where they fell drastically short against the Ravens or against the Vikings or what have you.
So which division, like of the two teams, which division do you feel less threatened by right now?
I feel I think the AFC South I feel less threatened by.
You do?
The AL, I mean, for one, just because obviously the quarterback has an outsized effect in the NFL. There's no position in baseball that's quite like the quarterback in football. And we don't even know who the Colts quarterback is going to be. Mm-hmm. I don't think that Trevor Lawrence, Trevor Lawrence has a lot of potential receiving threats. One bona fide receiving threat, and then whatever Travis Hunter becomes.
Yeah.
But it's still all an unknown. Where with the AL West, we know that the Astros are not the golden era Astros, and we just quite also don't know what the Mariners are or what the Rangers are.
I take the AL West less seriously. I just don't take the Mariners seriously. After the way they choked away they choked away. They had a 10-game lead. They choked away by the All-Star break to the Astros. And so even when they were a few games in front of the Astros this year, I'm like, all right, well, this isn't a great version of the Astros, but I just feel like it's a matter of time. Like, this Seattle team is just so they're just so toothless. And then the rest of the division is so bad. Like, the Rangers falling off the map kind of since winning that World Series, that felt like the expectation. Like, okay, this is finally going to be a period of time for more than a year or two where the Astros and the Rangers are on that same level and they're battling it out for the division, and the Rangers just haven't held up their end of the bargain. I'm more concerned that maybe the Colts or the Jags get average QB play and can hang around with the Texans in a 17-game season. There's a lot more variance built into a 17-game season than there is 162 games.
Let me tell you something, Sean, that maybe hits you where you like to be tickled. So if we look at the World Series odds of winning the World Series this year, and this is where I'm going to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And it's that the Astros currently, at least according to FanDuel, are 7th favorite to win the World Series.
Are they really?
The Mariners are 8th.
Mariners are 8th, okay.
Yeah, and when you go to the Super Bowl odds, I think the Colts might be the next down in line after the Texans, but they're like 20th or so.
This is totally based on just my personal feelings about the Mariners. I am not disregarding those odds. I get them. I understand where they come from. I understand the thought behind them. I feel differently about the Mariners than the odds makers do. I'm curious, who are the teams that are ahead of the Astros right now on that odds board?
The Dodgers, the
Yep.
Yankees,
Yep.
the Tigers, the Mets,
Yep.
the Phillies, and the Cubs.
Okay. Oh, the Cubs. That kind of hurts a little bit.
Right over the Cubs, right ahead of Now, the Cubs, listen.
Cubs are good
The Cubs,
this year.
we win versus Cubs fans as long as the Cubs don't win the World Series.
Correct.
And Kyle Tucker signs elsewhere in free agency. As great a year as Kyle Tucker is having, we can still, no matter what Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman do, if those teams don't win the World Series, and we can feel pretty good about the Red Sox not winning, but if neither of those teams win the World Series and Bregman opts out or Kyle Tucker chooses to go elsewhere in free agency.
I would even tell you that if the Cubs are forced to pay Kyle Tucker to keep him, like a 12-year, $600 million deal or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, when Vladimir Guerrero Jr. got his $500 million deal, the first name everybody brought up, I know they don't play the same position, but the first name everybody brought up was Kyle Tucker because he's thought to be the next guy for disregard position, the next guy who's going to be getting $500 million. I don't think having to give a guy $500 million over 12 years is necessarily a win. Long term, I think those are bad contracts.
Especially when you're on a team that is notorious for not wanting to pay a guy like Kyle Tucker.
Yeah,
right. That's look, the Astros obviously are notoriously not going to pay Kyle Tucker either, but they've done a better job of it. And so if you go to the AFC South and look at Super Bowl, so the Mariners are one notch below the Astros when it comes to winning a World Series. If you go to the Super Bowl, Tennessee Titans 28th, Colts 25th, 4th.
Okay, that is a fair counter argument right there, my friend.
Texans are 12th.
They're 12th.
So there's just a huge gap between the expectations of the Texans compared to the rest of the division. Whereas with the Astros, there's just much more parity.
It is interesting though, the Texans are lower on the board than the Astros are. I think says a lot about the Astros' pedigree. The Texans were like 6th this time last year. It was right after they made the Diggs trade, and they
I think there are a lot of people. I'm guessing that you know how to look this stuff up. I'm guessing the sharps who don't typically bet the futures anyway.
They don't bet, right? That's what
if the sharps did bet the futures, I bet they'd be more bullish on the Texans.
They'd probably see value. They probably see value in the Texans if they were forced. I'm proud of you, man. Like that's like when you brought up the sharps right there. You're like sharps actually probably wouldn't bet the futures. I'm like that's exactly what I was going to say. That's so true.
Rangers are 12th favored to win the World Series right now.
Okay,
and then I'm going to lose track and not be able to count if I scroll any further down.
The Angels and A's got to be way down the list.
So I think the top of the division is just much more. Much more competitive right now than when you look at the AFC South.
No, I'm probably in the minority, I would guess, than when it comes to who's living in a better world, the Texans or the Astros for sure. Text message, bad division or not, I believe the Astros have the 3rd best record in the AL. How does that happen? I think this texter's right, Seth. I think the Astros have the 3rd best record right now in the AL.
I don't think so because I just said that they'd actually
I think you might have been wrong. I think they're 36-29. Minnesota's 35-30.
Gosh.
Yeah.
No, you're 100% right. I must have been looking at an old standing somehow.
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody.
That's
okay.
okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's okay.
What an idiot.
Yeah,
I'm gonna self-flagellate after I get off this show here today.
Don't do that.
No, I was egregiously wrong. I don't know why I didn't catch myself even as I was saying that. I apologize to everybody.
I saw a text earlier about the 3rd best record. I'm like,
no, you're 100% right.
I'll wait till the break to look it up. Yeah.
No. Shut me down next time I do something that's stupid.
Okay. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, new name on the market at a position where I think the Texans should kick tires on this guy. They're certainly kicking tires on Nick Chubb. The latest on that, we've got that coming up next in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Oh, Zadok.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, before we get to the Texans and Nick Chubb, we're still waiting to see if there is a signing. The reports are, we'll get to the reports here in a second, but it's expected that Nick Chubb, if he passes a physical, will become a Houston Texan. What does that mean for the Texans' backfield? What does it mean for Dameon Pierce, Joe Mixon, everybody else? We'll talk about that momentarily. There was some breaking news earlier this morning, Seth, in the NFL that Jaire Alexander, a two-time Pro Bowler, second-team All-Pro in a couple years, but big contract guy too, big second contract with the Green Bay Packers at a premium position, cornerback. He will be released by the Packers, this on the heels of 2 seasons where he has only played 7 games in each season the last couple years.
Of injuries, and then also one of the more curious stories that I had forgotten about in all of sports was when he went out for the coin toss before a game against the Panthers in his hometown of Charlotte without officially being named one of the team's 3 captains, then mistakenly told the refs that the Packers wanted to play defense instead of deferring, and then he was suspended after the game.
He messed it up. I forgot about, dude, if you're going to walk out there while not being chosen a captain by your team, at the very least, just stand there and don't do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What were the other Packers captains thinking out there, like looking over at him?
He ended up they clarified. They got it. It didn't ultimately matter. It was just that he initially screwed it up. They clarified it, and but yeah. He went out. He went rogue. And he got suspended the next week, I think, because of that.
Yeah. He's a strange cat, man. He's got a weird personality. Jaire Alexander feels like.
How many games has he played in the last 2 years?
He's played 7 games in each of the last 2 years, so 14 games over the last 2 years collectively. Yeah.
I think I've got room for one formerly great but just reclamation project,
Yes.
which and for me right now that's Nick Chubb.
We're filling
now,
our
Nick Chubb
quota.
is the opposite. Like there's no doubt or question or about what type of a dude Nick Chubb is. People love Nick Chubb. Works his butt off. All about the team, like everything that you want in a teammate, and I think fits the swarm mentality perfectly. I feel like we already have in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we already have a guy that's like, we're not quite sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we've got him, and he's been playing championship caliber football as of late.
Yeah.
Whereas Jaire Alexander, it's a little bit. There's a lot more haziness around it.
There's the haziness is a good word. Now, how do you feel about the cornerback room right now? I mean, you just had Ronald Darby retire last week, and so now
real big blow there when I heard about Ronald Darby retiring.
But now, like Jalen Smith, your 3rd-round pick, is the next guy up here.
No, 100%. I think Nick is going to be. I don't think he's going to be scouring the waiver wire during camp or anything. But I think they are definitely. They're not going to shy away from signing another veteran cornerback at some point. If you go back to last year, it was that Cowboys game when the special teamer wide receiver there scored the touchdown.
Devontae Turpin, yeah.
Yeah, Turpin. And you had it was Okudah playing slot at that point. And all Okudah had to do was keep inside leverage.
Turn his hips
keep
the right
inside
way.
leverage.
Yeah.
And he completely whiffed on keeping inside leverage. And Turpin dashes off across the field for a touchdown. You also had a rookie safety playing behind there. So it was like the need for competent veteran defensive back play in that moment was very glaring. So, and I think that they look at a guy like Darby or other guys of that ilk that they'd like to have on the team. I like that Darby. I'm glad he retired now.
Yeah.
Instead of being a guy that all of a sudden 1 week into training camp says like, oh, that's it. Nope, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'll be surprised if either or Jalen, not Jalen. Go ahead.
No. Who? I was going to say
Dolphins cornerback.
Jaylen Ramsey. Yeah.
Yeah, Jaylen Ramsey end up on the Texans.
Yeah. You will be surprised or won't be surprised?
I will be surprised if they end up on the. I think the price tag for Ramsey will be too high, and also I don't think Ramsey's going to want to go necessarily. I'm guessing he wants to start somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. He views himself, I'm better than one or both of these guys,
And I think likewise Jaire Alexander is going to want to start too. He's been injured this year. It's not like he's been a trash football player. He's just been injured the last couple of years.
Yeah. That we're even having these conversations, though, is a positive thing. I think that's, and this is a good segue to Nick Chubb. Did you have a follow-up?
That one real quick thing about Jaire Alexander, because he's been injured the last couple of years, maybe he would be open to a one-year deal on a place where he's not going to be the full-time starter, but I just doubt it.
Yeah, I do too. I think to segue over to Nick Chubb, here was Jeremy Fowler yesterday, just to lay this out. This was the first report that I had seen. In the morning on Sunday, that there had been mutual interest between Nick Chubb and the Texans.
Nick Chubb, free agent, one of the top free agent names still out there. I was told that he's hoping to sign here soon, and maybe he gets something done before minicamp, gets into a team, four-time Pro Bowler. The return to Cleveland's not totally off the table from what I'm told, but probably unlikely because of their draft plans. They drafted multiple running backs. I'm told Houston could be one to watch here. They've been looking at that running back market, maybe adding somebody with Joe Mixon.
Okay, and that quickly became reality yesterday, to where the reports are that take a physical to become a Houston Texan today.
Yeah, Diana Rossini had the most conclusive report I saw, which said the Texans are expected to sign Nick Chubb to a one-year deal pending a physical per sources. Chubb received more lucrative offers from other teams, but could sign a more incentive-laden contract to join Joe Mixon in Houston's backfield.
And that's the point that I was going to make. Like, that you and I are having conversations about Jaire Alexander coming here or Jaylen Ramsey. Again, I'm with you. I don't think either of them will. But that Nick Chubb, like, this is a real one right here. Like, this is he's about to come here on a one-year incentive-laden deal. I think tells you where the Texans are kind of in the pecking order of teams that guys, veteran guys, feel like they can go to. I'm not going to say ring chase necessarily, but that it's a culture that you want to get into. It's going to be a winning football team this year. It's hard to win a Super Bowl, but it is a team that is going to be in the postseason mix. That guys want to come play here now. A guy like Nick Chubb would want to come play here and take less money to play here.
And a point you made earlier is also very, very relevant. It's that, guys, it's understandable when a guy like Nick Chubb, who was not the same guy last year. I'm excited about Nick Chubb signing here if he does, but I see too many people saying, oh, wow, this is going to be the best 1-2 punch in the NFL in the backfield. He didn't play well last year. And he was coming off of a catastrophic knee injury. It's just that he's also at the age of 29 when a lot of running backs all of a sudden fall off a cliff because of injuries. And you can't necessarily say, oh, yeah, he's going to be back to his old form. But the Texans have a history of taking guys like Dalton Schultz in on a one-year deal, and if we like what you do in there, like, you want to go to a place that is known as having a good culture. You like the quarterback. I think for Nick Chubb, after having, it wasn't like he was only used 3 or 4 reps at a time last year. He had heavy usage in some games when he came back. I think he's not looking at it as, oh, man, Joe Mixon's going to take all my carries. Yeah. He's probably looking at it as, I don't have to take all the carries, and I can work myself back into my form working alongside Joe Mixon instead of just having to be the guy.
Yeah, they're very disappointed up in Cleveland that this is happening with Nick Chubb. They really like him up there. He was a real leader on that team. Look, he came in 2018 with Baker Mayfield and Denzel Ward. They used the pick they got in the Brock Osweiler trade from the Texans to actually draft Nick Chubb. So he had been sort of one of the faces, maybe the face of the resurgence, I'll call it, of the Browns, at least coming out of that dark era where they won 1 game in 2 years. This was the morning show on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland this morning. Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, our sister station. This is literally the bump in to their show at 6 a.m. Eastern time this morning. This was the very first thing they talked about off of the top.
The Texans are bringing in veteran running back Nick Chubb for a visit on Monday. And I'm told as long as he passes his physical, he'll be signed to a contract. So I expect this to happen. It's probably going to be a 1-year contract. I don't expect it to be that expensive.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
See against TV, ABC, and KPRC in Houston. Good morning.
Morning, Kenny.
Are you going to root for Nick Chubb in Houston?
Yeah, probably. Why not?
I don't know. I'm torn. I want to root for Nick, but I really don't like the Texans.
Yeah, but I like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, me too.
So you like the quarterback and the running back, but you don't like them?
Yeah, I think that's always a thing.
There are a lot of teams that fit that example.
No, there isn't.
But you hate their coach, right?
DeMeco Ryans?
Yeah.
Why do I hate him?
Exactly. So
I don't
you like
hate
the
him.
coach, the running back, and the quarterback.
Honestly, it's like I don't like looking at them like they're like a model franchise.
We all know why you hate them. It's the same reason that a lot of people hate them.
Tell me why.
She got grifted.
Bingo. Thank you very much. Yep, that's why. And it's like, and then like the owner's wife was like, "Thanks for the picks." I'm like, you guys want to go back over some of the fine print? Some of that stuff that was going down there? We want to do this? Hold on there.
To be clear, she said, Hannah McNair said, thank a Brown. That's all. Thank a Brown. Well, thanks for all the picks. I mean, the implication was thanks for all the picks.
I have, my biggest objection to all of that was the notion that somehow they're still deluding themselves in Cleveland, that they somehow, you got grifted. It was almost as if you were some hayseed that got off the bus in New York City, and the guy who's playing 3-card Monty in Times Square told you ahead of time, hey, by the way, I'm shady. Listen, you're not going to win this situation, okay? Yeah. I'm a professional 3-card Monty dealer, and you're an idiot if you play this game. And the hayseed Browns were like, I like my odds. I'm going to hold on a second. I got all my money in cash. Let me pull it out of my back pocket and count it out. Will you? Can I bet $1,000 on your 3-card Monty game? Hey, grifted? You idiots. No, they knew full well what they were getting into. Grifted? Everybody thought you were idiots when you did it. There was no, other than in people trying to rationalize their way out of it, there was no grift going on. No. It was out in the wide open. Oh, yeah. Everybody knew about the case. The Browns knew about the cases that were potentially coming up and popping up. Everybody knew. The entire world, the entire football world knew what the scenario was.
They were lining up counselors for Deshaun Watson while they're doing the trade.
The Browns came in and were like, yeah, listen. We just traded a boatload of picks for this really good quarterback, and all we got to do is get him into some hardcore counseling to fix his deep issues.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
Yes, and everything will be fine. Yeah, grifted.
It was funny. I listened to the. I think Ann and Anthony do a great job. They're very good hosts, but it's the dilemma they're in up there right now because I think they wanted Nick Chubb back. I think a lot of people want Nick Chubb back, especially I'm guessing once they look at what the price tag that the Texans end up paying for Nick Chubb, that there's going to be Browns fans that are going to be like, well, we should have paid that, and the reality will hit them in the face, which is he doesn't want to come play for that team probably for a 1 year, a few $1 million. If he's going to go somewhere to play 1 year for a few $1 million, it's going to be somewhere where he's not playing in meaningless games in October. Forget about December, October, like they were with the Browns last year. But they both brought up the very good point, which is really fun to watch somebody else's team have to deal with this. They were debating whether or not the Browns are even rebuilding right now. They just made Myles Garrett the highest paid defensive player in all of football.
Yeah,
they're doing things that skew to both sides of the aisle on whether you're rebuilding or not.
From the Texans' perspective, I am 100% on board with this, unless the contract ends up being a wacky contract, which I would be very surprised if it is.
I'd be shocked.
This is really a supersized version of the Cam Akers deal last year. Cam Akers coming off his second Achilles tendon tear. Get him in the, what does Nick always say? Get him in the building. Get him in the building.
Yep.
And the upside is, huge. But you also go in with eyes wide open. You're not getting grifted. You know that with running backs especially, whether it's Steven Jackson or various other running backs in the past that just have had an injury and fall off the face of the earth, that's very much a distinct possibility with Nick Chubb.
Yep.
He wasn't the same guy last year. He was 1 year removed from a catastrophic knee injury. It was impressive that he played at all and played as heavily as he did. So can he get back to something close to what he was? If he does, it's a great signing. If he doesn't, it was minimal risk.
Yeah.
It was, I'm guessing $5 million plus incentives. somewhere along there.
I think that's a good over. I mean, up at the over under at $4.5 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's something like that.
And that's, I think, for the potential upside there, I think it'll be a very, very good deal. If it ends up being a ridiculously high deal, then I'll criticize it. But I think the Texans understand, unlike the Browns apparently, who got grifted somehow with a guy who had 24 very public sexual misconduct allegations against him, but somehow the Browns got grifted.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss as to how somehow that's a grift. But the Texans know exactly what they're getting into. I like the upside. I like extra competition in the running backs room, and the biggest thing about all of this is Nick Chubb seemingly is the opposite of Deshaun Watson when it comes to the character side of things.
Human being,
and whatever.
yeah.
People love Nick Chubb and how hard he works, how good he is in the locker room, everything else like that. And I mean, obviously, we loved Deshaun was good in the locker room. I don't mean to act like Deshaun was, whatever. It's as long as the contract's not out of whack, this is a good signing.
I think so too. And I would add to that, the personal part of Nick Chubb. You talked that knee injury, and it was a bad knee injury. Go find it.
He could have easily sat out the whole year.
He could have sat out the whole year.
And nobody would have criticized him.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, he came back, not only how quickly he came back from that knee injury, but he came back and played for a team that was 1-5 at the time. And I know there's going to be some of you out there like, well, he's under contract, and he's supposed to play. If you can play, you play. There's a lot of guys that wouldn't have done that, and that Nick Chubb, I know it says something probably about where we are in sports, that we're hailing a guy who's actually fulfilling the part of his contract.
I don't know. I mean, I think in any generation it would have been because of the severity of that knee injury, that it's like, no, you hope that the guy can play, but you don't certainly expect it.
No, regardless, like he came back for a team that continued to struggle. Like, it's not like he came back, they were 1-5, he came back, they started to win, and they're playing meaningful games. He stopped playing because he broke his foot. He didn't stop playing because they were eliminated from the postseason.
Oh yeah. But that's the other big part of this, and it's not just this isn't just in the details. All of these reports are pending a physical.
Yes.
So I mean, there is a chance that the Texans take a look at him and think, you know what, you're not as far along as we'd like, or we found some damage that we went over and we. Whichever upgraded MRI machine the Astros started using on Jordan, we used that, and now we're cool with it.
Oh, my God.
This might be, if the physical is today, given how bad his knee injury was and that he also has a broken foot, I wonder if we might end up waiting longer than you usually wait to get, like, a decision by the Texans on the physical side of things.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. It feels like the time it feels like both sides may want to get this done so you can at least get it maybe into minicamp tomorrow and start learning some things about the new offense.
I'll tell you what, another little bonus side of this is if Nick Chubb can come back, and he already has come back and played, but in a lot of ways that knee injury was similar to, it has the same feel as Tank Dell. Yeah. I'm not going to try to act like I know on the whole. It was multiple tendons and ligaments, just like Tank Dell's. It'd be nice just to have Nick Chubb in the building with Tank Dell, perhaps, and kind of talking about the things you go through and the challenges and the setbacks.
Almost
with an
like a therapist, almost, like a counselor. All right, there is one big question, too, with this Nick Chubb news that we didn't get to. We'll get to in the next segment. It has to do with a very, very popular Houston Texan. And this might be the longest saga I've ever seen play out for a former first-round pick in any sport. We will get to that. Played out yesterday. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment as well. Stay there.
You get a devastating...
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, just one quick ad on the Nick Chubb potential signing. We'll see. We'll know more today if Nick Chubb is a Houston Texan. Texan fans and a lot of people asking Seth, hey, what does this mean for Dameon Pierce if Nick Chubb comes in? And keep in mind, Dameon Pierce, even without Nick Chubb here, wasn't getting on the field very much last year.
Right. I think that in a lot of ways, obviously, all the running backs who aren't Joe Mixon are in competition with each other. But I look at both of those guys. With Nick Chubb, I almost feel like Nick Chubb's going to be in competition with himself. Yeah. Like it's about whether or not he can recover. The Texans know what his upside is. I'm guessing they don't expect him to ever be peak Nick Chubb again, but how close can he get to it after coming off that knee injury? And they're going to go along just kind of watching to like see how much evidence do we see that he's better than he was last year. Mm-hmm. Last year you could tell he was just, when you watch his highlights, I compiled his highlights from last year and did a YouTube on it yesterday. He had some good runs, had some nice receptions, had some goal line runs and everything, but it was a lot more methodical. It wasn't as like explosive, like boom, right out of a rocket, breaking tackles and everything. Yep. His yardage after contact last year was by far a career low. But with Dameon, I think it's more about, is it going to be a Gumbawale or Dameon Pierce? Is Woody Marks going to show enough early on that they can really rely on him? That's the competition there. Because with Chubb, it's also, they could very easily put him on the PUP to start the season. I think if they think Nick Chubb is close to being back to where he was, they'll special teams and what have you to keep Nick Chubb on the roster. That third spot / special team spot / everywhere else, then it's a Gumbawale, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, J.J. Taylor, Dameon Pierce. How do those guys look? Yeah.
I think a trade is a distinct possibility with Dameon Pierce. There's teams that there may be teams that feel like he fits their style. I think there's teams out there, Seth, that look at the 2022 version of Dameon Pierce and feel like in their scheme they get something looking much closer to that than whatever it's been the last couple years here.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, and again, it's not like for me, I can't separate Chubb from Dameon Pierce completely, obviously, but the Dameon style is closer to Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon than it is to other guys on the roster. That's where it gets, if Chubb looks good and they feel good about him, you know, Dameon's not a receiving threat out of the backfield. No. Whereas Woody Marks obviously is, or even Jawar Jordan or anybody. And then on special teams, I know Dameon Pierce has had some nice returns, but that's one phase of special teams where Gumbawale is a special teams contributor all over the board. Yeah. So it might end up being on the special teams side of things more so than anything else.
Yeah, I almost feel like Gumbawale is like on a separate burner than on the stove. Like he's on a separate burner than Dameon Pierce a little bit to me. But we'll see. We'll see.
And then because people bring British Brooks up a lot. Personally, I think British Brooks' future in the NFL will be if he can develop into a really good fullback. Yeah. And he showed potential after not having much really good things in the preseason. He's in a competition with Jacob Johnson. So whether you include fullbacks in the running back room or not, and I know British Brooks has been getting reps with the running backs and OTAs. Yes, I expect that. That's part of his appeal, that he does have that running back potential as well.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to carry a fullback, and it's going to take, whether you count it as part of the running back room or wherever you count it, there's only 53 guys you can carry, I
mean, what do you want in the modern NFL out of your fullback more than anything? It's versatility.
Yes.
So if he can be a fullback, a running back, a tight end at times, or an H-back, all of that, H-back, yeah. I think that's where British Brooks' upside is a utility guy.
Dude, peak Nick Chubb. Boy, I can see why they love him so much in Cleveland. His yards per carry, his first 6 years in the league, 5.2, 5.0, 5.6, 5.5, 5.0, 6.1. The 6.1 was the first 2 games of the season where he wrecked his knee. Yeah. So that's a small sample size in that. But over between 5 and 5.6 yards per carry every year for a team that was at times a good team in that stretch, but for the most part, I would say a below average team. It made the playoffs once or twice in that stretch. That is healthy, man.
And that's one thing. A lot of the articles I see out there will say his average yards per carry over the past 2 seasons is 3.9 yards. That is a bogus way to put it because that's heavily brought down. The average there is brought down by the 2024 production. Playing like the classic version of himself until he got that devastating knee injury.
Yes.
But when they phrase it that way, 3.9 yards per attempt over the past 2 seasons, it makes it almost sound like he was a guy who was in decline before his knee injury or something.
That's
like,
weird.
no, it's the knee injury and the knee injury alone, coupled with his age, that has people worried about it.
That's such a weird way to frame it because all you have to do is say he came back from the knee injury, played 8 games, and averaged 3.3 yards. Like that's a weird way to frame it.
The way I put that, I think Florio is the first guy I saw frame it that way, and then I saw a bunch of other articles where people just copied, pasted, and then rejiggered the words a little bit.
Yeah. Are you going to miss having Forrest Whitley to potentially to talk about each offseason and his possibility of contributing to the team in some way? It's really been a tradition like no other for several years now.
I can't even figure out where Forrest Whitley was, like what emotional space, what cubbyhole I had him in. Because I had given up on him, but still figured, like, you know what it is? He was like the lottery ticket that you lost and didn't check the numbers. But you know it's somewhere in your house.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's just like, someday I'll go back and check to see if anybody won on that day or something, I guess. But I'm pretty sure I didn't. I was pretty sure I didn't win the lottery.
Yeah.
And it was out there somewhere. But, like, if it showed up, it would be nice if it worked out. But it's been 9 years, man.
I'm going to miss it. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to miss it. And I'll to use your scratch-off analogy, those 3 scoreless innings he pitched last season, because this season he got shellacked in a couple lopsided games, but last season came up from the minors and pitched a few nice innings for the Astros. That was like when you get the first 2 things you scratch off are you feel like you're on your way to a win. Like, I can't wait to scratch off these other 3 strawberries because one of them's got to be a winner under here. And then nope, never won. And in fact, just rip up the card and throw it out. So here was Joe Espada yesterday. If you missed it, Forrest Whitley DFA'd, designated for assignment to make room for Brandon Walter, who pitched well yesterday. Forrest Whitley will now either be traded or put on waivers in the next few days. Here was Joe Espada on that decision.
Difficult decision, based on how hard he's worked to get to the big leagues, the battle through injuries, but this is the part of the business that we got to make tough decisions, and that was a tough one.
It's a long time to invest in a guy, man.
It's a long
9 years,
time, man.
9 yeyears, yeah.
I'd say it's a pain in the ass looking at his stats because he's played on 3 to 5 teams every single year. He's in the minor league system and whatnot. But if you look at the sum total of it, I mean, in 2016, finished with a 4.82 ERA. 2017. First year of the real golden era. He had a 2.83 ERA on 92 innings pitched. Man, there was something there. You saw it. Wow. Wait until Forrest Whitley comes up.
Yeah.
And then you go down to finish 8. These are his ERAs by season. 8.15.
Yeah.
Then you can scroll down through 6 teams. The next 6.53, 3.7. 7-1 pitch, I believe, in 2024. That was the high water mark. And then 2020, that was 2024. And then finally this year in the major leagues, he's at a 12.27.
There's a big part of me that admires that he keeps trying to stay after it this long.
Yeah.
9 years. Now, some of it is, he doesn't know anything else other than baseball. Like, he got drafted out of high school. Some of trying to continue to keep this baseball dream alive is, one, this might be potentially the only $1 million job Forrest Whitley has for the rest of his life, unless he's been really good with his money and he starts his own company or something like that. So maybe that's part of it. But all the rehabs and all the injuries and things like that to keep grinding away and coming back, and most of it in the minor leagues, where that is a different world that you're living in. It's a different world than Lance McCullers is living in with, several million. And I admire what Lance is doing. Lance could have easily hung it up and said, just give me my $85 million and I'm going home. So this is not me denigrating or downgrading Lance. I'm illustrating the difference between the two situations. Forrest Whitley's grinding out all these rehabs at a minor league level and in minor league ballparks driving around on buses, you know?
And it's driving around on buses, but then also as a former, first-round pick, also he might be the one guy in all of baseball who has a place in Fayetteville, just like the... Hey, we'll be back here again some point.
Oh, yeah. He's got he has millions of dollars.
A lot of times, but how far he's gone up and down through single A, double A, triple A, and various rehab assignments and everything else. Yep. I feel bad. I did an interview earlier this year where he talked about, I've seen specialists, he's probably tried every new age remedy or regimen in the books. Yeah. Just seen various different doctors and holistic healthcare specialists just trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with my body.
Yeah. Greg Rajan tweeted this yesterday. Greg Rajan of the Chronicle. We love Greg. He says the Astros' last 4 first-round picks of the Jeff Luhnow era show how much of a crapshoot drafting can be. Now, keep in mind, this is Jeff Luhnow, who up to that point had drafted Correa and McCullers and Bregman and Tucker and also Mark Appel at one point in there. We'll drop that in. But Jeff Luhnow had, started building a juggernaut. His last 4 first-round picks before he got fired, Forrest Whitley, J.B. Bukowskis, Seth Beer, and Corey Lee. Now, Greg points this out. My gut reaction was, well, at least they flipped Bukowskis and Beer for Zach Greinke. That's part of the thing, especially with good teams. The value in first-round picks may not necessarily be what they give you at the major league level. It's what kind of chips do they give you to go shopping for the finishing pieces on a potential World Series champion. Bukowskis and Beer were both 2 of, I believe, 4 players who went to Arizona in the Greinke trade.
Seth Beer's still kicking around out there.
Is he?
Man. I think he might be playing independent ball this year. Yeah.
Got a great name, man.
I know.
Seth.
Every now and then it pops up somewhere from Astros Future or something. I'll do a quick check-in on Seth Beer, and it catches my eye. Obviously.
Yeah.
Seth. There you go. Seth Beer.
He's got a great name, Seth. I'm not even talking about beer. First name Seth.
Seth is one of the lesser. I don't know why my mom ever chose Seth. It's one of the least impressive biblical names that you can have. I was a replacement. I was a replacement child for Abel.
Yeah.
I was like, Cain killed Abel, so let's pop another one out. Seth.
Yeah.
I don't know what my mom meant by that or something. There's probably some family drama behind it that I don't know about.
She just had you and looks down like, huh?
I wouldn't be surprised if my older brother had killed a sibling of mine that I didn't know about. Dan has it in him.
I got to meet Dan someday, man. We're friends on Facebook. I got to meet him someday. So many questions.
Play him that clip that I just played.
Oh, yes, we'll pull that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys in the loop have going on. This is maybe the greatest reason I've ever heard for a player missing voluntary OTAs, and it came from a current Houston Texan. We'll have that for you coming up next. But let's get you guys sleeping better right now. That's Dr. Ben.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we should, quick little report, quick text here from Aaron Wilson of KPRC. The Texans are working out XFL Roughnecks cornerback Damon Arnett Jr. So Damon Arnett, who plays for the Roughnecks, he's here in Houston, a former Raiders first-round pick. And Damon Arnett is a former first-round pick, Seth, that has had some off-field issues through the years. He last played in the NFL in 2021, but I'm looking at an article. Report, former Raiders cornerback Damon Arnett arrested on meth and firearm charges. That was in 2024, but he got into other trouble along the way, but maybe he's cleaned himself up, and Texans are working him out today.
They're working him out, and Chubb is, according to Aaron Wilson, I believe Chubb is in the building or on the premises.
Okay.
So
Chubb watch.
Yeah, there is. He might be getting checked for a hernia right as we speak.
We've got the very inappropriately named Chubb watch going on. Right
Don't worry,
now.
they're checking Chubb for a hernia.
Yes.
I'm like, doctor, I'm not sure this is how it goes.
Yes.
I've never had a hernia check quite like this.
Those two things don't often go together. All right, so Damon Arnett Texans are working him out. Look, cornerback is a position. Ronald Darby just retired last week. That's a position they could use some depth right now.
That's how bad my hernia was, by the way, when it was diagnosed. My entire life, all through youth sports on up, I'd had the hernia check done, and that little uncomfortable pressure and cough. I took my pants down, and the doctor was like, "Yep, you got 2 hernias."
Didn't even need to check.
Like, impressive, huh?
And then
it was like in a movie when some of the pants come down and somebody was like, "Oh my God, yeah."
Seth was like, impressive, then crotch chopped and hit himself in his hernia. He was like, "Ow!" All right.
Trying to get the intestines back inside
That's
me.
it, man.
Yeah.
All right, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, speaking of Aaron Wilson, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, new Texans safety, formerly of the Eagles and a handful of other teams over the last few years, did a sit-down with Aaron Wilson. Some good stuff came out of this. It's a good interview. It's on Aaron's YouTube page. Was the trade Philly? We know that C.J. Gardner-Johnson got upset last week when Vic Fangio, the DC in Philadelphia, said that the reason they let C.J. Gardner-Johnson go was basically it was cap issues. It was money. It was money. It was a salary cap. Was the trade from Philly about money to you?
It wasn't about money.
Yep.
It wasn't about money.
Yep.
About money. If it was about money, then everybody would have been gone. If it was about money, everybody would have been gone. How can I say this in the most respectful way? Saquon deserved it. Zach deserved it. But the reasons behind it, the fans don't deserve that reason.
Sure. So it's deeper than that.
It's deeper than that. The fans don't deserve. It's about the money, because if that was the case, my contract was safe.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, respectfully, it was a little bit of both. It was obviously about the money. I mean, the Eagles. I mean, they did the Saquon extension, Cam Jurgens, Reed Blankenship, and Jalen Carter at some point. Like, there are a lot of guys that they're gonna have to take care of. Or
Zach Bond was another one he mentioned. That was Zach Bond.
So I mean, it really, I can understand though where he's saying it's like obviously it was about the money, but why couldn't I be part of those people that you did choose to keep? So I can understand feeling left out, obviously. So it was about the money, but they did make decisions to pay some guys and to let other guys go or to trade them away.
I 100% hope that this is how he feels about it, and then he channels it and fuels it in a way that makes him a demon for the Texans the next year or two.
I asked somebody from Philadelphia who covers it. Basically, I just said, hey, so C.J. Gardner-Johnson, like actual head case or just sometimes looks like a head case?
What'd you learn?
And he actually said, like, not even a head case. It's just he thinks this Philadelphia media member thinks that, like, he's just, he's colorful in front of a camera, and there's a lot of it that's just, it really is nothing. It's not like there were reports about him being a distraction in the locker room or anything else like that. And like he also said in the interview Aaron Wilson did with him, which you can find on Aaron Wilson's YouTube, that he's never had any headline. His only headline stuff has been like his going after Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift on social media.
Yeah.
Or wearing that T-shirt at it hasn't been
parade.
actual genuinely bad stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the headline stuff has been he got ejected from a game for fighting or whatever. It's like nothing that, I mean, we welcome that here.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's almost like a crime you commit to get into the gang around here.
Absolutely.
You got in a fight in a game? You got ejected?
It's part
you got
of
suspended?
your
Sure.
initiation. You do it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you had football violence.
Right.
Okay, we like that.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Now, but not welcome aboard too soon. Now, C.J. Gardner-Johnson got traded for back in March. He was here for a little while in April getting to know some of his new teammates. He was not at OTAs the last couple weeks, though. Voluntary OTAs. Here's C.J. Gardner-Johnson on his new team, the Texans, and why he stayed away from OTAs.
The week I was there, it was very, very closer than the places I've been before. Brand new. This is a brand new organization. We're trying to be the first team to put a bull on the ring. That's something that, what is organization? What, really 10 years in here? Really not really crazy, 10 plus, 15, really not really too many years. So, I had to step back. I'm too much sometimes, and I think coming off a Super Bowl, it's a little too much for guys who, feel like they're at the top of their profession right now because of who they are. That's respectable. So we had to step back and I had to humble up because now I'm at the bottom of the mountain with a team that never to the top. So I can't come at the top of the mountain, bring the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. I can't do that.
I don't, honestly. I've listened to this a few times. I'm not following the
I just don't think you felt like being at OTAs.
I know. Like, this cocaine's too pure. Like you just... It's like, hey, you're not ready to use...
In some ways, though, you interpret it like, hey, man, like these guys think that they've like kind of reached the peak here, and they've only been to the divisional round. I didn't want to harsh their buzz for three practices, Like
I was like, I heard these guys. They had a positive attitude and everything, and I didn't really want to tell them that they really ain't done much yet. But I could tell that I was gonna at some point. I had to restrain myself.
The worst version of well, actually, guy ever. If I were to show up at OTAs,
and yet at the same time. Even in the logic of what he laid out there, I kind of get it in that I do myself. There's times where I'm like, man, during the offseason, I get tired of hearing or talking about how swell everybody is.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's great. Yeah, that's it. And I believe it. I do think they've got the swarm mentality, all of that. Ultimately, you got to produce. You got to you got to win a championship. You got to do all that. So I don't understand 100% what he was laying out there, but I almost emotionally kind of get it. But I agree with you. I think he might just not have wanted to go to voluntary OTAs.
I mean, I think that's it, which is fine. I'm not worked up about that. I do think, I think a big reason he's here I think it's reasons like guys like Justin Watson are here who have been on the Chiefs the last several years, is I think there's elements to winning a championship or competing for a championship that maybe not everybody fully grasps in the building over there, and it's not their fault. They've been on a team that hasn't been around that level of football, and so my hope is that C.J. Gardner-Johnson doesn't walk in with some sort of restrictor plate. I want him to be establishing a standard and telling guys this is what it took here and this is what it took there. I mean, he's been on a couple of teams that have gotten further than these Texans have. I do like hearing him say, Seth, that this was the most together team that he had felt he'd been on when he was here in April. Because he's been on good teams. He got drafted by the Saints, who have been largely a good team while he was there. He played on the Lions the year they made the NFC title game. He was with the Eagles 2 different times where they were a playoff team. So I did like hearing that from him.
I think the part about that is really positive in terms of the cover-down defense, much more so than offense. There is a style in which D'Amico coaches where I think D'Amico coaches guys really, really hard. Yeah. We've heard Aziz Elshire kind of joke about it, about how he's butted heads with D'Amico because D'Amico coaches so hard. And a lot of times when people hear, like, getting coached hard, they think it's a coach who yells and screams all the time. No. the hardest coaches to play for are the ones who are so damn meticulous and they're just demanding such a high level that it gets frustrating because you're like, you do the same thing 10 times in a row, and he's like, nope, your foot's got to be a foot to the left. You got to have your left foot a foot to the left there.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm trying, D'Amico. Stop smiling and being so congenial all the time.
Stop being like an uncle that I feel like I'm disappointing right now.
But in doing that, but also creating an atmosphere where guys feel like they can be free and loose, it's hard as a coach to create that environment where guys feel free and loose, but they're also really paying attention to detail. It was funny. I was listening to some neuroscientist talk about something this weekend, and he had used the old phrase, dance like no one's watching, and how hard it is, because once you're conscious of people watching, that it's hard. But like I do feel like a lot of coaches, this is almost every coaching situation. Hey, go out there and play free. Dance like no one's watching. And then afterwards, I'll analyze whether I'm going to watch really closely, and then afterwards analyze whether you were dancing like no one's watching. Oh, look at you. Hold on. Okay, no, do it again. I'll be watching, but dance like no one's watching. It's hard to strike.
I love you were watching some sort of video with a neuroscientist, and I was 5 beers deep watching Money in the Bank WWE. That's what makes this show great.
Those are essentially the same thing, aren't they?
Basically. I'm sure they had neuroscientists in the building at Money in the Bank.
It was about like performance psychology and like the difficulties of just letting go and being free-flowing while you're performing or competing. Or
yeah, for sure.
Dance like no one's watching. Yep. I'll be watching.
Yeah. Close, frame by frame.
Very closely. And then we're going to watch it, not just me and you, in front of the whole team.
Everybody.
Why are you not dancing like no one's watching? We're all watching you dance like somebody's watching.
What's up, boy? The laughter you hear is John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how we doing?
I'm trying to figure out if I've ever danced where like no one was watching.
Yeah. You were cutting a run.
I thought I had.
I've been at 3 of your kids' weddings.
You know I love to dance. I'm always out on the dance
floor.
But did I really think no one was watching?
Yeah.
I think I subconsciously felt like I was going to be critiqued.
I don't know. I was watching. I'm like, man, Lopez can cut a rug.
It is.
Man.
You know what, though? That's one of the benefits of growing older. You get to an age where you're like, oh, I don't even have to be. People are going to think I'm a great dancer, even if I'm a horrible dancer, because I'm the old guy out there dancing.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a willing dancer.
You're out there letting it go.
Yes.
I've always loved to dance.
Yeah, you have?
Oh, my whole life.
I got to be really wasted, man.
Yeah.
I got to be really, yeah.
I've got to dance like everybody knows I'm drunk.
Yeah. Everybody's watching, but they watch me at the bar.
Knows I'm drunk.
They saw me at the bar the whole time. Yeah.
I like the idea that like you don't even actually have to be drunk. You just need the excuse of being drunk. You're like, if everybody thinks I'm drunk, even if I'm not, I can blame it on that.
I'm willing to live the gimmick. I'll go ahead and follow through and get drunk. I'm willing to, I don't want to be phony or anything like that. Question of the day.
It's a good one.
It's a good one?
I think so.
Okay.
It's probably an awful one.
Okay.
What is a what might have been that still haunts you?
Ooh, okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be sports, but I'm thinking sports.
Damn it.
Oh, wow. There's one. If there's ever been an indicator of an answer.
I bet I know Seth.
When the first word is, oh, God, you know it's going to be a good one.
Is yours the Tennessee Titans back in 1999? Like, they're not being able to beat them?
No. It was when I was trying to figure out whether I still wanted to play football anymore. I was coming off an ACL injury.
Oh, my God, Seth. Yes.
In 2011, remember that, or excuse me, 2007, remember that year, I went up and I visited the Giants, and Tom Coughlin told me, listen, we know you're coming off a knee injury. I don't even expect you to play. I don't want you to play until after you start off the season on PUP, you're going to rehab, and we'll plan on bringing you out midway through the season. And I was like, I'll think about it. I don't know. And I decided to go somewhere where I'd have a more realistic chance of starting. Lo and behold, my knee was completely shot. But I'd also been rehabbing on my own by the time I got signed during training camp. And then the Giants went on to win the Super Bowl that year. And I don't know. Maybe I would have played, maybe I wouldn't. But Coughlin would have honored his word, and I would have been on the roster on the PUP. Plus, I would have been doing rehab with a team the entire time and everything. So I consciously decided not to go to a team that would go on to win the Super Bowl that year.
Oh, that's how did I forget that one?
What kind of ring guy do you think you would be, Seth?
Like as far as how would I wear it and everything?
Yeah.
I don't think I would wear it all that often. Mostly because I'd be afraid that I'd lose it.
Mm-hmm. Would you strut around Radio Row as with the label now Super Bowl champion?
Well, I wouldn't
doing
try
interviews?
to, but that's what the first thing they see during Super Bowl week. That's what they're like. Oh, hey, come on and tell us what's it like preparing for a Super Bowl and everything.
And for the that was a Giants team that beat the greatest team of all time. Also, like there's certain Super Bowl team. I feel like I'm making Seth feel worse.
You are.
That's right. We're helping. Yeah.
And
the worst too. Jason Bell is a guy who had been with the Texans who was on that Giants team, and I love Jason Bell. And Jason Bell was like, I talked to him briefly as I was kind of thinking about it, and Jason Bell was like, "Oh yeah, man, come on, like seriously, it would be good. We need your veteran presence, et cetera, et cetera." So I was just like, nah. I'm gonna,
selling you, huh? He was selling you.
Nah.
Mine actually, I'll do this quick. Mine actually involves Tom Coughlin as well.
Mm-hmm.
You also were going to sign to the 2007.
Believe it or not, they needed a kicker, and they just mistook me for the actual kicker in my family. But no, my brother was the kicker on the 1993 Notre Dame team that beat Florida State, went to number 1 in the country. The very next week, it was the last week of the regular season. All they had to do is beat Boston College and they go to the national championship game, probably win a ring. In that game, they fell behind by like 20. They had this furious comeback in the fourth quarter, took the lead by 1 point, and there was a ball that Glenn Foley was the quarterback of BC, played in the NFL for a little while. Coughlin's involved because he coached that Boston College team. Glenn Foley threw a ball right at Pete Bursage's face mask. Middle linebacker, he's the color commentator for the Vikings now, and he dropped it. And BC got a new life, and they went on that drive, went down, kicked a field goal. If he intercepts that ball, they're taking knees and going to the national championship. That one hurts me personally, not just because of Notre Dame, but my brother was on the team. That would have been really cool. My brother would have gotten a ring. So that's a close.
A lot of rings involved.
A lot of rings. Yeah.
But what I do love about this ring circumstance is I think you'd be the other ring guy. Just like, especially if it's not yours, like having access to a ring that's not yours, or just like something of value.
He'd wear his brother's ring.
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
I would borrow it all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the way you should do it.
My brother was an athlete on campus while I was there for 2 years. He played on the soccer team, but I stole his stuff all the time and wore it around like I was on the soccer team. Totally. All right, boys. Have a great show.
Thanks,
Seth. Man. Antibodies to you, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies to you. And let's enjoy the news of Nick Chubb signing. Likely about 3 minutes into John and Reginald.
Coming in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Right.
Have fun with it, guys.
Yeah,
I'm saying, for the listeners, I don't know that that's happened. It's just the way it tends to work out.
That's right. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Start the week of radio for ourselves is, if Seth is still listening, at any point, if that news breaks and you would like to talk about it.
Yeah.
Free ring.
Yeah.
Free
Can
ring.
I get back on?
Yeah, just pop right back on.
Yeah.
I'm here. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Excellent.
What do you got, Seth?
Oh, all right. I heard my name, and I was like, oh, you guys want to talk? I'll talk. What's that? But then I heard what you said. Yes, if Nick Chubb, I can come on at any point during this show. My schedule is open, yes.
Yeah, we know you have nothing else to do with your life, certainly.
And if you also, at any other point, if you want to hear the story about the birthday party I went to this weekend, I can tell you that, too.
Oh, well, now we have to eventually.
I'm very intrigued by that. I'm not going to lie.
I'll see you guys later after Caserio chooses to give you the breaking news.
That's right. I appreciate you for that. But yeah, no, we're on watch. We are on watch. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. When you put it like that, Sean Pendergast, as he is furiously putting his stuff away to go and speak to the masses, because that's the type of person that he is. He made sure to point out the dichotomy that is Sean Pendergast in full collared shirt. He says, you're on Chubb watch. The man.
Some of us are always on Chubb watch.
Yeah, and there it is. That is John Lopez, the OG. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, getting you going on a Monday. And you here via the text line 713-572-4610 and the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch.
Had to wake her up on a Monday.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, we are on Nick Chubb watch as yesterday things got really and early Sunday with Jeremy Fowler giving us this level of insight that involves the Texans. if you don't mind, here, Fig, which I realize that I set you up improperly.
You set me up to fail, man.
I'm sorry. But I immediately took responsibility. I got it, though. Culpability. This is Jeremy Fowler.
Nick Chubb, free agent, one of the top free agent names still out there. I was told that he's hoping to sign here soon, and maybe he gets something done before minicamp, gets into a team, 4-time Pro Bowler. The return to Cleveland's not totally off the table from what I'm told, but probably unlikely because of their draft plans. They drafted multiple running backs. I'm told Houston could be one to watch here. They've been looking at that running back market, maybe adding somebody with Joe Mixon.
Wow.
Not just one to watch.
That's wow.
The one to watch is, you started with that on early Sunday, and it just kept going to the point where we got confirmation that he'll be in the building today for a level of workout and
if the physical go right.
And that is what the reporting has been, Figgy. If the physical goes right, you could have a whole nother running back on this Texas team. Do you like it? Are you good? You in on the Nick Chubb experience here for the Texans this year?
Not to avoid the question, but this is where...
But you're going to avoid
the question.
I'm about to avoid the question.
It's Monday, baby.
Stand on that fence.
But I think you guys are in the same boat, if I can speak for you without even knowing what you're thinking.
You can't. Okay.
This is where you kind of become somewhat existential. What does it mean? What does it mean? That was the first thing that popped into my head.
Are you making him Schrodinger's Nick Chubb?
Yeah, it's like, what does it all mean? Who are we? Like, really, who are we?
What is existence?
You have to interpret it however you want. I think he's healthy. How do you know that? They're pending an exam today.
Yeah, that's what the physical's there for.
Yeah. He could be great for this room. Maybe he's going to be the 2 in the 1-2 punch. How do you know that? Maybe he's just going to be insurance. How do you know that? Maybe they're kicking the tires. How do you know that? There are so many questions about Nick Chubb until we see him on the field. Now, a big thing is going to be if he passes that physical to the Tech, because they're going to go deep in, on what he's got. That wasn't me. That was you.
What?
That was you.
What are you talking about?
Figgy, you saw that look.
What happened?
You saw that look.
What, I can't look now?
Yeah, not like that. Not like that.
All right. Okay. I didn't even say the things. I just...
Yeah, okay. You just gave... sometimes
I thought that was restraint. All I gave was a quick side-eye to Fig. That's all
But we
it was.
are on YouTube.
All right.
Yeah, but we are on YouTube. Seriously, like it's going to be a very much a deep dive into his health.
All right, so
we'll put it that way.
Do we want to ask the questions then?
What does it mean?
Let's go. What does it mean is really an interesting one, because I think we're trying to figure out what this run game is looking like. I mean, we've gotten little hints, and I think I started coming around pretty strong to the idea that there's going to be at least, if not entirely, at least a significant amount of like more of a gap scheme based approach running back wise, especially or running wise. Especially when you look at the size of the linemen that this team has and the ways in which last year when, with the reporting or the scuttlebutt that we had that, guys kind of got to Bobby a little later to try and mix things up to where we saw on the later principles. It was, part of the reasons why Dameon Pierce had a fantastic game at the end of the season and everything. Like, it feels like that fits more with what this offensive line seems to be made up as. And if you are to trust Nick Caley, which I think you should at the very least, what he's saying up front, they're going to try and, suit or tailor rather the offense to what these guys can do, which we've seen, more of those gap scheme type things running the football. That feels like something that, Nick Chubb could flourish in. However, I think that felt like something that Dameon Pierce could flourish in.
Exactly.
And it does make me wonder, like, what do they have? Have they reached a point where they have some level of questions and concerns about Dameon Pierce?
What does it mean? I keep going back to, could Dameon Pierce be on the trade block?
Assuming that Nick Chubb is signed, because there's still a lot of questions. Does he pass this physical, right? I guess the money is probably less of a thing, especially with, if you are to believe Diana Rossini, who covers this league very well for The Athletic, saying that, there are other teams that have had more, I guess, robust offers out there on the table. So, if he was to sign here, I can't imagine that it's about the money or what have you, right? More incentive-laden contract, all that. We can circle back around to that. But yeah, it feels like that would absolutely be an opportunity to then send Dameon Pierce, a dude who I imagine teams around the league saw the rookie year. We're not too far removed from that. You've seen that in a certain scheme fit that he could still produce in that. Like, maybe there'd be somebody that would want those services, and I can easily see that. It would have to be. That would have to be on the table, because you just drafted Woody Marks, right? You have another. depending on how Milwaukee for what they were doing, that's a 5-man running back room, and there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way you could roster that. I don't even know if there's ways that you can maybe make this so that you could, stash a couple of those guys on a practice squad. You would have to make some serious decisions, and he would be the odd man out because it's not like you're getting rid of no Joe Mixon.
Right, and could it mean, back to that point, he's sort of a Trent Brown type running back as Trent Brown is to the offensive line. Maybe we get something out of him, but even if we don't, veteran, been around, Woody Marks is on this team, certainly could be a fallback plan, that type stuff. So, again, it's a total cop-out from what you originally asked, but I don't think there's anything but a total cop-out until you find out some of these questions.
Yeah, and I mean, we can keep asking those as we go here from the 409 on the text line. Again, get involved, 713-572-4610. Are you saying CJ not throwing and now looking for a new running back is a sign of trouble? Question mark?
Well, I don't know
Upwards
about that.
inflection?
I don't know about that.
Okay, so you're not willing to go there. But, I mean, I guess if
they're going to be running the ball 40 times a game.
Look, if you do end up signing Nick Chubb and assuming best case scenario, which I think we have to play the other side of this of what is possibly worst case scenario. Shout out to B. Scott for asking that question on Twitter earlier today. But best case scenario, if you get a Nick Chubb that is able to be third down back, able to give you some more of that power that obviously Joe Mixon has to some degree, but then also it's just Nick Chubb, at least historically, has had a greater degree of that.
Yeah.
Does it not feel like you are leaning yourself into being even more of what you would think is a defensive head coach's dream, which is run the damn ball and being able to do that consistently? And how would that then Stroud, we were kind of anticipating being really on top of all of the things that's happening and maybe having more leeway to throw the ball more?
Well, I think they're going to run the ball a lot, maybe a lot more than we've even seen. So that's definitely a possibility. Could it be that you kind of alluded to this? They feel pretty good about Woody Marks, and that's hence Damian Pierce might be expendable, and you have the veteran back there and see what he has. And by the way, you do have to realize what his injury was. It was bad. In 2023, it was
which one?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, there's
the 2023 one was the worst.
It was a blowout.
And we saw it out on live television, too.
MCL, ACL,
meniscus
as well. And then he had a foot thing last year.
Yes, broke his foot.
Yeah.
At one point last year as well. That was what ended his season early.
8 games. I think 3 touchdowns, 300 and something yards, if memory serves. But maybe they feel like if he passes, they've seen enough. If he passes their physical, then all things are good. So it's long story short, I like kicking the tires. I like the crapshoot aspect of this because you might pan gold, and even if you don't, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think this is where we bring up the question that I think D. Scott asked on Twitter. Of course, we'll talk to D. Scott tomorrow, as we often do on Tuesdays. But what's the worst case scenario in this?
Really, the worst case scenario doesn't hurt you. Worst case scenario is he ain't it. It's not there, and you
find that out in camp, probably.
And you find that out in camp, and you're back where you belong. You can have 5 running backs in camp,
especially or contract situation with him is incentive laden. You're not out too much. You probably don't. I mean, you've got salary cap to play with right now.
Yeah.
And if you do not, if you operate in such a place, you're not going to have a lot of dead money. I'm certain. I think it feels like maybe the absolute worst case scenario is that you do commit to him and then it ends up not necessarily working as well after you've traded one of these other running backs that you have depth-wise in your running back room. Like maybe Damian Pierce goes somewhere and then he's really productive and you go, oh, man, that's tough, right? And he, Nick Chubb, or maybe he performs and then he gets hurt again in a way that feels like it's, falls in line with an injury-prone nature or whatever. And that feels like small. That feels like relatively small, all things considered, because you still have your level of Joe Mixon. You still have Woody Marks, who is a young running back. So at the very least, even if you're running with that tandem, I think I feel good about it. The thing for me, though, is I don't know that there's high risk. I also don't know that there's actually high reward.
Well, I think there could be. I mean, if he's 100% healthy, what is he, 29? That's on the brink.
What kind of 29 we talk about here with the running back?
Got bad wheels.
Like
had bad wheels.
He could be a Derrick Henry 29.
Yeah.
I sincerely don't think so, especially because one of the things that one of the kind of mysteries of Derrick Henry, you that big, that strong, that many yards, and you ain't had taken really that many injuries with Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Can't really say that with Nick Chubb. And, of course, I hate to be the dude who's dinging a dude for having injuries.
It was only the last 2 years, though, man. He was going strong before that injury against Pittsburgh.
But it was those 2 years. No, that's a valid point. But I think you're right. Worst case scenario is Dameon Pierce. You move on from him. He does pretty good somewhere, and ultimately those injuries catch up to Nick Chubb if he's in your rotation. But there is this, whether it's Woody Marks and some combination of Woody Marks and Nick Chubb or whomever, Joe Mixon is still going to be carrying that. This is basically the give Joe Mixon a break type running back, at least going into the season.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I wanted to bring up in somewhat because I talked about I don't know what necessarily the upside is that high. Looking at the games that he did play last year, like you mentioned, 8 games, had 3 touchdowns. When you're talking about, and here we go, I know that you're gonna roll your eyes, but I think some of these stats that you start looking at for to look at in depth of what he was doing, especially if you could try and take out whatever the offensive line was. He was not the Nick Chubb of old. Now, of course, that's somewhat to be expected coming off of a significant injury. How much do you think that he's able to bounce back, another year after that significant injury, but with another significant injury being a foot break? His rush yards over expected were negative. He underperformed what expectation was for his season amount of carries over the season. And on top of that, I saw someone ask, is British Brooks still on the roster? He is, and interestingly enough, it's funny that you bring up his name because British Brooks, when it comes to yards after contact per attempt, had the same number of yards after contact per attempt for Nick Chubb. So when you talk about maybe big yardage back type guy, I don't know that you're getting more of what, if even in that space, another man coming off an injury, but is here and I imagine is likely cheaper or what have you. So again, I acknowledge that this is a guy coming off of a really significant, as you mentioned, knee injury, MCL, ACL, meniscus, all of that in that injury that he was recovering from last season, and then he had another injury that admittedly is a break and is not the same kind of soft tissue, what have you. But I don't know that what we had previously seen of Nick Chubb, which was phenomenal, is still there. Is that necessary for this to be a worthwhile selection?
I also feel you need to recognize that last year he was just coming off of that blowout.
Right.
This year he's 2 years removed, and the foot injury you have to figure is one of those, as you mentioned, that's not ligaments and stuff and strain on the joint and all that. It was a foot injury, it was a broken foot. Or whatever it was. I think it was broken.
No, it was broken.
And can be healed, and you're back to 100%. So now 2 years removed. As Figgy pointed out, it's not that long ago that he was averaging 5 yards a carry. It was a little over 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I think last year, too, the Browns had a really bad offensive line, too. Their offensive line wasn't good last year. So that could be something. If he's behind a really good offensive line, maybe that could change. Maybe I'm not saying you're going to get that Pro Bowl Nick Chubb, but maybe you could get a decent Nick Chubb.
Maybe. I just don't know that the high side of this is nearly as large because one of the things also expected points added when it comes to his rushing. Pretty damn low. Along the lines of what Javonte Williams gave in his games running the football. It was worse. It was worse than that modern Ezekiel Elliott, and I think Ezekiel Elliott actually could be some level of tell for us here because that was a dude who was a really great running back.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
I imagine that we're getting a little bit of insight on this. John Lopez, do the honors.
Somebody alert Seth Payne. Nick Chubb is signing a 1-year deal with the Texans per rap sheet. And
Ian Rappaport, that is.
Ian Rappaport.
It's not just some person named Rap Sheet.
So we'll keep you up to date on that when it becomes officially official, but at least one reporter now has him signing with the Texans for 1 year.
All right, so we're going down this path.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit more about it on the other side?
We can.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you didn't catch the OG talking just in that moment, I was about to call him Mark Ingram because somebody texted in. He's going to be way better than Mark Ingram. I can tell you that. That's Halston on the YouTube page. Let's hope so because Nick Chubb, formerly of the Cleveland Browns, has a couple of injuries that he's coming off of, but Nick Chubb is going to sign a 1-year deal with your Houston Texans to make that running back room another man deeper. Let's talk about what are we expecting from this, what are we hoping to see out of this, and let's see if we can get Seth Payne back on the horn. Let's do all that next.
A friendly suggestion: don't have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Attitula.
And that
always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports League. Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Attitula, Figgy Fig. On a Monday, hope you're having a good Monday. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams both on the Twitch page and on the YouTube page. And I got a question for you here.
Yeah.
What kind of penance does the OG John Lopez deserve? Because
for what?
This man read the internet wrong.
Oh, man, you got.
He didn't get got. He just read the internet wrong.
Yeah. No.
And so,
did you read something from yesterday?
Like,
technically, it was accurate.
So he read something from earlier this morning from Yahoo Sports that said that that Nick Chubb would sign pending his physical.
Nothing to see here.
You said official, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Official.
That's what I'm saying.
And we played the breaking news.
That's what I'm saying.
It was breaking news sounder anyway. It was worthy.
All right,
Nick Chubb.
Nah, you're doing a lot of coping here. There's a lot of cop and pleas happening right here, John Lopez.
Hey, is it not news?
No, literally.
No, it's not news if we were already talking about the news.
So I have to be honest and say that it is not official.
Yeah.
I'm sure people perked up and everything.
Right? Like people were ready. People were ready.
I'll do 2 push-ups.
You don't get to determine this. 713-572-4610. What does Lopez get for reading the internet wrong?
Technically, it was accurate in terms of the report and a reputable outlet. I'm saying technically it's accurate.
Because he's not officially signed.
Accurate.
That's why.
Accurate account.
That's why.
Reputable.
Buddhist man. Like, you know what happened? This man got once, or almost got once, via his email about his, what was the bank account or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Getting hacked and all that stuff. Yeah.
He's losing the tech savvy. It's going. I see it. It's going.
The age is showing.
It is. It's John Lopez.
I like that. Actually, I like that. I mean, I hate it for me.
Yeah. No, but I and circling back to it's not Lopez. That is you. To Nick Chubb. And no, so set the still out of the pocket. We're not gonna get him here until it's absolutely solidified. But we had some questions, and did you have more questions with when it comes to the Nick Chubb thing? Because I think some of the things that the guys in the morning show were actually talking about also the experience that he probably brings to this, right? Like the experience that he brings to that room, and then the idea of Joe Mixon. How much of this does this feel like the idea of having somebody that could play at the highest level if Joe Mixon gets injured?
We raised questions, right? And I think valid, in terms of what are the possibilities of coming off the injury, all that. You just heard us talking about that. And I'm sure those are questions that people have as well. But what if, what if?
To me,
even if he's just 70% of the time shows us, 60% of the time shows us what he was.
I think this is a better what if than.
I agree. I think I agree.
Yeah, I think if you do hit on Nick Chubb, then it's like, damn, that's to me, I think that's better than hitting on Cam Akers.
Oh, you mean like the high end possibility of it?
Yeah, I think that's a bigger high end because it's pretty. To me, I look at it as the same thing. It's just kind of kicking the tires on a running back. If it don't work out, then you ain't
no harm, no foul.
Yeah, you ain't spend a bunch of money on him or a bit time draft pick or something like that.
Right.
No, I think so. One of the things I was, yesterday when this kind of started bubbling up, I jumped on and started looking at, some of his runs during that period where he actually played last year. And one of the things that I think popped up for me is, you see him obviously in gap scheme type stuff, but you see him in zone type stuff. He feels like he's comfortable doing both of those things, which is not something that you can reasonably say with Dameon Pierce. I do feel like one of the things that we were talking about is it feels like this could be the year that Dameon Pierce puts back together and you get a better iteration of him, more akin to what you saw rookie year for him. However, that does seem like it feels like the book is out on him in that, it's going to be scheme dependent. And I don't know. I do wonder what that means for Nick Haley, who, yes, we know he has a firm rooting in that, Patriots gap scheme type run. But the idea of like bringing out the zone as well, like any team, even teams that are like largely or that are pretty much gap scheme teams, they're going to bring out some zone concepts. And it feels like he does not do as well in those zone concepts in a way that I think Nick Chubb, like you said, the best play out of him.
Well, and the other part about this that is already good, depending on how he performs, is I was just telling Reggie during the break for game, that dude was beloved in Cleveland.
He is the perfect type of player that will play for this
That's
type
where
of
I'm going.
This dude, it's funny because it's kind of a media thing because he really don't say much. He's very quiet. He's not the fire. There's no fireworks in his press conference. He's just like straightforward. And I was listening to his mic'd up not that long ago. Dude don't be saying nothing on the field, man. All you hear is, that's all you. He don't say no trash talking or anything, but he is beloved. He's like the perfect type of player you will want on your team.
And as a player, has that example type swarm.
No diva type stuff,
but violent. Obviously just goes and goes and goes. Adds on runs, yards after carry, all that stuff. If healthy. If healthy and those legs are back. So,
yeah, that's the big if though. Is like not just healthy, but like also how productive is he in his health? Like obviously he looks good, but looking good and playing good at the football level, especially at that running back position where he's had a lot of that wear and tear. You've used up a lot of the yards in that player. Like what does it look like? I'm interested to see what it is. But I mean, again, it feels like a low risk, but I also don't know that it's a super high reward proposition. I do think that it's just an interesting one, especially adding into that. But who do you think ends up getting the short end of the stick on that sign? And he makes it through camp, and that is the guy that you want in there. Do you think that there's any? I mean, obviously we talked about the idea of Dameon Pierce possibly being traded, but like even then, are you keeping full running backs on the roster outside of talking about a fullback that probably makes it?
I think it's obvious. If he makes it and he's impressive, you're not going to – obviously, Woody Marks isn't going anywhere. Jaire Alexander is not going anywhere. That leaves Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. So who does that leave out?
You certain that Darie's not going anywhere?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't sign that in pen. I don't know about that.
Love him. And special teams and a little bit, if insurance in the backfield and when I say special teams, I mean like every special team.
Right.
Yeah, everything. So, yeah, it's always a possibility they can find a way to part ways with Daire. But right now, I think the more secure on this roster is Daire and Gumbawale than Dameon Pierce, and that says a lot.
So, I mean, are you in a place where, at this point, the running back competition, if Nick Chubb does indeed sign, it is Chubb versus Dameon Pierce, and whoever has, I guess, I don't even know, like the bar would be as long as Chubb looks viable, really. It just feels like it's a him versus him proposition.
Yeah.
I was going to say whoever looks more viable gets the spot, but if both of them look viable, then I think that there's probably
Tie
more.
goes to Chubb?
Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like that's the case? Even though, I guess, you could think logically the younger guy who is probably, well, I was like, I don't know if he's on a better contract by any means, but like the younger guy who you might have more runway with would probably be Nick would be the one that you probably give deference to and then utilize Dameon Pierce in order to get more value.
I think if healthy and you see it and you know it, because they're the ones that are going to be around him every day. Nick Chubb has done so much more. I mean, there's so much more of a resume there. You have the rookie year and he is younger, but Chubb has gone year in, year out. If he's healthy again, you got to figure they're gonna lean toward him.
Going back to the Daire thing, the thing I wanted to bring up is there any chance in your mind that you view Woody Marks as possibly stepping into that role? Because I mean, it comes from, in my mind, like the idea of a third down pass catching running back, which it feels like Woody Marks absolutely is. Like the possibility of him stepping in to some of those other special teams roles. Obviously not backup kicker, right? But I mean, I don't know that. Can we keep using that as the thing?
That's a reach, isn't it?
I was like, can we keep using that as a thing for real?
Once in a generation.
Oh, you can't get rid of him because he's a backup kicker?
Yeah, that's
it's fun to say.
Big ask.
I'm not going to lie. It is fun to bring up every time, but we can't keep using that. Like, is there any chance in your mind that you end up with like Woody Marks being the next generation of Dare in this.
There's a possibility there. And, oh, by the way, another text about British Brooks. I think British Brooks is just going to be a fullback, or they're trying to make him a fullback. So I don't know how much he would fall into that category as well. Even if he was a running back, he'd be down the list.
Yeah, and I think that all of that remains to be seen, and thankfully there's opportunity to see it. Mandatory minicamp starts this week, and it seems like maybe, just maybe, you might have Nick Chubb in tow with all of that. 713, mix and marks, Chubb and either Damian, Dare, or Brooks, question mark, just like we were talking about. It does feel like Brooks is probably the same regime. It'll be interesting to see, like, well, I guess in a way it is largely the same regime, but the man at the top of the offense is a different person. So it'll be interesting to see if that shifts at all, the way that this moves, the way that this goes. As soon as we get the first depth charts as well, it'll be interesting to see that as well. But yeah, we are still on Nick Chubb watch.
It'd be fun to watch him in camp, though.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, if nothing else, that is a great point.
Yeah.
Like just another topic to talk about during camp is going to be fun.
Yeah, I think I said it when we was kind of kicking this topic around before. I'm like, man, it'd be good to see him out there.
Oh heck yeah.
Just an opportunity for I still remember what it felt like seeing Joe Mixon get out there, and it's like, oh, okay.
Oh man, I remember the first day we saw
play
him.
Wasn't it the wheel right out there? There's like, hey, just chuck that up to Joe over there.
I was like,
this is different.
Yeah.
This is different. So yeah, man, it looks like maybe, just maybe, the Texans will have another running back to kick around and to play with Nick Chubb. Somebody said, why would either party sign this contract if they didn't think he could play? We'll see. We'll see. And I mean, it starts with. Well, I mean, and that's really why is to find out and have an opportunity to see and have, I guess, in a way, the right of first refusal in some ways. You sign him up, give him an opportunity, see what it looks like, and if it's viable, then you go with it. That's the beauty of this time of year. You're figuring some things out. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is getting to our question of the day. Inspired by Forrest Whitley, who the Astros are set to let go of. Once again, what might have been that haunts you to this day? Teams or individuals? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Coach Demeanor.
testimonials. Exclusive.
Prices Live. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Time to get into the question of the day as we await news on whether or not Nick Chubb's physical is passed, as it seems like that's the only barrier for whether or not Nick Chubb ends up signing up.
When if it don't pass?
That would be
We
something.
doing all this wasting time.
Well,
talking about the what ifs and all that.
We would have another breaking news sounder. That's for dang sure.
All right. Question of the day, actually inspired by a little bit of baseball. Forrest Whitley looks like it's going to be a what could have been type situation with him, because he's not going to make it here with the Astros, even though the stuff continues to be something that's like it's there, just kind of never all came together for him for the Astros. So in honor of that, what is a what might have been situation that haunts you to this day? Teams or individuals? 713-572-4610.
Well, I have a couple, but really just on Forrest Whitley, you know, kind of the genesis of this question of the day. 9 years, man. 9 years we've been waiting. In 9 years, it looked like he might. Yes, he might. No, he won't. And did finally get up to the major league, so I'm happy for him for that. But one of the more incredible kind of what-if stories that were out there. And keep in mind, 2016 is when he got drafted. Imagine the
first
what-if.
Rounder.
Imagine the, first rounder. And imagine
with
the
all
what-if.
the fanfare of it, too. He wasn't just the first rounder if you just didn't, nobody knew about him. I mean, you had real nice about the idea of Forrest Whitley being one of them ones, and ultimately it just doesn't come to fruition after. And it's not like it didn't come to fruition because they didn't put enough effort and time into it.
Or he wasn't good enough.
That's true.
He was good enough.
Yeah.
And that's where I was going with this. It was the injuries, man. Because in 2016, we all know what happened starting in 2017. Imagine if Forrest Whitley had not had those injuries and was a part of this rotation for the last 9 years. I mean, that's a big what if. The one for me, and you can talk individuals or teams or moments or whatever. The boys this morning had some good ones. Kind of the butterfly effect of a dropped interception for Sean Pendergast would have been not just a national championship for Notre Dame, but a national championship for his brother. Which is
and an opportunity to walk around with a ring.
Yeah,
even if it's short, even if it's not yours, you're close enough to get it, man.
And Seth, basically being recruited and damn near begged by Tom Coughlin to join the New York Giants the year they won the Super Bowl, and he said, "Nah, I'm good." Mine is obviously, there's a bunch, that come to mind. Somebody mentioned J.R. Richard. I mean, think about that. What if had he not had that moment? Mine, in terms of college football. So in 2012, the Aggies played their first ever SEC game against Florida, and Johnny Manziel played his first ever game, period, as a freshman, a redshirt freshman. They lost 20-17 in a really close game. They proceeded to win 11 out of 12 games and beat the ever living. They were ranked 10 or 11 or something like that in the Cotton Bowl.
National title.
They win that first game. Nobody won, and you even though you're an Aggie hater, kind of, sort of, maybe sometimes.
Damn, are you?
He just gives me a hard time.
I can be that.
There's always a little truth behind those. But anyway.
Shout out to A&M.
Nobody wanted to play them.
No.
Nobody wanted to play them.
No, I mean that team really made Nick Saban switch up to his get down.
Yeah,
like the idea of the small mobile quarterback was a huge hole in Nick Saban's game plan. It was like, all right, well, we just got to change the way we play.
Yeah,
which kind of facilitated all of that. So
one more play in the opener, and they perhaps win the national championship.
That is a fair kind of what
that would sound like it hurt too.
I'm sure.
Oh, it did.
It's got to be.
It did.
From the 832 on the text line, Andre Hall or Lonnie Ballantyne, what could have been? Do you feel that way on
not with those guys.
Andre Hall?
Yeah, and Lonnie Ballin. Not with those guys.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. Yeah. Somebody said talking what ifs. We talking what ifs, not practice. Practice tomorrow, friend. There's no practice right. Although there could be something.
Get back
to
football, guys.
There could be something happening in that building that could get us to that place. From the 713, if Matt Schaub doesn't fracture his foot against Tampa Bay on the QB.
Oh, that's another good one.
That was one of those ones that I was thinking about because that felt like a really, really good football team that absolutely was like the cream of the AFC at the time.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, mine is if Joe Burrow actually got a chance at Ohio State. If they actually gave him a strong chance. I know he was going to get some dogs, but
rather than Justin Fields.
Yeah, what if they just go play?
Well, he won at LSU.
Yeah, he didn't have all the weapons that he had at LSU. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he would have won at Ohio State.
Yeah, at least one. Yours, you were a baby. How old were you in '98?
I was 6 years old.
Yeah, Kansas State.
Yeah.
Aggies beat them, and it was very much an upset.
But I didn't care about Kansas State at that point. You know what I mean? So, like, that one doesn't hit me in the same way. All right, so this was one I was thinking about, which isn't quite a what would have been as opposed to just like a what if that I started thinking about. Because, I mean, and this is where I can end up being a little bit of an Aggie hater. I did go to high school in the Austin area. So, like, you know, being around all that. I have frequently heard Longhorn fans kind of do things, and I'm certain you've heard them too. If Colt McCoy hadn't gotten hurt in that, what was it, 08 or was it 09 Rose Bowl versus Alabama, like they would have won it. And I don't necessarily disagree.
I don't necessarily disagree, but it still would have been a big ask against that team.
I thought that team could have absolutely beaten Alabama. That's the first of like obviously a long run of Alabama dominating. Not saying that Alabama does not become the team that they are, but I do wonder, does that at all change the landscape of the way that, because that opened the door of the Alabama dynasty that we came to know at that point in time under Nick Saban. Like, I do wonder, does it end up looking the same if they don't win that very first one?
Talk about butterfly effect.
Right. Like, I do wonder just how much, because that obviously proof of concept, like we're here in this way, obviously playing in that championship was, I mean, probably enough, right, to validate that and to help the recruiting on its way, along with all of the want to at the university. In my mind, I was like, does it look a little different if Texas actually wins that one? Also, does Texas go the other way where they go, hey, we can continue doing this. We continue to recruit in a better way than, they kind of fell on. Although I do think that some of that was Mac Brown getting older or what have you and kind of missing on some things. But does that national championship changing hands in that particular game?
How about Texter says 2019 Astros? That last game.
Oh, yeah.
That last game.
Yeah.
Then you're talking 3 World Series.
Do you think, and I hate to be the person who's thinking about the haters in this case, but do you think that changes the conversations around the Astros in 2017? Not necessarily changes the conversation, but quiets it down.
Nah.
Because it's not, right now you have the 2022. If you have 19 and 2022.
That's where it would have changed.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you have both of these that you go, all right, what can you say about these 2 championships right here?
I agree with that. Like had they won in 2019, it still would have been blowing and going in 20 and 21. Then you back it up with a 22, and you have 3.
I feel like the 17 and 19 were so close together, though. Like, no matter what was out there,
you're right.
People would have still been saying, oh, what about 2019? And all that stuff. Even though I disagree with that, but people still going to always have that conversation.
And Chris Paul didn't pull that hammy?
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I didn't even want. I didn't feel comfortable bringing that up because that felt like bad juju. But that's clearly one of those. Like, that was a team that was constructed all through the Morey tenure to beat that Warriors team, and it felt like, hey, we finally found the recipe. And then it was just the hamstring, because you had them on the ropes.
Yeah.
You had them.
Yeah,
you had them on the ropes. Like,
Yeah.
that felt like that was the championship. That probably. I was like, does that Warriors see? Because, I mean, obviously they went and won, but then when I thought that they had closed it, they came back and won. What was that, in 2022? Was it
22, yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, so they still have some of this juju in there, even though I thought the door had closed. So I don't know that necessarily losing the Rockets there would have stopped all of the remainder of it.
Yeah.
But at the very least, it had gotten the Rockets a championship, and I'm here for that.
How about T-Mac and Yao playing together?
that was
Yao
one of the
getting hurt
ones.
against the Lakers in Los Angeles. What about individuals? Because they're like Forrest Whitley. We're like, damn, if it wasn't for this or that, they're talking about those individual moments and injuries. I'm talking about like career things. And I go back, and some people may not remember his name. I thought Roy Tarpley was going to be an absolute monster, like one of the best ever. And drugs got him.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, obviously, another one who drugs got from the 832, Len Bias, is just one of the all-time, what could have been. Because, I mean, greatest player in Maryland basketball history. Like, he's up there when you talk about ACC basketball, which is kind of crazy to think about because ACC basketball has historically had a lot of really great players. I mean, it felt like that he was going to come in and dominate the league. Of course, you can't say that for certain, but yeah, a day after he gets drafted is when he passed away. It's kind of wild to think about. I think there's a lot of kind of NBA ones that I think about, guys that dealt with a whole bunch of nagging injuries. One of them being, oh my goodness, and of course I get there, dude who played for the Portland Trailblazers,
Brandon Roy.
Brandon Roy.
That's who I always think about, man.
Because he felt like he was absolutely.
He was a monster.
Somebody said, what if Reggie Bush never had that lateral, or never lateraled that football route?
Oh yeah, they were going to be up 2 touchdowns, something like that. Maybe more than that.
What if Peyton Manning actually signed with the Houston Texans?
There it is.
That's it. That's a real good one. Yeah.
You think they win it?
That would have changed a lot.
That first year more so than the second. Because he was the good
first year. He was
good the first year.
Yeah, would he throw like 40 touchdowns or something? The first
it was a lot.
He was going crazy. That second year was different.
That's the problem. I can't get that second year out of that. Where I started calling.
That's when Brock Osweiler had to kind of help him a little bit.
Yeah, I completely changed his name in my mind. I was like, that's not Peyton. I know what Peyton looks like. I started calling him Williams Manning at that point just because it was so problematic. It was. What was that? 55 touchdowns in 2013.
That was insane. That was insane, man.
Absolutely.
All right, so this is one that I always will stand on, that nobody in the city of Houston or no Rockets fan would ever switch up. But somebody says, what if the Rockets ultimately did draft Michael Jordan instead of Hakeem?
Yeah, and you know how I feel about that. 6 is more than 2.
Yeah, I'll never trade that one though, because he was uniquely ours. But the one that I think about when you talk about what could have been, I kind of wish that Jordan hadn't retired in those years.
Yeah,
that conversation. I saw Vernon Maxwell get asked this on All the Smoke, and he was like, he wasn't trying to hear this question at all. Like the people that talk about, well, MJ would have won it. I'm like, no, man. Like,
it would have went totally different, man.
That man.
Do you think he would have won 4 in a row?
That man was fatigued.
You think he could have rattled off 4, 5, 6?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
And maybe
he would have lost something.
Maybe it's Homer. I'm like, nah, man. I still believe the Rockets won those championships in that circumstance because of where Hakeem brought that team to at that point. Somebody said, what was the guy for Baylor defensive end? Oh, Sean Oakman, or is that who we're talking about? The big muscly?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that big guy.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I go that place, but I mean, Sean Oakman, at the very least, he looked like a monster in college.
And
that is for damn sure.
Somebody else, just to put a bow on this, on what might have been, just said her name was Sage.
Oh, friend. I appreciate that you took it to that place.
Her
and I
name
want you
was
to know,
Sage.
I feel you. I see you. You can let go of that hurt, friend. You sure can. Texas should have drafted VY in 06. I said what I said. Okay. I see you, Texas.
I was thinking about that one, too.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Man, this team has had some quarterback things.
Yes, it has.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including there's a cornerback who looks like he's going to be on the market. And yes, I know what the question is. Should the Texans? We'll talk about that more next. But before we get there,
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the greatest what might have been situations in honor of the Texans, or the Astros rather, getting ready to releasing Forrest Whitley in order to bring up a man who had a fantastic day for the Astros over the weekend. We'll talk more about the Astros a little bit later as they got a weekend win. But we were talking about those what might have been situations, and you guys brought up a whole bunch of them, including somebody said if the Bears selected Mahomes in 2017 rather than Mitchell Trubisky.
Ooh.
To Pake's a good point that, like, hey man, quarterback situations matter so much, right? Like, obviously the opportunity to sit, but obviously the opportunity to pair Patrick Mahomes with Andy Reid is a big part of that. Does he become Patrick Mahomes in Chicago?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing with the Texans. What if they traded a little bit more to get Patrick Mahomes, jump the Chiefs a little bit
rather than
and what if the Chiefs went with Deshaun Watson instead?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. As far as like the Bears and I'd like to have found out. I would have liked to have found out.
I bet they would have as well. And this is the ultimate one. I mean, maybe the ultimate, maybe not the ultimate. There's a lot of them. But from the 281, they said, what if they were at the game? They promised they'd never talk about a game. But what if Emmanuel Sharp got off that shot for UH versus Florida?
That's a little too soon.
I was like, I get why you didn't want to talk about it. I don't think it's the final shot though. I think that final shot was going to be rushed. It was going to be a little off balance. I think the actual what if is, what if Emmanuel Sharp does not turn that ball over as he's driving to the hoop, maybe a possession or two prior? Because I think if you get in that one, now you can create a little bit more distance and give yourself an opportunity to do this. Like, unfortunately, at that point, you needed a heave, and of course he didn't get it off. But I don't know that I'm leaning on the heave more than I am a nice, good drive to the paint where you have an opportunity at one of the best shots in
anywhere in that final stretch.
Yeah, just anywhere if it looks different.
What if they kept the damn lead? Yeah. How about that one?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. All right, some other let's go around the NFL rather here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I would like to turn to one Ian Rappaport. This is cut 5 here, Fig. Ian Rappaport, who's now this one kind of started coming together this morning as the Green Bay Packers have Jaire Alexander is a cornerback that they've had. He's been really good for them. Obviously, he's dealt with a little bit of injuries, and those injuries kind of led them to do something this morning.
Sources say they have informed Pro Bowl cornerback Jaire Alexander of his release. That is expected to take place today. So after an offseason of wondering and discussions and some trade talks, the Packers are in fact moving on from Jaire Alexander. Remember, this has been one that has been up and down, back and forth for the last several months, actually the last several years. Alexander, a Pro Bowler, one of the more talented cornerbacks in the NFL, has battled some injury issues over the last couple years. Last year, a particularly frustrating one. This offseason, the two sides agreed to explore a potential trade. That trade did not happen before the draft. So at that point, they discussed a potential pay cut, a restructured contract. Could not agree to terms on that either. In the end, the Green Bay Packers opt for a clean break. They're moving on, and now one of the more talented corners in the NFL expected to be available today.
That's a wow moment. That's for dang sure. But, ultimately, 32 fan bases say this. 31 fan bases say the same thing after something like this. Hey, now.
Yeah, hey, that's
now.
interesting.
Hey, now. What about Jaire?
They need to keep him away from Philly. That's all I got.
Well, it's already being mentioned.
Yeah, keep him away from the Eagles, man.
The thing about it for me is, Alexander was mentioned by Ian Rappaport there, he has had some injury issues. I think he played only 7 games in the last couple of seasons. Hasn't played 600 snaps, maybe but once in the last 4 years. But you're not looking at him as a starter. You're looking at him as a depth piece. And I think I would initially go, well, someone is probably looking at him as a starter, and I'm sure someone is. But it seems like there's a lot of teams that might be looking at him as a depth piece, and maybe you'd have an opportunity. The thing that Ian was mentioning in the middle, the idea that the Packers and him could not come to terms, is the part that I think is probably makes this untenable for the Texans. I don't know that the Texans are going to be able to give him the money that it seems like he wants in order to play this season.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also feel there's going to be teams out there, to your first point, that are going to make him a starter. They're going to take that flyer. They're going to take that flyer on him.
He want to start. Yeah. I don't think he want to just be a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he also wants that money, right? Like, I don't think that he leaves Green Bay and he's like, well, now I'm just fine with whatever. I mean, maybe one of these teams picks him up off of like waivers or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that? Now I have to remember if that's actually how this one goes. But ultimately, I don't think that he wants to take a pay cut by any means. Like, I don't think that was the anticipation of having this ultimately happen. But he's really good, really, really good cornerback, really quirky dude as well. Like, I think I remember him. There was like a local news station doing a stand-up outside the stadium where he was running out there talking about the Pack is back and everything. Like, that's one of a numerous kind of situations.
He had some beef with somebody too. Who was it? It was somebody. He was going back. I forgot who it was.
Like, he does very much.
He talk a lot of smack.
Yeah. Yes, he epitomizes the.
Was it Jamar Chase?
Back. That sounds right.
He was talking smack with somebody.
Right. Yeah. So
I'm gonna have to find it.
Look, I would absolutely love throwing that kind of talent in there. I mean, even though he has the injuries, again, I think that you have the particular type of room to be able to sustain that. I just think that the money is going to make that just untenable for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the money and clearly there's going to be a team that wants him as a starter, and Texas can't make that offer.
No. Yeah. From the 504, it's hilarious how the Texans continue to take advantage of the Browns. Well. That is part of one of the big stories of the day is the possibility of the Texans ultimately signing Nick Chubb to the team. Right, he is a free agent. The Browns have been involved. There's been some other teams that have been involved that honestly, according to Diana Rossini, have put up more lucrative offers. But I imagine that this is a very interesting proposition for Nick Chubb. So he's in the building. He's doing a physical and supposedly. All right, so. Earlier today, Lopez had a little bit of a reading the internet wrong. Does this vindicate him? Because this is Ian Rappaport talking about the situation as it exists for the Texans and Nick Chubb. Does this vindicate maybe pulling the trigger a little early on announcing that Nick Chubb's here?
The Houston Texans have agreed to terms with Browns Pro Bowl running back Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb headed to Houston today, actually probably is already there, going to take a physical. Pending this physical, which I assume is going to be fine. He did suffer an injury at the end of last year. That was a long time ago. Pending the results of this physical, Nick Chubb, the long-time a four-time Pro Bowler in Cleveland, who is one of the best running backs over the course of the last decade, is expected to land in Houston. And this one could have gone a couple different ways. Before the draft, the Browns had discussions with Nick Chubb about bringing him back. Those discussions did not land in a deal. They went to the draft. Browns addressed the position in the draft. The door was still open, but the Browns did address the position. The Texans did have a running back spot alongside Joe Mixon, and now they agreed to terms right before mandatory minicamp with Nick Chubb, an incentive-laden deal that should be done and finalized later today.
Sounds like it to me.
Figgy, you get to be the decider.
I think the very end part, because he said should be finalized by today.
Hey, they should be finalized today.
But that's no. Our whole thing was wait till it's finalized.
Have agreed to terms.
All right, so
right out of the
so is it safe to bring on Seth Payne now? Then
I don't know. Is it?
No, you should know. Then, man. No, if it's signed, sealed, delivered,
we got to wait for the physical to make sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's where we are with Nick Chubb. But Ian Rappaport seems the actual.
It's probably going to happen. It's going to happen.
I mean, he said they agreed to terms, waiting on which means this. And he also said he expects him to pass the physical, no problems, which I don't know if I do. You know,
it remains to be seen. It does remain to be seen. The text line Fig seemed to be pointing to the idea that it was Stephon Diggs that Jaire had a level of beef with, as opposed to.
It sure was. It sure was.
Yeah.
Yep. It was.
Fantastic. That would be hilarious if your off seasons you get two. Compete in building. That would be kind of funny. I'm not holding out hope or with bated breath on the idea of Jaire Alexander making his way to the Texans, but he is out there, a cornerback that has been very good, been very opportunistic in his career. Speaking of cornerbacks in that way, Jaylen Ramsey. Have you been following this in the same way? Because I have not mentioned
maybe
this
not the same way.
much.
Maybe you're writing a book. I don't know.
I'm not writing a book, I can tell you that. But I feel like I've not brought this up as much because it's just been kind of in limbo. But Jaylen Ramsey, it does not seem like that man is going to play with Miami Dolphins, as they've kind of had him in this kind of pseudo trade block situation, but no trades have materialized. And we're getting to this time where, I don't know, it feels like it's not as easy to make a trade happen. I feel like teams have kind of spent their money, especially if you want to do a deal where you go and you actually sign a level of extension, what have you. But Jaylen Ramsey is not planning on attending mandatory camp.
That has trade written all over it, of course, right?
And that's what the conversation has been, that they are working to find a trade. Like, don't you think if there was one that
where
would
might
be
he
there,
end up?
I have no good idea, because I feel like if there was one that would be opportunistic or opportune to happen, that we would have some level of like leadings on where this might be, and it feels like there's just nothing percolating for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say somewhere warm. It seems like he's just trying to go somewhere warm.
Funny you say that. It's funny you say. I was just gut tells me L.A. Chargers, Harbaugh.
I was thinking Chargers.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know if he'll go back to the Rams. Maybe I'm not sure. Somewhere warm for sure though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, don't the Chargers, aren't they set when it comes to safeties?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I feel like. It's going to be one of those type situations. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that could be kind of funny. And I guess they could probably stand to have a free safety out there in some ways if Jaylen plays in that way. But yeah, man, that's been a weird one, just kind of seeing hang out there. Some other things around the NFL. I did see this interesting piece. I think it was Warren Sharp put this out here. He put up an accounting of all the plays that generated 25 plus yards last year. Like, I mean, just real explosive plays. First and foremost, do you know where the Texans ranked when it came to this?
Not high, right?
I mean, can you just guess?
Middle.
I'm going to say 15.
17.
17?
I'm going to say 17.
Lopez is indeed closer. So they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, tied for 12th.
Okay.
Most 25-plus yard plays.
And I want to say most of those came later in the year. I remember early in the year we were having discussions about, the explosive plays and all that as part of the Bobby Slowick stuff, But that sounds about right.
And, yeah, Jaylen Ramsey is still playing cornerback. It does feel like he might. I was thinking about him moving safety, but no, you're right. He is still playing cornerback, Rocky. Okay, 39 of those. Can you name the 11 other teams, or I guess the 10 teams that had more explosive 25-plus yard plays than the Houston Texans?
Eagles?
The Eagles were one. 43 of those, mind you.
43?
Yeah, they had 43 compared to the Texans' 39.
Who else, Figgy?
The Bills.
The Buffalo Bills is correct. They had 44 of those.
I mean, some of the usual, not the Chiefs.
Not the
Chiefs.
That is a good one because the Chiefs had only 29. Interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm. I want to say Bears.
The Chicago Bears.
They came on.
I'm going to say no.
No?
The Chicago Bears, as I'm looking for it,
He's still digging, so that's got to be a no.
Did not.
Yeah.
They had 34.
Okay. Who else? What are the top 5?
So the top 5 are as follows.
Lions.
Oh, yeah.
You said the Lions?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Lions ended up, and of course, I can't find it there as soon as I look at it. They actually tied, having as many as the Houston Texans, 39. Okay. So the number one team, far and away, the Baltimore Ravens, had 58 of these plays, 25-plus yards. Next, the San Francisco 49ers, 52, which is kind of interesting when you consider just
that's kind of shocking.
It felt like they had a lot of injuries and everything, that they weren't in that same space. The Green Bay Packers with 49, they were third. Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, why didn't we think of that? Yeah.
And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with 46.
Man,
that's a little shocking.
Is it though? I mean, they came on. They made some big plays, of course.
And also, one thing that's probably not going to have good memories for you is the Indianapolis Colts had one more of these plays. And the reason
that one is surprising to me.
I mean, Alex Pierce, Josh Downs.
Yeah, but still,
they had a lot of those big plays. But I mean, do you anticipate more of those kind of big 25-plus yard plays for the Texans this year, or less? Is the question that I wanted.
Yeah, I figured that's where you were going, and boy, it really depends on. Interestingly to me, like what they do with the run game, because with this offense, play action is such a big deal. And if you have a good run game, obviously you can.
With what offense?
The offense we expect to see.
Okay, fair enough.
Then play action is a big deal, and that's where Tom Brady got a lot of his big plays, when he was running this offense.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting also to see, like, What are we generating in the run? If you're talking about the run game, because Joe Mixon was able to generate some explosives
by himself.
as well. What are we doing in creating some more of those? I'd be interested to see that. And somebody said from the 504, it's funny watching Baker cook while Cleveland sucks. I do appreciate that the 504 is just here for the. I'm going to kick the Cleveland Browns whenever I have the opportunity to. And there's a lot of those.
The 504 ain't that New Orleans?
Actually, what area code is 504? Is it?
Yeah, I think that is 504 boys. I hope you ain't no Saints fan.
Wow. Oh, that's what you're doing?
That's why. That's the
Are
first
you
thing I thought about.
Right now?
No, I'm just saying, man. I wouldn't talk about.
I know you ain't talking about
Hey, I wouldn't talk about quarterbacks right now if I'm a Saints fan.
Hey, they believe in Tyler Shuck. He's gonna come through and do what Tyler Shuck does. What is that? I don't know, but he will do what Tyler Shuck. Anyways, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about this. Dana Brown feels like he's been actually coming on strong with some of the decisions that he's made, according to Lopez. So have we under?
Let's do that. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now and getting the vehicle that you want.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. We were in around the NFL. I mentioned the plays of 25 yards or more, and one of those top 5 was Tampa Bay with 46 of those plays last season. Very, very astute observation and very fair to note. Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator of that offense. Like, any interest in?
I'm worried about my take on Liam Cohen.
Yeah. That's exactly where I was going to go.
I'm
here.
saying, man,
he might. If you like to step to the podium,
he might have Trevor Lawrence looking like Baker Mayfield.
Mini confession before confessions in about an hour. I just from the very beginning, they just rubbed me the wrong way. They sound like
just the Duval was enough for you. You were like, oh, he can't
was
coach.
enough, and then Magnificent Gladstone. I'm like, don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Little bit
Welcome to the dark side.
A little bit.
You got to really
not a lot of bit, a little bit.
You got to really believe that Baker's like the kingmaker. Like Baker's out here, and he has been to some degree. But some of those guys moved on and actually been pretty solid. Like I know Dave Canales has kind of been good in Carolina once he found a little bit of his footing. And I think one of the things he's talked about this offseason is trying to become a Bryce Young offense in the pass game, where they really lean on like him being the focal point, which I am very intrigued on how that works.
I'm very intrigued in the Jaguars at minimum, and at maximum, I'm a little worried. Little bit.
Excellent. Very good. Well, I'm excited to see what things look like once we get to like more. We get more of an idea of what all these teams are with mandatory mini camps getting going, including the Texans getting their mandatory mini camp going tomorrow, possibly with the Nick Chubb. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Pending physical is what the reporting has been. All right, but Lopez, let's talk about the Astros. Get a much needed win over the weekend, series win. It looked like they were about to try and get a series sweep, but unfortunately they fall to the Guardians yesterday. All due respect to the outing put up by Brandon Walter, who came up again. That was the reason why you said goodbye to Forrest Whitley. So that was a 4-2 loss to the Astros. But the Astros, a good 36-29, and they've won their last how many series now? Their last 3 series, or no, 2 series? Or no, they won that one as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, they won the last 2 series and they split the series with the Rays. That's right, I forgot about that. But Astros have been doing pretty well in this time period. All things considered, the offense being a little bit so-so to some degree. They're making the most out of it, getting on the base paths, things in that nature. And you want to give some credit where you believe credit is due here, huh?
I think give them some credit and certainly ask the question. Let me lay the foundation here. I want to ask you and Figgy and our listeners, what did you expect this Astros season to be? What did you expect them to be this year?
That is an interesting question.
Like before the first pitch of the first game, what were we talking about? What did you expect the Astros to be? Because frankly, I'll go first. I thought it was going to be kind of a transition year. I don't know how I put it, but that's basically what it was. Transitioning from what was to maybe get lucky and win the division and get the postseason. But I don't think any of us expected them to be 7 games above 500, 2.5 clear of the Mariners, already, especially after the start they had.
Yeah, it felt like a pry open the window year for me.
Yeah, right? Something like that.
Something where you're, hey man, still trying to walk in this space while also understanding this ain't the same window that you had 2 years ago. This ain't the same window that you even had last year because of some of the talent that has walked out of the door.
Yeah, I thought they was kind of going to be in the middle of the pack because remember they traded Kyle Tucker, and I ain't think Cam Smith was going to be on this squad. I thought we was going to be talking about him a couple years down the line or something like that.
Right.
So once he made the team, I'm like, okay, maybe they could make a little noise, but maybe they'd be kind of in the middle.
I'm glad you brought up Cam Smith, and this is where I started thinking about Dana Brown as we're watching this weekend, and they're making in the division. Some of the decisions. The question I had for you is: have we underestimated Dana Brown? And the reason is none of us have ever thought like, ooh, what a GM we got here. Like even for all his faults, Jeff Luhnow and some of those things that they were doing, and the grand plan and how they built this team and the draft, etc. This was supposed to be a transition season. Bregman gone, Tucker gone, Verlander gone, Ryan Presley gone, which, by the way, that decision in itself, the Ryan Presley, how they handled that, you got to give him a little credit for.
Oh, that one felt like, although I do wonder how much credit does it ultimately pan out to when you feel like the relationship was also kind of, I don't want to say tanked, but it was hampered.
But he pulled the trigger.
By Dana. He did pull the trigger. I did think it was something that was necessary, and it ultimately has proven to be one that you probably needed to do.
And then you have all these guys gone, and what did he do? Isaac Paredes, anybody? I mean,
the get back,
yeah,
the get back in the Kyle Tucker trade has been unquestionably good. Even as you've had the injury to Hayden Wesneski, he was good when you had him playing. Isaac Paredes has been, really one of the two guys that you look at as the bedrock of what your offense has been this year.
Yeah.
When you look at him and Jeremy Pena, with all due respect to Jake Meyers, what have you, and Altuve, right? I do need to give them their love in this, but those two guys have really been incredible for you. And then Cam Smith is just
that's what I wanted to get to next.
He's been a revelation for what you, starting him as early as you did, and even in spring training, we were like, yo, we need to do this. I think both of us in the back of our head were like, all right, we might be wilding right now. It has not been proven to be wilding. Like, it has been proven to be a club.
That's what I wanted to get to, and that's why I'm glad Figgy brought up Cam Smith's name. He more than a little bit put his neck on the line with Cam Smith. Remember, we had multiple discussions with Adam Spillane about it, and this wasn't just Adam opining. This was Adam after having conversations with Dana Brown, saying, no way. They love him, but too soon, not enough games in the minor leagues. That's a Dana Brown decision. That is no one else. I know Jim Crane's involved and all that, but to pull the trigger on starting the season with him, despite having a good spring, still that is putting your neck out there, and it's worked out. So you got the get back, as you put it, these little smaller additions, putting your neck out, and Cam Smith, that's working out. By the way, I don't know exactly how this all played out behind the scenes, but the greatest Astro ever is playing left field. And Jose Altuve, that's
where does that originate from?
Yeah,
is what one thing that you may be throwing up there?
Yeah, how did that come about? All of a sudden, you're thinking like some of the things that Dana Brown has decided to do and done, we might be shortchanging him a little bit in the way that this team was built. And by the way, one more thing.
I hope you're about to mention the thing that I think you are.
Young players coming up, other players is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Not just Cam, Jacob Melton, Shea Whitcomb, Colton Gordon, Zach DeZenzo came out of spring training. Those are general manager decisions. And at some point, we expect to see Bryce Matthews. Like all of a sudden, and I've never really been critical of Dana Brown, but with some magic, I've just kind of been indifferent on some of the things that he's done. They've done some good. They've made some good decisions this year.
Yeah, I think that's probably. It's probably fair to some degree. I think that there's also a lot of criticism that you can bring to him as the kind of head of the way that this organization runs, and the fact that we've had all the problems that we've had injury-wise and those types of things.
No, yeah, that's definitely a fact.
Those things are still things that you have to bring to him. I do wonder, though. I'd appreciate that text. I'll get to it in just a moment. I do wonder, though. How much credit do you give him for the way that this bullpen has been? Because this bullpen has been phenomenal with a lot of guys that I probably would not have anticipated being as stout for you as they have. And just a couple of guys that I thought of off top, as you talk about like Oker, you talk about Dubin. Both those guys came in the last couple of seasons.
Brian King
as well. There's a number of guys who have stepped up in a way that feels like their play outsized at least what I imagine their names to be coming into the season. You remember, I looked at this bullpen and I was like, yeah, I don't know, dog.
Right.
Like I looked at this bullpen and I was like, I got real questions as to what's happening here. And then I guess the one that you probably look up and you go, hey, you should probably give him some credit for, somebody said in all caps, Jake freaking Meyers. The idea not just that he's there, but that they stuck with him, believing that there was something like this in, well, maybe they believe something like this was in there. I can't even say that for certain. They deserve a level of credit for that. I think that is fair to point out.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying this guy's a genius. What I'm saying is, I didn't expect this season to be, and look, they still have struggles, in clutch situations and scoring runs and all that. But I think they're ahead of where I thought they'd sort of middling, struggling, trying to find some answers, et cetera. Dude, they're 7 games above 500.
How much do you
put? What is it right now?
How much do you put that on Dana Brown's play? How much of that do you give Joe Spada some credit for? Because Joe Spada exists as one of these personalities. I think more than Dana Brown, it gets a lot of criticism for the way that he manages. But he's managed to see this team to this point where They're leading the AL West. They're finding a way to get wins, even as I think there's fair questions to ask about some of the ways that they have to do it. Like we talked about them being better on the base paths and using that in place of, maybe not swinging the bat nearly as good as they had in previous years. The pitching is still really solid, and being able to use that bullpen in a way that feels like it has been right. Like you've gotten to the right guys in the bullpen when you need to. And of course, Josh Hader has been really good at the back end of this, which helps as well. But managing your bullpen has been pretty solid at this point as well.
Now, look, Spada deserves some credit definitely on managing the bullpen. But in terms of buying the groceries, I think Dana Brown has a much bigger impact on what this roster looks like right now. And again, I'm not going to throw a parade or anything. I'm just like, over the course of the last 10 days or so, I'm like, man, all these buttons all these knobs that he's turning, all these buttons that he's pushing as a general manager, they've worked out.
Yeah,
they've worked out.
You can even go back to last season with the Kikuchi trade. Like, we was on this show criticizing that trade. Like, man, who is this guy? He was probably one of their best pitchers last year.
Yeah, certainly.
Again, as I shouted out, Hader being really good. What happens if you don't sign Hader and it's Presley? And I mean, again, assuming that these guys are going the same way, which is not something you can very fairly, but Presley right now is not anywhere near what Hader has been for you, and that has been really necessary for you to get to the place that you have been to this point. Now, you do have to give him a level of credit for sure with what he's been able to do with this Astros team. Now, Lopez, I don't know if you're willing to have this discussion yet, but from the 713. Is Cam Smith overtaking Cameron Smith yet, or are we still rocking with that no-name Australian golfer having more name recognition than the baseball player?
U.S. Open is this week, by the way, which, I'll be plugged in on that. Ask someone in Omaha, hey, who do you think of when you think of Cam Smith?
Yeah, I will say that Cam Smith as baseball player, he's been fun here.
Yeah.
I will say that, and again, outsized, unfair expectations. I was hoping that he'd be like more beloved in a AL Rookie of the Year type
national scale
circumstance, but to where his national profile.
See, that was our argument though. If he would have made it, if he was ball, because we was talking about him in spring training. If he kept that up,
oh for sure,
he would have. Would he pass the Cam Smith Lopez? No.
Yeah.
Just Lopez, though. Just Lopez.
Just me.
Where do you think Cam Smith is Rookie of the Year odds-wise right now?
I would say third.
A little bit lower, tied for fourth.
Okay.
With Will Warren, who I'm going to be honest, Will Warren, name doesn't come to me right in this moment, but Jacob Wilson, who has been like the reason to watch the A's at this point.
Yeah.
He's the leader in the clubhouse, minus 400. It feels like that one's going to be Kelly Anone.
Just came
up. He has the second best odds.
Yeah.
So I mean. Yeah, it's Cam Smith is, I imagine, have to do something a little bit more flashy in order to start flowing back in that particular race. But maybe just do that in order to get your name, man, to be the sole owner of Cam Smith, so that we don't have to talk to Lopez about this golfer no more.
Lopez, it's the world.
That's your guy, though.
Your guy.
That's your man.
The world knows that.
You brought him up on this station.
Because the world knows him better.
That's your man. You know him better than everybody else on this show.
The world of Lopez. Yeah. Lopez always going to side with an Australian. I see how it goes. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, man, let's talk a little bit about the NBA Finals, but also it looks like the world is changing when it comes to the way that colleges pay athletes. We'll talk about all that next.
Should we be concerned about CJ?
Warriors. 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on the loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's start with let's start with saluting the Astros getting another series win. How about that? Let's start that. Winning 2 out of the 3 games, almost getting a sweep if not for yesterday's game opening back up. And unfortunately, was it Okert that ultimately got the loss in that one, 4-2. But what was your big takeaway from the weekend? Was there anything that jumped out to you in particular?
Good start by obviously the call up, Walter, and that was something that was frankly a little bit unexpected. Came out of nowhere, obviously with the Forrest Whitley thing, but also just putting it together. I mean, they're putting together a nice run, I believe. And remember, I mentioned it on air. You go back to what could have been a series split at home against the Mariners. And they ended up 2 runs in the 9th inning and winning that series. And the thing that just jumped out to me was, boy, that was really the Astros sort of doing Astros-like things that we're accustomed to, and taking out the Mariners. I believe the Astros tied them after that.
That sounds right.
In that series. And ever since then, the Astros have kind of shown those tendencies of the old Astros-like, we're still here kind of mentality. I think they're 9-4 since that game when they could have split the series against the Mariners. They ended up taking 3 out of 4, as you mentioned. They ended up really going a little bit of a run here. They're starting to show some things. That's the takeaway.
8-4.
8-4? Yeah.
I mean, they'd be 9-4 if you included that final Mariners
Let's
game.
include that final Mariners game. Since then. And so that was a big moment for me. And I wasn't saying, oh, this is where it's going to happen. It just struck me as like, okay, now we're starting to see some things that we're accustomed to with this club.
You mentioned Brandon Walter, who gave you a quality start yesterday, which is one of those things that it feels like you need from those guys, the guys who are not a part of the triumvirate of starting pitchers that you feel comfortable with. Obviously, you have your guys who I saw Chandler Rome refer to them as your co-aces, and I was like, I don't know if I want to say that.
I wouldn't go that far, yeah.
But Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, because I mean at that point we're picking nits, but both of those guys you feel very comfortable with. Lance McCullers Jr. Obviously, I think you're in a place that you probably feel that way too. Outside of them, I feel like you have guys that Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto, now Brandon Walter, that you're going to need to kind of step into that space. Getting 6 innings was very necessary, and so I think that's good. And I mean, he ended up not being a part of the decision there. It was Okert that had to hold the loss on that one, but they make their way back home for a quick 6-game homestand. And I think those stretch like a whole bunch of games and a whole bunch of days. Was it 13, I believe? And it seems like they're going to the 6-man rotation again. Your favorite?
Well, I mean, at this point, you almost have to, given where they are, but. White Sox in town for 3, and they're not good. And so you got McCullers Jr., Gusto, and Framber scheduled to go against the White Sox, and then the Twins. Then the Twins come in, so that'll be good.
So you get those, and then you'll be on the road for the A's and the Angels before you get a Monday off in a couple of weeks. So yeah, man, another one of those stretches, and it does indeed look like you're gonna have to have the likes of Gusto, Gordon, and now Walter giving you some good stuff in between. The likes of McCullers, Valdez, and Brown, who are your guys leading the charge there. Hopefully that plays out well. But I mean, you got yourself a nice 2.5 game lead. It would have been a little bit bigger if 1, obviously you get that win against the Guardians, but 2, if the Mariners weren't able to get a Sunday victory.
Yeah.
But I mean, still good space to be in
spot,
for your Astros. All things considered, man. NBA Finals Game 2 happened yesterday, and. I'm glad that you did not change too much in your perspective on this series. I hope at least I can say that about myself because Oklahoma City Thunder absolutely came out and did the thing that you would largely expect them to do, made some adjustments, and got a big-time victory in Game 2 in this one, and that was last night, 123-107. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 34 of them things, 8 assists, 4 steals. I mean, it looked a lot like the Thunder that you'd seen all season long.
We didn't want to overreact to what the Pacers did. I think we both kind of landed in the spot of there is a path for the Pacers. But we didn't want to overreact to what they did in Game 1, even as remarkable as it was, as great a finish as it was. And I don't want to overreact too much the other way here, But I think we saw how the Thunder, are going to get this done. I think we both agree that the Thunder would probably still win this series, even though it was in the moment pretty impressive and pretty amazing what the Pacers did. But man, it wasn't just the offense; it was what the defense was against Halliburton. What did he have? 5 points through three quarters.
Yeah, I know he 5 points in the first half. 17 points ultimately for Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
And it wasn't on inefficient shooting. It's just they're not letting him get to much because of that, what I would say borderline, if not historic defense that the Thunder run out there. The thing that felt different in Game 1 versus Game 2 is when Tyrese was not able to get into a lot of it, you had other guys piling in, namely Pascal Siakam, who was not able to. He just did not feel as involved in the game as he was in Game 1, and he's going to have to be that secondary guy that gets his in the moments where either Tyrese Halliburton's on the bench or Tyrese Halliburton's kind of being the point of emphasis for the Oklahoma City Thunder defense, and that wasn't the case in this one. The series now flips back to Indianapolis. I believe Wednesday is when we'll have Game 3 of that one, and so look, the Pacers are going to have to do what they need to do in order to keep this thing up, but They even in the game last night, I was constantly waiting, is the run going to come, because they have that capability.
They made a little mini run, and they had an opportunity early. You could tell the Thunder were somewhat pressing early on, moving very fast. There was an opportunity for the Pacers. They couldn't take advantage of that, and ultimately it comes down to, are the Pacers going to knock down three-pointers? That's really their only way to sort of stay in this and make their runs, and they weren't knocking down three.
No, that's true. They did shoot very well from three in the first game. Shot making is always a part of it, but it'll matter a good amount. Are you having fun with this? I just want to stop and I am having so much fun with this particular finals. This feels like such a fun match.
And watching what the Thunder do and how they react, and if the Pacers have it in them to make that run, absolutely. And the depth. Caruso had 20 last night. Some of these guys, it's just fun watching how the flaws in their team are very small in the Oklahoma City Thunder.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
This is very fun, especially if you're a basketball nerd and you like the kind of matchups. I'm interested to see what the next matchup will be. Or not matchup, the next move. Because the chess match of this has been really fun when you talk about, obviously, Rick Carlisle at the helm of his side. But Mark Daigneault, I thought that he made some good adjustments. They actually went back to that double big lineup, and they kind of went the opposite way. As Game 1, they were like, we'll allow you to pull us to being small. They asserted their dominance, and I think Chet Holmgren deserves a lot of credit for not being play off the floor in those aggressive lineups.
Yeah, he was really aggressive early, too.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, another thing that's popping is going to be a big-time thing. It's a huge shift in one of I'd probably say the second or third most popular sport in America when we talk about college sports, particularly college football. Friday? Was it Friday that ultimately what was accepted was the NCAA House settlement when it comes to athletes. We are in that space where now there's basically a payroll that's been put up for college football or college sports rather. I want to make sure that I'm very clear that it's the entirety of college sports, but it's a $2.8 billion settlement to start with, where players, anybody that graduated after 2016 will be able to be compensated for their play. So that's a payback, like I said, nearly $2.8 billion in back damages over the next 10 years to athletes who completed college at any time between 2016 and present day. And moving forward, roughly $20.5 million per school per year, or rather this year, 25-26 season, will be set as a cap for payments out to players at various schools, and that will increase every year during the decade-long deal. And I need to double-check on what actually will create that increase and what that'll be based off of. But at this point, there is now a space for teams or schools to pay their players. And if you're worried about, hey, will this NIL happen over the top? Supposedly the NCAA and really the member schools are trying to employ a outside kind of firm to then kind of set the parameters and double-check all the NIL deals. So putting in some level of oversight in NIL deals to make sure that the deals are, right and accurate, as opposed to just kind of quid pro quo for pay for play. Now,
you're probably asking, how's that going to affect my favorite team? Some of these big squads, basically what it is the schools are paying and have to keep record. They're paying their athletes. The $20.5 million is for all the sports. That doesn't mean that NIL is going away. But it does is you have to have the paper trail. Of if you're paying via NIL, you have to get some sort of, name, image, likeness sort of receipt that they are in fact doing that for these particular companies.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be an actual deal, right? Like, and I do appreciate that it is trying to get them back to where, hey man, I'm doing advertising for the local car dealership. That it's actually advertising for the local car dealership as opposed to
here's a lot of money. See what you can do with it.
The thing that I find to be hilarious about this portion of it, though, to be completely honest, is it's just going to go back to what it was, because ultimately, if people want to pay to induce these dudes, or these, of course, I say dudes, but obviously any of these athletes to play, they're going to find their way around it because this thing means so much to folks.
It's still going to be shady.
Like, I think we go back.
It's still going to be shady.
I think we go back to Bagmen. Funny enough,
it's a loophole in everything, man.
No. I think what Reggie said is right. It's still going to be some back of the room, craziness going on. Bagman, SMU, going to Domino's and dropping a bag of money. Because the funny thing is, $20.5 million is like not even half of what some of these major programs are going to be paying people. Texas alone, just the University of Texas, they said their budget for football, $30 million? $30 to $40 million?
I'm always real dicey about the numbers.
Nevertheless,
but yeah,
there's going to be a lot more than 20.5 for the entire department.
That's the thing, right? Yeah. Especially schools like Texas that compete in damn near everything. In the SEC, where look, I get tired of it just means more about the SEC. However, I can't deny it. They make everything matters. They're in gymnastics meets going wild. They're in there with baseball. LSU just punched their ticket to Omaha. They're about to be in Omaha deep, buying Jello shots and all the other things.
Yeah.
All those schools that have a lot of different programs, I'm very intrigued to see how they manage that, because like they want to put their money on the baseball team. They want to put that money on the basketball team. They want to put that money on the football team. And that same 20.5 goes the same as a school like, let's say, even Duke has a whole bunch of programs, but a school that maybe they're focusing on, one of these programs means a lot to us, and these other programs, they mean something, but they not the same way.
And oh, by the way, simultaneous to this, the state of Texas, Greg Abbott signed some legislation saying that the NIL deals can now be, implemented to players as young as that with a minimum age of 17, which means that high school players can now get NIL deals.
That's a really interesting perspective.
So you can be a senior or 17 years old in high school, and you can get an NIL deal. So the state of Texas, all of a sudden, in conjunction with the other NIL, can now basically recruit high schoolers at 17 to go to your favorite school, whether it's A&M, Texas, whatever.
You're talking about that. I started thinking what that means for high school football, because high school sports already is in this. What happens if we start having?
But it's recruiting,
having schools that have some recruiting for the college. But I'm saying, if that is legal at 17, are you seeing high school programs, if you can get the booster money, which I mean that's a whole different question. But some schools are building these these particular stadiums. They ain't get built out of nowhere with no money. Like, are you going to power, because now they can filter even more money in to these players?
Big car dealership in Katy, North Shore, all these other ones.
Ooh, that would be.
Just imagine these high school players pulling up in Lamborghini.
They will. They will. They absolutely will.
I don't know what I would do if I pulled up to school in a Lamborghini in high school.
I guarantee you it's not study for that test.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that's the answer. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Wild stuff. There's all sorts of other things happening. We'll circle back around to it, including U.S. Soccer losing another friendly. We'll talk more about that in the winners and losers of the weekend later. But coming up next, CJ Gardner-Johnson, one of the newest Texans. Maybe not the newest by this point, because there's another one who is in the building right now, taking a physical at some point here today, where we might be hearing about. But CJ Gardner-Johnson, he spoke. He talked to Aaron Wilson. There were some interesting things within that. I kind of want to parse through that with you here, Lopez. Let's do that next.
A friendly suggestion.
valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope your Monday is going pretty well. Always get involved. Slide 713-572-4610. We're from the 979. They said that will be paying people here in Bowling, Texas. I've been pondering. Like, it's been rolling through my brain all day, or all break rather. The idea of like NIL being legal to 17-year-olds, and obviously I think that particular barrier line is to allow like early entrance into college or what have you. But I'm just like, are there ways that the college football game could be manipulated by that? And I'm like, I actually think I might be making too much of it because, if we're going to be completely honest, we know that the game ain't entirely just about who is from this area going to the schools that they are zoned for, that there is some level of moving around, that it becomes very kind of professionalized in some ways in order to get kids a certain way. I'm just like, does it become more prevalent if there is like a legal or pseudo-legal way and put more money into a kid or a family's pocket in order to try and make some of that shake? That was one of the things I was thinking about.
I mean, look, there are ways. There will be ways to get it done. And by the way, he says, I doubt we're going to be getting NIL money in bowling. I bet you will if there's a stud player there.
Well, I mean,
there's a stud player there.
The money's got to be there. Do you have the benefactor to put the money down? That's ultimately.
Well, no. What I'm saying.
How much NIL?
What I'm saying is UH.
You can get $200 right here.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean from like the schools
A&M,
coming down?
They're paying NIL money like for what's bowling near? Is bowling near Dallas? I forget where I've been through there, but I can't. I can't remember. Like some car dealership. Hey, NIL money. Let's do a commercial with the kid from bowling. Oh, by the way, we love the Longhorns. Or whatever. That was
an interesting thought process. Well, speaking of getting paid and speaking of money, that ended up being one of the things that CJ Gardner-Johnson talked about with Aaron Wilson in a little bit of a roundabout way, because that we mentioned it last week. That was a point of contention with him between himself and his former defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, as well as Howie Roseman, the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, on the reason why they decided to part way with CJ Gardner-Johnson, and the trade obviously transpired with the Texans that ultimately sent Kenyon Green from here over there, but brought back one of the safeties that Pro Football Focus looks at as one of the top 25. You know that the Texans have 3 top 25 safeties in Pro Football Focus ranking?
I didn't know it was 3.
3 of them.
Wow.
3 of them. Yeah, man. Shout out to the Texans. But with that being the case, kind of wanted to circle in on, and again, shout out to Aaron Wilson. If you want to watch the whole thing, I believe it's on his YouTube page, for getting this interview, because CJ Gardner-Johnson, a very interesting dude, and I thought that there was a few things that jumped out as really interesting portions of this, wasn't it, Lopez?
There was, and the first one, first of all, we're gonna realize you're gonna love this dude. You're going to love this guy. Talk about swarm and really tough and not afraid to talk. But I thought 3 things. There were other things that the morning guys talked about this morning, but I thought 3 things happened. Really jumped out. The first one, Figgy, was talking about winning and winning here. I believe it's 19. This was really good, and fans are going to love it.
I got 3 more championships in me. I'm gonna be honest with you, I got 3 more. I'm probably gonna win the next 3 years. Not because of who I am, just because I've been put around great teams, like from Detroit, Philly, twice. New Orleans, we was close. You gotta think about it, I never had a losing tradition. And going back to college, I had 1 bad year out of 3. So yeah, in high school, never lost. So.
He's a guy that is certainly going to bring that, and that's an element that
when you say that. What are you talking about?
The winning and the commanding
tradition.
Hey, I feel him.
I feel him on that, man. I feel him on that, man.
I understand. We've all been there with that word's just not coming out the way.
Yeah, I feel him on that.
Like there are a bunch of guys on this team that have the edge, the swarm that we all know, with the leadership, the Will Anderson and all that. But there's just something about a guy that has won. And bringing it. And I think there's a Trent Brown element, there, even if he doesn't play to the level, and I don't expect him to, of CJ Gardner-Johnson, but having done it. And he talked, this was a great interview. Shout out to Aaron Wilson, because he had to wait that one out because C.J. Gardner-Johnson was doing a workout. Aaron Wilson was just sitting there waiting and finally got him to sit down and talk some. But not just knows how to win and is a leader, but has actually won. I think that's a big factor here.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, right?
Yeah.
Like having that, whatever the winner, or the championship mentality or whatever the small details are that you kind of pick up in that circumstance, you would imagine that he's able to, bring that. And so as simple as, or one of the things that we could talk about that's as simple as, that is a defensive back room that has two young cats that, locked, running lockstep. They're, kind of tied together at the hip, in Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. And we've already seen him giving game to one of them, Kamari Lassiter. We saw him working with in great detail with, right? As soon as he got traded, just out in the field, making sure that they get the details right, end up, giving them game in different ways, even though, they're from different schools in the SEC, like, particularly those particular rivals in Georgia.
Well, they don't like each other.
They don't, but those guys, like, they already are making those kind of jokes, which makes me look at them like, oh, okay, so y'all are closer than I probably realized already. But then on top of that, like his backfield mate, the two of them are going to be ball hawking together, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock, and I'm just excited for that level of experience to show up with those guys. I mean, you've had Jimmy Ward, don't get me wrong, like that's there as well, but another guy to also bring the other various different, pieces of this to the table. I think that's really interesting. But the idea of the winning mentality, I think, and just the doggedness of him, I think that's fair. That'll be an interesting thing to add.
It's crazy, and to add on to what Lopez said, like he actually won. He just won last year. It was just last year. It was a couple months ago, man.
Just last year.
So you gonna bring some of that style from last year? It was like, I know Trent Brown won too, but that
one
was
of them gonna be playing.
Yeah, that's what I said. But CJ just won last year, just a couple months ago, man.
And then there's the whole thing about like winning with D'Amico, and I believe that's 21. If win with D'Amico, I mean he's a guy that not only reflects the swarm mentality that D'Amico likes, but actually this is one of the rare cases, because I think it's not always important that a head coach played in the NFL. A lot of head coaches never even played football, but in some cases it makes a big difference.
I can't speak for everybody, but I know that we're going to down there be at the top at the end of the year and have a chance to compete for a championship. So I think that's why I'm here. I'm proud to be a Texan. I think I'm proud to be with every team I play for. I got a job. Other than that, I just want to make Coach proud. Just meeting them and stuff. Obviously playing against him a couple years in Philly. Finally coming together and trying to win one together would be kind of amazing.
It's he's a guy that just really, I think it means more. Having that head coach D'Amico.
You think that D'Amico is reached, is reaching, depending on how you view this, that perspective where he is now a free agent draw, like he is part of the magnetism of this.
He was once. Place. It seemed like, you know, at least once. I don't think it hurts. I'll put it that way. So you listening to this, you could tell where he's had a chip on his shoulder. You could tell where he's still very, very hungry.
Oh, that chip, it very much exists on his shoulder in a way that I kind of love, right? Like you could maybe get to a place where you feel like a dude gets complacent. Like this dude is driven in a way that is I don't think that you can ever take that away from him, right? Winning, money, what have you. He seems like he's in that drives him, the thing that motivates him, and he's going to play with that level of energy and effort, which again is why he feels like he fits perfectly with what the Texans want to do. Will has said it numerous times, like the Texans ain't for everyone.
Yeah.
And it feels like this is a hand in glove fit with what the Texans want to do, and one of the reasons why it feels like this is going to it just has to work.
Yeah. No, it has to work. And I think Seth brought up a really good point this morning as well. When he was talking about things like this. Like, it's one thing to be able to be yourself, which D'Amico allows you to be, but also he demands the detail and the work and getting everything right in his sense, in the way that D'Amico wants it to be done. And I think C.J. Gardner's feeding off of that. Like, he's himself. He's going to be out there. He's going to be not controversial, be outspoken, and all that. But I think what D'Amico loves is he gets the work in. Like,
dude.
Like that video that was done on Memorial Day. It was on Memorial when everybody else might be at a barbecue or out of town or whatever. He was there on Memorial Day, getting some more work done.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's absolutely that type of dude. Like, I have zero qualms, and hearing him talk, like, all the way through this, again, worth listening to the entirety of the interview with Aaron Wilson that CJ Gardner-Johnson did. I am, not that I had any level of doubt, but I don't know that doubt could creep in at this point moving forward, just with the conviction that this guy has, the ways in which, like, he's obviously a pro's pro in various ways. So yeah, I'm super excited to see what he looks like in this defense.
No, but there has been a lot of doubt about him. I mean, down to ask him. Let's ask him. And we now know why he wore and likes to be called 8, even though he's not going to be wearing number 8 anymore.
I'm just going to address certain things that should be addressed, especially when you talk about me as a person. Especially when you don't know me, like when you're attacking my personal, when you don't know that I haven't had no issues, really, that's like, how can I say, news breaking. So right now, I'm cool with how everything's going. I don't really, it's not for me to understand anymore or try to figure out, because it's already been set in stone. They want to write you how they write you. Like I said, I done wore the black ball already. I wore 8.
That was awesome. And now we know why he wore number 8. It's the black ball.
It's literally the 8 ball,
billiards,
right?
Yeah.
Literally the black ball.
Yeah.
Which is,
I like that.
I do, if for no other reason than, like, hey, man, it's clearly front of mind at all times that this dude has a chip on his shoulder, which I sometimes kind of scoff at the athlete mentality of doing that, right? Like, I had real problems with during, in the height of the pandemic when all we had to do was watch The Last Dance, and everybody's like, yeah, that's how you're a winner. I'm like, no, that's how you're a sociopath, right? Like that. Michael Jordan was a sociopath that everybody felt like that's what you had to do to win. However, I will acknowledge you do have to be built.
It worked.
You got to be built different, right? Like, I don't think that that's the only way to win, but those dudes have to be built different in their mentalities. And he's got that built different in spades, right? So I'm very intrigued to see how this ultimately comes in and the ways in which, like, he makes other dudes better, right? Like that's a dude who also calls to the point where you not bringing down my opportunity to succeed either. Like,
right.
And so that I think that added level of accountability, not to say that wasn't there. Like, it just feels like it multiplies when you have the guy of that mentality, of that kind of stature.
And look, the other part about this that's important is he feels, now to what degree it's reality, I don't know, that people do think he's this bad dude. No, he's just a bad dude on the field.
And it made me feel bad when I heard that as well, because, like, I've kind of talked about it as him being, like, a little bit, he could be a lot, right? And
well, he's a lot and a bad guy are two different things,
right? But even then, like, I think I've danced close enough to this where it's almost sounded like, or maybe it has sounded like, the idea, oh man, he could be some level of problem. Yeah, just it feels like everything is channeling this in the way of trying to win football games.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I think continually I come back to and I'm excited about. From the 713. 8 ball can also mean cocaine too. And you know what?
That's not what he was talking about, because he was talking about the black ball.
No, of course. That was what I'm 100% with you. But at the same time, if he is an 8 ball to this team, I'll take it. I'll take it. Like, he seems like he has a level of energy that, again, not saying that you have plenty of these dudes, but another one of those dudes doesn't hurt it, man. Like, another one of those dudes makes it so that
I think he's different. And from the moment that trade, and oh, by the way, traded for Kenyon Green. I mean,
somebody that.
Oh, are you saying that that's a?
I mean, no, that's a one-sided trade. I mean, who knows how good Kenyon Green is going to be in Philadelphia? But I mean, for this team right now, getting him for a player that was not a part of your plans, that's huge. Yeah.
No, I mean, day of it was like, oh, this is a great trade.
Yeah.
It only looks bad to see what it looks like, especially getting on the field. This feels like such a. And I mean, we've talked about this time and time again. How do you throw on this defense?
Yeah.
How do you even fix your fingers to throw a football
to make the call
against? Like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
Right. Because, like, again, you got Derek Stingley, all pro, like, runs in phase perfectly with guys, good ball skills, right? Because it's not like he's just one of these dudes that I'm on this dude like white on rice. However, I got stone hands. Not that. Kamari Lassiter over here seems to have, like, the wisdom of a dude, much older than he is, that makes up for any like physical things that you might even begin to bring up. Caleb Bullock early on looked like a good ball hog. Maybe you go, hey, we're going to try and attack him. But now he's backed up by CJ Gardner-Johnson, who is a fantastic ball hog, but also has the physicality. And then you got Jalen Petrie just in here being just a little ball of energy and physicality if you want to run on the perimeter. And I mean, even throwing against him, like, he seems to have a good, like, I saw Seth post a video on Twitter. and it was highlighting just like his, in part, highlighting Jalen Petrie, like how well he understands the scheme that D'Amico wants to run and the ways in which he utilizes that to, jump passes and things like that. I'm just like, where are you supposed to throw the football?
No, I totally agree. And I thought you were going to go here. What a fun training camp this is going to be.
Oh, yeah, that one.
What a fun camp this is going to be.
Just like energy, pure energy. This is going to be fun. And now, like, I look at the offense, I'm like, hey, match that.
Yeah.
Because the defense got all the juice, like all the juice in the world. Match that. And maybe this is the juice bringer in some ways, as we're trying to see if Nick, somebody said from the 713, is Nick Chubb coming? We'll see. We will see. But, I mean, Ian Rappaport seems to believe, like, all of the numbers are in line. It is simply based off of whether the physical is a pass or not. So we'll find out, and we'll let you know as soon as we see that. And maybe a little bit after when we verify as well, once we see it as well, Lopez. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time for our Lunchtime Confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We will do that next.
Coach D'Amico's preaching. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I just got to admit this. As much as you guys know how much I love to cook and love to eat well and all that stuff. Hell, we were just talking about fried chicken and barbecue during the break.
All it did was make me hungry.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Looking at eating my fried chicken leftovers and salivating. But as much as I love to cook and all that, Jalen Carter was right. You see what Jalen Carter was making a little social media news this weekend?
Was he?
Yeah. He said that he eats Hamburger Helper. He could eat Hamburger Helper every day, and that they're definitely, his mom makes it. It's definitely one thing that he likes better than homemade, etc. My confession is, I agree. And there are certain packaged foods or mixes that I will just prefer over homemade food. Hamburger Helper is one of them.
Oh, over just a regular beef stroganoff or something?
We've made, I'm sure you guys have made it too, homemade Hamburger Helper with the noodles and all that stuff. I still like the box, man. So it got me thinking a little bit, and we're not going to turn this into a whole deal, but I want to just give you, make you guys think a little bit, and if you fall in the same boat. Foods that I prefer the packages over homemade. I came up with 4.
I only have one that immediately jumped to mind.
Hamburger Helper, yellow box cake. It's yellow cake for a birthday. It's just hard to emulate.
Yellow cake is good.
Yellow cake
is good.
Yeah.
I will stand there. But actually, I feel like you give me a solid homemade pound cake.
No, but that's different. Yeah, homemade cakes are better than yellow box cake. But for a simple, kid's birthday, you can't beat it. I actually came up with 3. And the other one was Sloppy Joes. I've made homemade Sloppy Joes. I just prefer the little mix that you do.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like Sloppy Joes hit. No matter what.
So I got to admit, that's my confession. Sometimes those packages are better. You think of any?
The only thing where I can go, the processed version is better than a organic, or not maybe necessarily organic, but a homemade full version. Cranberry sauce. I need it out the
can.
The can. I need it to have ridges. If it don't got ridges, I'm not eating it. That is the way that I operate. But that's the only one where I like me some Hamburger Helper. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
You give me some fresh made beef stroganoff. I'm gonna be happier though.
Than the mix.
Yeah, than the hamburger.
Now that one, I think I'm with you. Yeah.
But that's the one where you started with.
No, I said Hamburger Helper.
Yeah, the same joint.
No, it's not. Hamburger Helper and beef stroganoff are 2 different meals.
Yeah, it's a different type of Hamburger Helpers.
Yeah.
I like because
you got hamburger,
the hamburger meat with the little macaronis,
ground beef, and ground beef and.
Yeah, you don't make those at the house by yourself?
I have. I'm saying I like the box better. How about you, Figgy?
That's wild.
Yeah, honestly, this could be a hot take, but I really love Stouffer's mac and cheese.
That's
the frozen joints.
Yeah,
that's good.
Stouffer's.
It's good.
Yeah, it got to be Stouffer's though, man. I would be fine with that if somebody brought that to Thanksgiving and said this is the mac and cheese.
I'll
be fine with
that fits.
I think I agree with y'all just to a point. I'm eating all of those. Trust me, we're not complaining.
Yeah,
I just won't take it so far as I like this better than the version that
Hamburger Helper. I do. And Sloppy Joes.
I can't tell you you're wrong because that is you liking things.
And I'm the guy that loves to cook. We cook every day, basically.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'm just hungry now. I want Hamburger Helper.
That's not helping.
That is all that's
it's
happening.
It's not helping at all.
All right, over the weekend, and it really garnered my interest. And so, did you see what's happening with College Football 26?
The game?
Yeah. EA College Football 26 is the second iteration of college football since it came back.
What's happening with the updates, or just people playing the beta version?
Well, this I'll explain what I mean here. I saw this from Front Office Sports, but this has been going around. So EA Sports will pay schools featured in EA College Football 26. Understood. You're supposed to pay them. But they'll pay them based on how often the teams are used in gameplay.
Ooh.
So, of the payouts, if a certain school is utilized for a certain amount of time or what have you, or a certain amount of usage, that will then dictate how much the payout is to that school.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, like when 25 came out, I was like, look, man, I don't think I want to get back into EA college football or the college football game. I know the amount of time that I used to spend on that. I don't have that for gaming anymore. That made me think about, like, is this now going to be? Can I trick my brain into going? Nah, you helping the school out. You helping your
that's where you're going. Okay.
Like, you helping your school out by using Kansas State University.
You play K-State 99% of the time.
Play them a whole bunch, and you helping your school get their money.
Yeah, playing like 14 hours this weekend to give them $50.
Helping the NIL collector, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, that's stupid, because there's no way that it's going to be significant enough.
One guy in Houston, Texas.
But in my brain, I'm like, but I do think that, like, that probably is going to be huge for schools like Kent State that everybody likes using. And trying to build a new area where you got to spend more and more money. These schools that usually don't have great paths.
Yeah. Kennesaw, what is it? Kennesaw State? Yeah, people going to be using those and all.
Yeah. See, I thought you were going where you didn't like it because it hurts the smaller schools, but I forgot a lot of people like to build their roster.
Yeah. Some people have a rule saying, nah, you can't play with Ohio State. You got to build with a small school.
That'll change my mind. Yeah, then I'm with.
I mean, I still think that
Sam Houston State. Hey,
get the Bearcats going, baby.
Yeah.
Are they on there?
Yeah, they're D1.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, because there's a couple schools that ain't on there because of the FCS and all that stuff.
I think there's certain schools that
I couldn't remember if they was on there.
They're in the bowl subdivision now. Yeah, shout out to the Bearcats. But I was like, I do wonder if that makes me more intrigued in order to do this, and it does. But knowing myself, if I don't go and buy the game in the next few days, I'll probably let myself off the hook and eventually don't do it and not spend that money and not use that time, which would be the more responsible adult thing. But somewhere in there, I'm like, we can help.
I'm with it then.
We can help Eddie Nunez add a little bit of money to the U of H Cougar Athletic Fund, can't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So this weekend, I went to a different church for the first time. I went to a different church. So I have a friend who was supposed to be singing lead this weekend, and it was a Baptist church. So shout out to the church. So I guess she's in the choir or the praise team, so she was singing lead this time. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna go and support. I gotta confess, man, I got to question our friendship a little bit.
Wow.
Because so we walk in the church, and this church is in Third Ward, so I'm like, I'm walking in.
What you trying to say?
I'm realizing everybody is wearing red.
Oh,
I'm like, did she not tell us to wear red or something?
Oh,
is it a special service or is it something that I have to?
I'm glad you said that. So it was Pentecost Sunday.
Okay, I was about to say. I didn't think that those things went together.
Yeah, I had no idea, man.
You thought they was banging in the church?
No, I thought there was a U of H thing.
Memo.
I thought it was a U of H thing.
Could have been.
I thought they would support the Cougs for a little bit. Yeah. But I'm so.
He was in there in his blue suit, like, oh no.
Yeah,
oh, no.
I was actually in the blue shirt.
That's a real oh no. That's a real oh no.
I'm looking like I'm at a U of H game rocking University of Kansas, man. I'm like, hey, I'm so mad she didn't tell me this because I would have wore something red. I would have wore a red Sports Radio 610 shirt.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I would try to fit it. That's the worst thing ever, man. Just going into a church where everybody seems like they're on the same page,
but you stand out, you stick out.
Oh, I stood out like a sore thumb.
You couldn't even try and like keep your head down when it was like, do we have anybody visiting for the first time? Yep. Everybody was like, you right here in the blue.
Yeah, everybody like, oh, you don't come here often.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yeah, and then not to mention the church that I go to is not as traditional, so you can kind of dress down. We talked about it before. You can rock a hat and all that, a little more traditional. So you seen a lot more suits and stuff. And I had a polo shirt on, and I was kind of sticking out a lot. So I'm like, man, she should have said something.
So
she should have.
Did you tell her something?
No, I ain't get a chance to talk to her. But when I do, I'm like, man, you could have told us to at least wear some red.
Why are you doing me like that?
Yeah, I'm like, dang, man. I kind of felt, I don't want to say embarrassed because, God don't care about all that.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, I would like to fit in with the people a little bit.
However, God don't care about it, but you got to look good, and that's why you go to the supermarket. Make sure you're looking good when you go to church.
All right, I think I may have misplayed this, but I still.
Before you even tell us anything, Figgy, He misplayed it, didn't he?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, remember that. So I'm speaking at a men's breakfast on Saturday morning at a church. Okay, I'm not going to mention. I don't want to embarrass them. But
the church?
Well, they'll know, but no one else will. So, but this is the email I got. They copied me on an email they're sending out to all their constituents. Speaking of church, Figgy, this Saturday, June 21st, 8 a.m. in the parish hall, guest speaker will be John Lopez.
Hey,
who is radio host of In the Loop with Nick and Lopez.
Nice.
Oh man,
nice.
Wait a minute.
That's 4 co-hosts ago.
Hey, that was about 20 years ago, it felt like. Well, it was 20 years.
I went back and thought, that's...
You need to tell me anything?
That's
or?
literally 4 co-hosts ago. So, I have not...
No, I mean, I think
I think you did the right call because that's not the show you on.
That's fair. That's fair.
I was like, yeah, but I don't want. I mean, it's just, it's just.
That might be the most famous person you did the show with, though. Currently.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, I hit send, and I'm like, now they're gonna feel bad. That was the main thing, and I didn't tell them it was 4 co-hosts ago. I said, well, right now it's not. It's Reggie and Figgy.
All our names got to put in there.
Yeah, I put y'all's names in there. Yeah, so.
I did that a couple times where I had to speak to somebody or some kid or whatever.
Yeah,
and they put the show The Loop.
The Loop.
Somebody said The Loop, and I'm like, man, I ain't want to be petty. I'm like, it's actually In the Loop.
It's the full name of it.
Yeah, not The Loop.
It's a pimp named Slickback.
They put the loop in quotations.
Yeah,
I'm like, that is actually In the Loop.
Okay, so I did it because I am a stickler for stuff like that. But
you are a stickler. We do know.
I kind of felt bad.
We do know that for certain.
Yeah.
By the way, people asking what church I was at, and they kind of guessing it. I was at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church in Third Ward. Okay.
Yeah, and they wasn't in there banging. I just want to make
sure. I
want to make that clear.
We was banging for the Lord.
That's right. Some people mentioning their kind of I guess more boxed foods that they like more than the original. Velveeta shells and cheese is from the 936.
That's a good one.
A lot of people go with that one. Top ramen is one that they said, which
Totino's Pizza. A lot of people
pizza
love
rolls,
that.
Yeah, I get the Totino pizza rolls. I firmly believe that there's some time cap on like once you hit this number of times you've consumed this, you're done. I think I've hit that for ramen noodles. That and honey buns. I think for some reason I've had too many of those. I'm done with those for the rest of my life.
Honey buns though, don't speak too soon on that.
I think I've had my life supply, and I'm not saying I haven't had. I've had a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like that.
Was it a college thing?
Elementary school, all through grade school, I had a honey bun damn near every day. So I think I'm capped out. I think I'm capped out on that. I think I'm capped out on the ramen noodles. But shout out to y'all doing that out there. All right. Somebody said Bob Evans, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese. Okay. All right. Very good. I guess keep sending those in then? Question mark?
Sure.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, coming off the weekend, so you know what we got to do. Winners and losers of the weekend, 713-572-4610. Who was a winner on the weekend? Who was a loser on the weekend? Let us know, and we'll discuss it next.
Nick Cayley expects ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend here. 713-572-4610. If you got something to add in. People still commenting on stuff from Lunchtime Confessions on two different fronts. One is more of the box foods that they like better than something that be homemade or whatever. Red Baron mini pizza, they said, and then a pecan roll in the box is always a good quick lunch idea. Okay, I see you. The Red Baron pizza, people get a lot of love for the Red Baron one, so shout out to that. And then someone else, Figgy, because you was talking about going to Wheeler Ave. Someone said they took a girl on a date from there, and she owes him $100 rather. They said they wouldn't patronize that church anymore. Just because of that? Just because of that? That's it.
Might run into her and I'll be mad.
That's
hilarious. Where my money at?
Yeah, in the middle of church.
Remember that video of the dude, two dudes fighting in church?
Which one?
No, it was one specifically.
I do not recall this.
Yeah, somebody was, I forgot what they was doing, but two dudes in the front row started fighting, and the pastor was like, stop.
You got, yes, you can't be doing that.
Yeah, we can't have that happen.
You can't be doing that. All right, so let's get into the winners and losers of the weekend. Maybe those folks were losers on that particular. The 504, loser was A&M finding a new way to be stupid, Lopez. Football recruiting pictures, but they brought actual goats.
That's a win.
You like it?
That's a win. That's clearly somebody who doesn't like A&M, probably a some other school's fan.
From the 504, I'm guessing LSU?
Maybe possibly.
Maybe LSU.
Yeah, man. I
like that.
I do feel like the recruiting pictures we get, and maybe this is just
everybody
the old man.
does it.
We doing a lot with all these recruiting pictures, but I guess you got to do what you meet the guys where they are, right? Meet the recruits where they are.
Well,
they
my
like
point
taking
is,
these pictures.
Everyone does a lot.
No, exactly. No, I was not saying that about A&M in particular. But yeah, do what you got to do, I guess.
We got 713 said you were a loser.
Yeah. Shout out to Steve and Shannon. They go out to all of the crawfish.
Confirm?
I can't confirm.
Okay.
I was a loser in one particular way. They go out to all the crawfish tour stops. In fact, the next one is going to be this Friday, and it's out towards Pearland, ain't it? I'll have to get you the details as we continue. I looked at Lopez, and he was like, "Why are you asking me?"
He looked at me like, "I don't know.
What are you looking at me for?"
I can come up with the schedule.
Yeah, that is fair. I'll get you that at another date. But we played a little Jenga out there at Christian's Tailgate in the Energy Corridor, and it was a good game. But he won. I'll admit I held that L there. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. How about this? I would say a winner is Jack McGlynn, the Houston Dynamo midfielder. But I think the U.S. men's national team was a loser. They played in a friendly against Turkey over the weekend. And Jack McGlynn scored literally in the first minute of play. So playing out there, getting a goal versus Turkey. It's his fifth cap for the U.S. side, obviously getting ready for the Gold Cup. But the team lost 2-1 against Turkey. Yet another friendly loss for the side. Now, it is worth noting they don't have the A team out there, but that's because guys decided that they didn't want to, go and compete in the Gold Cup. Obviously, we talked about Christian Pulisic. I mean, guys like Yunus Musa. It doesn't look good for Pochettino with these friendlies going into a Gold Cup that feels like it's going to be decisive on whether or not he'll keep his job.
Gold Cup is a very big tournament, and obviously, they're playing here, and the championship's going to be here at NRG. This is if you follow it, the USA soccer should not be struggling like this. 3 straight losses, 1 more friendly before the Gold Cup. A lot of the big time players opting to quote rest, which I'm not saying they don't need rest, but in years past they would have played. This was all MLS players, which the MLS has good players. I'm not saying that either. But
they're getting better, but
the best players are not participating. This is a commentary on the head coach, to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be at least in part. The performance probably getting better, but still definitely not up to the standard that the U.S. sets for itself. It's going to be interesting to see what they look like in the Gold Cup with some of the matches obviously taking place here in Houston. But yeah, man, hopefully they have an opportunity to play at NRG Stadium, because if they don't, there's going to be real heads will roll is the way to put that. Heads will roll in that regard as they continue to work their way up to the next World Cup that's coming here relatively soon in 2026. Man, that's crazy that it's that soon. All right, some other winners and losers. I see this from Rob Torres on the YouTube page. Hockey fans, both Stanley Cup final games have gone into overtime. Game 2 went into double overtime as well. I got to admit, and this is a confession, I said that I wanted to tap in on the NHL, the Stanley Cup Final. I haven't actually tapped in the way.
Well, I haven't watched the entirety, but we were watching the other night. Did they play Friday?
Yeah, they played Friday.
They played Friday.
I saw some of the overtimes with this particular. Actually, I had the game on. I just wasn't locked in.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. We were watching other stuff and then flipping back. I just wanted to keep tabs on it, but no, not completely locked in, but terrific games, to say the least.
Just like the NBA Finals, 1-1 there with the Panthers getting that double overtime win that we were talking about on Friday. So that one, I think they're set to play Game 3 tonight, I believe, back in Sunrise, Florida. Oilers, Panthers, Game 3. It's been fun. I saw at least one thing I do remember seeing. Connor McDavid, that dude is so good. Like he's a lot of stick work, passing the puck rather, getting a goal. Of course, they lose that game, the one that I actually remember him dicing folks up in. Some other winners and losers. Figgy, this one's for you. French Open over the weekend, both finals were phenomenal.
It was good, man.
Both finals were absolutely incredible. They're winners in that regard. Coco Gauff became the first American woman since 2015 to win at Roland Garros. So obviously where the French Open is held, and obviously the name that they prefer that it's called. And what was interesting about that particular matchup is you had Coco shining, wins her second major. Go ahead of her, so huge. But what's kind of sad was that the woman that she played against, the number 1 ranked woman in the world, Aryna Sabalenka, versus Coco Gauff, who was number 2, which, it delivered in that type of matchup. This was Aryna Sabalenka seemingly being a little bit of a bad sport after this final.
I think it was the worst final I ever played. I was just making unforced errors. I don't know, I have to check the statistics. I think she won the match not because she played incredible, just because I made all of those mistakes from... if you look from the outside, kind of from an easy balls. Yeah, that hurts. Especially when you've been playing really great tennis during the whole week. You've been playing against a lot of tough opponents, Olympic champion, Iga, and then you go out and you play really bad. I don't know. I think Iga, if Iga would win me another day, I think she would go out today and she would get the win.
Damn.
So basically, she was like, I played bad, but if that other girl had beat me, she'd have beat Coco. Coco wasn't that nice, was basically what it felt like she was saying.
She pretty much said, she didn't win. I lost. I suck.
100%.
People descended upon her. She ultimately kind of tried to clarify and offer a level of apology. I know I watched that. I think, Figgy, you watched it. I think that, in order to say that, because she did have 70 unforced errors. She had a lot of errors, but I think you neglect and you miss what Coco Gauff does. She has a lot of range and speed to where the shots that normally would win you points, she gets to, so she makes you take more aggressive shots.
And force unforced errors.
Yeah, she makes you take about within errors.
Yeah.
It's kind of hidden forced errors because it's hey, a shot that you would normally take that wins you a point, you now have to be even more aggressive. That makes you make errors, and then she wins the match.
And how about 5 hours and 29 minutes?
That's right, for the men's final between Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, ultimately the champion there. That is now the second.
Is that
longest,
too much?
Second longest major in recent history at the very least.
Yeah, is that too much, Figgy?
5.5 hours of tennis?
Nah, I'll say if it's a good match, nah, it's not.
5.5 hours.
You glued in. I ain't gonna lie. I was looking at it on my phone because remember I was at church.
Yeah,
during that time.
Oh, that's right.
I got out and I'm like, damn, this game's still on.
Still on, bro. It went into the afternoon.
Yeah,
it was like 1 something and it was still on.
Yeah, I ended up catching the end of it.
You have breakfast and lunch.
Yeah, so the tennis was fantastic. Can I throw up a potential loser here?
Yeah, man.
Figgy Fig. I think Figgy Fig is a loser here.
Uh-oh.
Figgy, you got, brother.
What happened?
Figgy, you got. So in our group chat, which still bears the name that is
It's a great name.
What's the name?
Dem Boys on West.
Yeah, it kind of threw me off a little bit too, man.
And it wasn't just Figgy, to be fair. I think also I saw a lot of Texans Twitter falling for this because this came from an account at T Collins NBC that tweeted and tweets as if they are a media member covering the Eagles. Said Jalen Carter is wrecking havoc today. Just beat right executive play. Tyler Steen is coming in to replace Green. #fly Eagles fly. Now that just seems like, hey, they're over at camp. Kenyon Green doing the thing that we kind of gotten used to him doing, which is, kind of getting beat, admittedly, by a good defensive end, or defensive tackle, rather. Problem is, if you go and look at the @TCollins NBC account, it says the profile says Eagles NBC reporter. It has 3 followers, or 1 follower, and it is following 3 accounts.
Oh, man.
And
I didn't even check all that. I just seen people reacted to that tweet.
That's right. There are 2 tweets, and both of them have to do with Kenyon Green. And I went and I looked at all the people who quote tweeted that particular tweet, and they're all Texans fans, and I'm like, this might have been a Texans fan who created a parody account in order to try to make fun of Kenyon Green.
Well, the dead giveaway to me, you know what it was. He said wrecking havoc.
That's right.
Yeah. That's not the word.
What is the word?
What is it?
Wreaking
okay.
havoc.
All right. So at least as of yet, Kenyon Green hadn't been out here getting his stuff done up. But yes, you did get got a little bit, especially if you're on social media and you saw that particular tweet. But, I mean, that will be something interesting to watch. That particular matchup is going to be a menace for him. Although we should have known, especially that before you get to training camp, how bad can you get beaten when we don't got pads and stuff on? You know what I mean?
I wonder how true that tweet going to end up being at
Not
some
that
point.
true. Yeah, I mean,
I can't imagine he gets 6 consecutive plays. Kenyon Green ain't that bad, is he?
And actually, the reports are obviously it's going to be good reports because they traded for him. But I mean, they have been like he's showing some signs. He's showing some signs of.
And a couple before we go, I would say that this is losers here. Mavs fans in particular. Don Nelson, legendary Mavs head coach, and noted Stoner, pothead who be out there in Hawaii. But also very, very good coach, right? I didn't want to ignore that. He was accepting the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award. Funny enough, sitting next to Rick Carlisle, former Mavs coach, now Pacers head coach in this finals. He was accepting it, and while he was accepting it, he kind of twisted the knife on one of the most perplexing NBA trades ever 4 months later. Listen to Don Nelson here.
And Luka, too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luka's shoes, his new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market. And I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
Well, they do.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's 4 months on.
Yeah.
He was just like, hey, just so you know, I think it's bad too.
Tell you what, no filter, man. Especially once you get to a certain age, it's just like they'll tell you what they think.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then a winner, and I think this is something that the NBA is doing in general. Do you like this? Apparently, at the Pacers team store specifically, but I imagine that it's also happening with other other NBA Finals participants that has been there. Pacers are allowing fans to bring player jerseys in and apply the NBA Finals patch to the back of it for $20. So you don't have to buy a specific NBA Finals jersey season to their concourse or their team store and just get the patch.
That seems like the best way to do it, to be honest.
Well, it's not the most profitable, which is the surprise and which is what I like. Like they now we have the jerseys that you were already wearing with an NBA Finals logo on it.
Here's $175 for the jersey.
Like you talk about goodwill and for fans that are there. I mean and it's in the arena, right?
Yeah, they're doing it on the concourse and at the team store, multiple places.
But both of those are at the at the arena, so they're at the game. They're spending their money. Just give them that.
Yeah, it make no sense for if you already got a jersey.
Yes,
and then it's like, oh, you want to get the one just with the trophy on the side of it.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, I got to pay full price for that.
I want an iron-on.
Yeah,
something like that.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the big news on the day. Nick Chubb in the building, looking to sign. How are you feeling about it? Who might this affect? And possibly, there was a hypothetical that was thrown out there that I might want to throw up there to you, Lopez. Let's do that next.
Is Coach D'Amico KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you're having a good one thus far. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And I appreciate the text line because you reminded me of somebody that I wanted to get to in Winners and Losers of the Weekend, and I'd be remiss if I did not shout them up. The University of Texas women's softball team, the national championship women's softball team, meeting Texas Tech in Game 3 of the Women's College World Series. That was one that, I don't know, did you watch it? Because I
yeah, absolutely, because this was the three for each one won. You know what surprised me about this? That was the Longhorns' first softball championship.
Yeah,
I would have sworn they'd won one before.
Likewise.
Yeah,
likewise.
Yeah.
But they managed to get it done, especially in the shadow of like Oklahoma, Arkansas. Both had really, really good teams. Nope. And of course, Texas Tech put up a good team themselves. Did not matter. Longhorns reigned supreme in that particular avenue right now. Another thing that I wanted to mention right now. Shout out to the Texans who there's a little bit of an announcement, not the one that you're thinking of just yet.
Yeah.
But the Texans are promoting both James Lipford and Chris Blanco to assistant general manager, according to sources at NFL on CBS, as Jonathan Jones reporting that. In fact, Lipford has been with the Texans since 2018 after 9 years with the Patriots. You want to say anything right now before I finish this off?
I mean, it fits the mold of what he surrounds himself with. I mean, we know that. That's not being
that was some Bill O'Brien type stuff, too, around that time. Yeah. I remember that name.
Oh, yeah.
Blanco's been with Houston more than a decade across 2 stints. That's the reporting there. But yeah, man, like those guys both in scouting, both of those guys
work their way up.
And it makes sense. Like Nick Caserio has, a certain heart for that as well. And 2 AGMs now, both of them promoted in.
It seemed like they probably going to be getting some looks from some other teams too now.
I think that was a big part of this. I think Nick Caserio, loyal to his guys, as we know, as we just talked about. He came up with a lot of these guys through New England, and I think he's doing them a solid. Like they're going to be mentioned as general manager candidates for the simple reason that they're not in the scouting department or have some scouting title anymore. They have a title that actually has those 2 important letters in it, GM. Yeah. So I think that's what.
And Nick Caserio, the way he been moving around and stuff like that, I can see a team looking try to pick something off the tree.
No, this is great for their career.
And I mean, having both of them as AGM, not to make this about race necessarily, but we know in the NFL, like you do have this opportunity where if coaches or executives are advanced, you do have an opportunity of gaining some draft capital, and I think that Chris Blanco falls in there, does he not? Right?
I think they both would, wouldn't they?
Would Lipford fall in there as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Like you have opportunity.
Oh no, Lipford would not.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I
was like, I think I saw the picture right, but look, you got to be real careful about saying that you think you know exactly what's happening just off a picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have I think that's also like not like that is the intention by any means, but I imagine that could be a secondary possibility that happens should those guys get a level of step up, as you were talking about, from the advanced position that they have. So shout out to those gentlemen, and more power to the front office as they continue to cobble together what has been a really, really good roster. And they hope to take another step today, it seems like, because all the reporting has been pointing to, although not been fully consummated, the possibility of Nick Chubb, who is in for a physical and a little bit of workout. It seems like they've agreed on numbers, and pending that physical, he will sign a 1-year deal with the Houston Texans. That's been kind of all the talk here. I'm interested in like how you feel about this particular move for the Texans. Nick Chubb possibly being added to the running back room.
First of all, this has been a very thorough physical, and
when the physical started,
he was in town last night. You would have thought something would have happened, this morning.
What if they got a late start?
But you broke the news earlier, man. So what you worry about the physical for?
I did not.
Late start. Maybe they went and got something to eat. Maybe maybe he's looking around the city. Yeah. They might have gotten caught in Houston traffic. You never know.
Although maybe they sent him. They're in a waiting room. Now that happens. We're waiting for when am I getting called?
Man, waiting room. Still waiting on those results to come back.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as we get these, then we're going to the MRI.
I like that you just got it. You got him at the hospital, the regular hospital.
Oh yeah,
you got him there at Memorial Hermann, sitting there waiting.
He probably sitting there like, "What's taking so long, man?"
Exactly. Did I spell do they have my insurance right?
Everything good?
No. On a serious note, This is to me, it just keeps going back to the same thing. There are so many questions. I talked about it being an existential type question earlier, like, what does it mean? And that, I keep going back to that. What does it mean that number one, he had potentially other options? We have to suspect he did.
We don't even have to suspect.
Yeah.
Diane Racina was reporting
that
there were other offers that were more lucrative.
And so yet he is here, or trying to be here. They drafted a running back and have Dameon Pierce.
That running back being Woody Marks, who our guy John Harris is very, very fond of. How do I know that? Because he made this sound.
Oh,
okay. So
that's right.
So from Chubb's perspective, I had options. I want to go to the Texans. From the Texans' perspective, we have Joe. Maybe still want Nick Chubb to be here. So the what does it mean is, to me, very, very pivotal. It could mean any number of things. I keep going back to they have to feel pretty good about him health-wise, and they're going to confirm it today.
Sure.
As we all know. And also how he's going to fit, number one, with this offense, and number two, in probably what will end up being a direct competition with Dameon Pierce.
I mean, direct or indirect, that feels like where it falls. I mean, it would be wild for you to, not keep Woody Marks on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
Not just after drafting him, was that 4th round? You traded future capital for him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that was ever a possibility, but I mean, even if you stopped for a moment to try and think about it, you can't.
Yeah.
Right. So he's on the team. Right. I think that's unless he's just awful. Which again, then you have
probably on the team.
Real questions. Real questions as to how that happens. Right.
Yeah.
Dario Gumbawale is a very interesting proposition here because, as you mentioned, one of the things, especially when you get to, and we'll talk about it again because it's part of the conversation every year when you're building a 53-man roster, when you get to the lower portions of any part of the depth chart, are you participating in special teams?
Yeah.
And Dare is a huge special team guy, right? Like, he participates on top, like all the way down to, remember, he could be a backup kicker, like all of that. Plus, I mean, pass blocker, like that's one of the things we've talked about a lot is his pass blocking acumen. Maybe does that become, obsolete by any means because of Nick Chubb? I don't know. We can have that conversation as well. But then you look around and you ultimately make your way right back around to Dameon Pierce, a dude who had a resurgence, and a dude who, if I'm going to be completely honest, I think has more of an opportunity for explosion than Nick Chubb does right now.
That's hard to say depending on his health, on Chubb's health. Because the guy was an explosive player, yards after contact guy, all that, very explosive player himself. But I see where you're coming from on that, just because of and for those who don't know, he had a complete blowout knee in 2023 and had a broken foot last year. So that's the issue. But if he's healthy, I said this earlier, and I still feel this way. I feel like Dario Gumbawale might be in a more, at least going into camp, in a more secure spot than Dameon Pierce. Just because of the special teams, because of the pass blocking, because they love him, and he can do so much. And when we say special teams, we mean all special teams. He's not just, in one particular set. So, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be in danger of losing his job. But they love him.
Competition.
They love him. He's in a good spot. Yeah.
Woo! Competition. All right. So I know that we've seen some people text in and ask, does this at all give you, concerns about CJ's shoulder because it feels like they're, trying to lean even more on the run? Could that maybe be some level of a statement on the shoulder of your quarterback? I don't take it that way. However, we did not ask this question, which we probably should have. Remember Joe Mixon was in that walking boot at a point? Like, does this give you any level of feeling on Joe Mixon, who, had that ankle injury? Does that at all make you think what's happening there? Could this be some level of insurance on that front?
Well, just to be clear, I'm not overly concerned about either of those. Leaning more toward the Joe Mixon thing than C.J. Stroud's shoulder. I don't know if you would or not, but maybe they just need that extra body in camp because they're going to maybe take it easy with Mixon.
Yeah, I mean that's also a possibility of it. I could it be that simple? Like, I feel like you don't make this move for something that simple, right?
That I don't think you do either. But that's why I keep going, what does this all mean?
Yeah.
Because this is bizarre. You've got you're not going to keep more than 4 running backs, I wouldn't suspect, especially if you have fullbacks, and that type of thing. British Brooks is kind of leaning toward fullback, it seems like. And to bring in Nick Chubb and for him to choose you is very key to me.
Yeah, I think that's also a fun point of it is the idea of him choosing to be in Houston. And this isn't necessarily, not to discredit by any means, like what this offense can be or will be. But this isn't, choosing to play on the Texans defense. This isn't that. Like, this offense, they do have some questions that are worth answering. And Nick Chubb is a dude that, despite the injuries as we've discussed, he has some suitors. He has some opportunities to go various places. It seems like, at least at the point where you're at, he has chosen Houston. What do you think that says about what he might have been told by Nick Caley, what he might have been, what insight he might have gleaned about what this offense is going to look like? Yeah.
Yeah, from Nick Caserio. I think he has been told that if he is healthy, they have big plans for him. And that's why I think Dameon Pierce being traded is a lot more of a possibility today than it was yesterday.
Well, then that if there's big plans, that feels like that is a true tandem. Makes sense. No?
Maybe more carries, but not a true tandem.
Maybe he told them, hey, if you healthy, we splitting this. It's gonna be.
You're with Reggie. You think it could be like that? A split?
I think so.
Wow, you have to be really healthy, and he have to be back to his old self.
Or he got to be good. Like, he still got to be good. It's one thing to be healthy, but if you ain't
if they get that guy, then it would be a split, and it'd be pretty sweet.
I'm going to keep operating in a place where I'm not assuming you're getting the Nick Chubb of old. Like, I don't think you're getting Nick Chubb from pre-knee blowout. I think you can get a solid Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb last year you could still see the vision within there. I did point that out, though, however, that he did not meet his, like, the expected yards when you're looking at, like, the analytics of this for whatever it's worth to you. He was, negative on the rush yards over expected, especially per attempt. His EPA was low. I know that you were talking about the blocking not necessarily being great on that
the offensive line was bad. They had a lot of injuries. There was a lot of bad players on there.
But even within that, like, he didn't have the explosive run plays nearly as much either that you would expect. So those are things that I continue to look at. However, I do think that you can get a solid running back, which, again, even having a second solid running back, even though I think there's a possibility of Dameon Pierce coming back and having a resurgence, I think that it's nice to know that you have a guy that is, more likely to be that than just, hey, are we going to be able to bring Dameon Pierce back to his past glory?
Yeah, and more likely to be that. He did it for years. He had a 5 yard per carry average in his prime for a long stretch. I'm with you, but if you get anything close to that,
3.3 yards per carry this past
season. Yeah, but he could carry the load, and beyond all that, the Texans are clearly indicating they have a type, with this offense, this offensive style that
they want to have some power. But they also went and drafted Woody Marks, who does not fit that type though.
But he's also good out of the backfield as a receiver, and that's one of the things they like to have in this style of offense. Nobody here is saying, Dameon Pierce, you're gone. All I'm saying is it is very clear that they're putting the pressure on him.
So what's interesting for me, because I know that there's the idea of being multiple, that you're going to try and play to the strengths of your players, according to Nick Caley. If you're trying to extrapolate, you can easily get yourself to a place where you go, there are two competing ideas here where you look at the wide receiving core, and at the very least, you could look at 4 guys that you go, I'm interested in seeing all these guys kind of go as pass catchers. Well, I guess pass catchers probably get to 5, 6, or what have you, including tight end type dudes.
Yeah.
But Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, obviously you add in Higgins and Knoll, the law firm of Higgins and Knoll.
Yeah.
And then whatever else you want to add there wide receiver wise, like all these wide receivers, all these guys to get the ball to. But then also you look at running backs, and like you kind of have a group of running backs that you kind of think that, hey, run. Which of those feels more compelling for you? Because again, the likelihood is that trying to find a way to balance all these things, which I think also comes back to the idea that Nick Caley, it's a little bit more difficult of a job of all these things when you have all these toys that you have to manage getting touches to.
Yeah.
However, which of those sides do you feel more compelled on? The idea that maybe they're a little bit more run heavy, or the idea that they have all these guys to maybe throw the football to?
No, I think they go together, but I'm more interested in the running back room now, presuming Nick Chubb signs with the team. But I think the way that they run the ball is going to help these guys. Maybe we've talked about this earlier, the explosive plays. I think they're trying to lean into more explosive plays off of play action, more explosive plays because how the defense is playing the running game, because they're run heavy, and that's a good thing because you got guys that can go out and get it like Nico Collins.
Yeah, very intriguing to see. One, if the physical goes the way that we want, and I guess way that I imagine a lot of people want. I can't necessarily say that everybody wants that, but if Nick Chubb is officially signed to this Texas team, just in time for mandatory minicamp for us to get some eyes on what it looks like, what his game continues to have, and maybe what this team is trying to, make themselves into offensively for the 2025 football season. And yes, I see all y'all in the YouTube chat mentioning this segment has contained us saying Woody, DP, Chubb, John. I get it. It's all in there. All those words, all those names, very much accurate. You'll hear a lot more of that. A lot more of that with your Houston Texans this season. Get yourself ready. Maybe get your mind right. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, so a debate been happening online about line dancing. And thing right here. So I want to bring that to y'all. And plus that makes me want to transition to playing a game.
Okay.
Oh, we got a game today. Let's go line dancing. We'll do it next.
Should we be concerned about C.J. Stroud not? exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So Shaq got a podcast he been doing for a couple years now called The Big Podcast.
That's right, The Big Podcast.
Yeah,
I think Adam Lefko co-hosted with him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, my bad.
I ain't gonna act like I know. I don't know. I do remember him the last time he was up here. He was actually in this studio.
Yeah.
Caserio.
Okay.
So I was pretty familiar with that. And so this episode, he had Iman Shepherd on. Iman, you see him on ESPN now being a reporter. You can tell he's trying to do his thing. But he was on the podcast with Shaq, and they were playing a game called WPS or BPS.
I remember this game.
Yeah, so white people stuff or black people stuff. And so they throw out different topics or different items, different names and stuff like that. And the topic was line dancing. And here's how it went. And I got a couple questions about this because my mind was kind of blown a little bit.
Line dancing.
Oh, WPS. I mean WPS.
I don't know, man.
No.
If it's the Cupid Shuffle or like the
That's
electric
not
slide.
line dancing.
What?
It's not line dancing.
Come on, man.
What is that?
It's
What
Cupid
is
Shuffle.
dancing is that?
It's the Cupid Shuffle. It's not line dancing.
That's footworking.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude.
No
That's
one
Chicago.
dancing in a line.
No, stop
No, it's
it.
not a line, though. It's a group.
Yeah, stop it.
It's a difference.
Oh, it's a group.
It's a
Okay.
congregation.
Nice
It's
try.
church.
Nice try.
First of all, I got a couple things just from this clip alone. I thought this was line dancing. Every time
It is
this
a line dance.
It is
yeah,
line dancing.
I thought that was a line dance
It is
song.
line dancing, isn't it?
And
right?
It is a line dance.
It's a line
that's
dance.
what I
It's considered
thought.
like
Yeah.
that.
That's what I thought I was
slide,
Yeah.
cha-cha slide.
Yeah,
all this.
I thought I was tripping. I'm like, that's a line dance.
The wobble.
Yeah.
And then my other thing is, I thought this was black people thing, man.
What? Oh.
No, but they just went WPS.
Yeah, like
I'm like, damn, really?
Yeah.
Nah. I think that we might have
I feel
different
like
line dances in
this-
different communities, maybe.
I think it's fair to say everybody.
Yeah, we all line dance.
Yeah, we all do it.
Everybody.
But I wouldn't have went to WPS on this.
No.
I wouldn't have either, but there's a big contingent. I mean, we've all seen those videos of the old white cowboys that are just doing their thing on the line dance.
I guess
That's kind of everybody, though,
I feel
man.
like we are all line dancers.
Yes. Hit us up on the text line 713-572-4610. Is this WPS or BPS? Like I'm really, my mind was.
Oh yeah, what would you
APS.
pick? What would you pick?
APS.
APS.
Everybody.
All people stuff.
All people stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You gonna get me messed up and actually say the word? and have to get dumped.
Just say stuff, man. Just say stuff. So it kind of got me thinking we should play this little game.
Are we gonna do this?
We're
Oh,
gonna do
no.
BPS versus WPS versus Lopez MPS.
HPS.
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing right now?
You're gonna get canceled.
That's right.
HPS.
That's right.
But thank you for including me.
Yeah, no problem, man. I ain't want you to sit out on the sideline while me and Reggie kind of go back and
WPS,
forth.
BPS, or HPS?
HPS. All right.
All right.
So, bringing your own chair to the party.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a good one.
Bringing your own chair, like
man. If
I'm gonna say BPS and HPS.
I was gonna say HPS. If you throw a parade, be on the row with their own
yeah, but
chair.
I feel like a parade. Most people would bring their chair anyway.
But they won't
But
be on
that's
the
a
front
parade.
row.
No, we talking
they
about.
won't be on the front row.
We talking about the party.
A party. Okay, a
Yeah,
party.
we ain't talking about no parade or a big old. We talking about a party.
I'll say
if,
BPS or
if you had a
HPS.
party,
I'm with you.
if you had the party at the house, somebody's bringing a chair. Who is bringing that chair?
I think it's one of those two.
Their own chair.
I think it's one of those two.
I fall in line with y'all. I don't be thinking about. I be thinking about parties I go to where it's like, hey man, if y'all got chairs, we sitting. If y'all don't, we gonna stay for as long as it.
But you had some people that had the chairs in the back, and they gonna bring their chair in just in case. Just in case it ain't no chair.
Okay, all right.
What about this one? Letting pets lick you in the mouth.
I mean,
WPS.
I mean, I feel
You
like
agree?
This was a setup. Yes.
You agree? Okay.
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
No, this ain't no right or wrong answers on here.
Yeah.
And send them in. Let me know what y'all think.
No right or wrong answer.
Yeah. I'm just checking. Wearing matching family shirts to Disneyland.
Oh hell, we could say this together.
At Disneyland?
Oh, Disneyland. Then it's. I was gonna say.
Do it make a difference?
Yes.
Disneyland versus Disney World.
I don't know about you guys.
No, not even that.
No, just Disney. Any Disney
Going to
property.
like a park.
I was thinking family reunion, and it was automatic.
That's exactly.
But at Disneyland, Disney World, I'm gonna say WPS or BPS. Not my people.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's one of those two.
I was gonna go with BPS on this one.
A lot of those girls trips, a lot of those family trips.
Yeah, that's true.
WPS or BPS.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
What about loud talking over the movie at home like you're doing some commentary?
Don't go in there.
At home?
Oh, what is she doing?
Don't go in there.
At home?
Who is doing that? Who?
Yeah.
Don't open that door, stupid.
That's BPS. Come on. Come on.
That's our That's our people.
Yeah. Me personally, I will hold that crown. I was doing
you be talking during
Sometimes
the
I
movie?
do, especially if it's a ridiculous movie. I was watching the Tyler Perry movie.
Oh, well, that's
and
the
I
best
did it
part.
the whole time.
Like, that's my favorite part of watching a bad movie is just making jokes at the movie's expense.
Yeah, it's like, what is he doing?
See, now, here's the thing, though. I hate that, like, you can talk during the movie when we're at home. Don't talk during the movie at the theater. And then also, don't ask me questions like I'm supposed to know. That's why you watch the movie.
Man, the movie first kicked off and my wife was asking questions. I'm like, this is my first time seeing the movie, too.
And even if I have seen the movie, we can ask you. There's a Q&A after the film for anything you didn't. I'm not gonna watch the film for you. If you're not gonna watch and learn from it, then let's do something else.
Yeah. What about this one? Naming your kids after luxury brands. So like Chanel, Lexus, Dior.
Ooh. I feel like there's a
that feels BPS here.
Well, hold on.
Feels, but I'm trying to.
I feel like there's an obvious answer, and maybe that is the answer. BPS. I know some.
There are some Chanels. Yeah, that is fair.
You know some Porsches?
I know some Parises.
I know some Porsches.
I know some.
But it's not spelled the same. But does that count?
Yeah. I think I would lean BPS, but it's in there with WPS.
So don't sleep on WPS.
Don't sleep on WPS.
I do love the 832 talking during the movie is wife people stuff. That's right. Yeah, that's your lady. They do.
What about this one? Naming your kids after car brands or soap operas. We kind of had that discussion a little bit.
Ask Reggie's mom about that.
Not mine. You mean Brandon's?
Brandon's.
Look at you getting us all mixed
I'm named
up.
after Hoopers. I don't know what you're talking about. Ball is life over here. I don't know. I feel like that probably goes a lot. I think that's
that'd
APS.
be a back in the BPS, really?
I think that's an APS thing, man. I feel like there's a lot of people.
That might be all people. There's a lot of
there's
Dakotas out there,
Yes.
and stuff like that might fit into this category.
There's a reason why these soap operas lasted on TV for such a long time.
Cheyenne.
All these people came to the table to watch their shows.
I think it's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about letting your dog eat off the plate after you're done?
Is this an all?
It ain't an all.
It's not an all?
This is not a BPS thing.
So like the food maybe like hey the leftovers we let the dog have maybe.
No, what I seen some black people do, throw it on the floor.
Yeah,
They're
I
eating
never
on my
let
plate.
I never let Gibson eat off my plate, but when I was
Exactly.
done, I would give him.
You could give it to, but
So maybe we're winding it. Maybe we're narrowing it down. Might be WPS.
Yeah, but I will say,
and
like,
I personally know somebody, Tyler Milner, who
What?
actually let his fur baby eat some food off of the plate.
Yeah.
Not off the plate, but I mean, if we just talk about the human food, that's all of us. At some point or another, end up giving the dog some chicken or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Saving plastic grocery bags under the sink.
I think that's APS.
That's everyone.
That might actually be more of a class thing than it
that's
is.
everyone.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we all in that. Now, of course, some people to different degrees, but yeah.
Now this is gonna get a little tricky right here. This might get a little heated. Not using washcloths in the shower.
Ooh.
Not using washcloths in the shower.
It's of all the
I don't
locker rooms I've been in. I'm trying to go through that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the primary MO is for my people, brothers and sisters in Latino.
No, some people don't use.
No, I got you.
Because you don't use washcloths.
I use the bar of soap. I use the bar
So
of
you
soap.
use soap to skin?
Soap to skin.
That's something, man.
That's the way you got to do it.
That is something else.
Get in there real good. Get in there.
That is something else. No loofah, none of that.
But
so is this HPS?
I was gonna say it might be more
HBS?
No, I think it might be more WPS.
Really?
Clint don't use nothing either.
Yeah,
oh,
I
man,
think it might be
got
more
judgment.
WPS. Yeah.
I got judgment for y'all, man.
That's just my personal.
I got nothing but judgment.
Just get in there. Get in there good.
All gonna be there before committing to a party.
Oh,
I mean, that specific
I
phrase
can
is
speak
BPS.
for, I
however.
can speak for myself on that one.
Yeah,
that is BPS. However, I think that we're becoming more and more just like a society.
That's a common thing.
Yeah.
Like we're just everybody is so like we are all we want that connection, but nobody's really willing to go out for it.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, I need to know exactly what this is going to look like before I commit to anything.
Yeah.
So I think we're all in that space now. But yeah, specifically who all gonna be there? Yeah, that's yep.
All right, this is the last one. Wearing jeans and boots to a beach or pool party.
Ooh. Now my people will do that occasionally.
Yeah.
But they'll also go the other direction, and they'll just be with no shirt and just bathing suit, and that's how they get to the party.
You might have to hold that crown for your people on that one.
I would lean HPS.
The tough part about it is like I know that there's definitely black folks who will do that. Just not necessarily. Well, I was like at a pool party, we don't even really be ready to get in the pool like that. To be completely honest.
Yeah,
so
no.
if somebody is on that steez
like,
where it's
if I go to a pool party, most of the times I really don't get in. But I'm not wearing no boots and jeans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wear some shorts or something.
Yeah.
yeah, who are the people wearing boots and jeans to a pool party?
I would lean HPS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially to a beach.
Yeah.
Oh, to the beach in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was like, man. Okay. All right. Interesting.
All right, man. That was a fun game. WPS versus HPS versus BPS.
Somebody said that's my people, the whites. Okay. Thank you from the 346.
y'all
I
be
probably
doing that?
Don't. That's true for real. Maybe. I don't know.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima on the Ken Carman show, 92.3 The Fan up in Cleveland, they kicked their show off pretty much talking about Nick Chubb because, he got the news on Sunday. And just kind of want to play how they started their show off a little bit. So keep in mind, this is the intro.
Yeah.
So this is the intro to the show. I think they put some Nick Chubb highlights in there and some stuff that happened throughout the weekend. And then they get right into the whole Nick Chubb thing. Not a Cleveland Brown anymore.
The Texans are bringing in veteran running back Nick Chubb for a visit on Monday. And I'm told as long as he passes his physical, he'll be signed to a contract. So I expect this to happen. It's probably going to be a one-year contract. I don't expect it to be that expensive.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
It's not.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV, ABC, and KPRC in Houston. Good morning.
Morning, Kenny.
Are you going to root for Nick Chubb in Houston?
Yeah, probably. Why not?
I don't know. I'm torn. I want to root for Nick, but man, I really don't like the Texans.
Yeah, but I like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, me too.
So you like the quarterback and the running back, but you don't like them?
Yeah. I think that's That's always
Are there a lot of teams that fit that example?
no, there isn't.
But you hate their coach, right?
DeMeco Ryan.
Yeah.
Who?
Exactly. So,
Who?
DeMeco.
Did he make him into like a gecko or something? How did that happen?
Better than
DeMeco.
that. That's insulting.
Come on, man.
That's insulting.
Will he make him into Necco wafers? What is that?
He did right there.
Do all their shows sound like the beginning of House of Cards?
That was dramatic.
It was very dramatic.
It's actually pretty cool, but as a producer, that's a lot of work,
I
man.
bet.
Because they going through highlights, they got to place them in certain places, and yeah, that's always their intro.
It's really dramatic. I felt like it was a State of the Union about to happen or something. He's like, no, I think so. I think I'm for him.
So do they hate the Texans just because the Texans fleeced them?
It gotta be.
Yeah.
It gotta be. Like, what other is that? And then they lost that playoff game. They got their ass whooped.
Maybe a little bit of
last
that.
Okay, well,
playoff game
that
they
one
was
would
in.
be fair. The Texans didn't fleece them. They fleeced themselves.
They
remember,
fleeced themselves.
Remember, it was Deshaun Watson decided that he ain't want to go there, and it's
Yeah.
between, what was it, Atlanta and someone else that was really vying for the services.
New Orleans.
Miami.
It was New Orleans.
It was so, and then Cleveland decided they really want him, and they were like, actually, we'll give you all the money in the world. And Deshaun was like, I'm listening.
yeah.
But it's hard not to look at the team though that they came from. Like it's hard to just take that team out, especially after the playoff loss too.
Yeah,
Where's
that
the
didn't
personal responsibility,
Yeah.
Figgy?
That didn't
Y'all
help.
did it to yourself. Don't be mad at the Texans behind that.
Yeah.
You jerks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Haters.
Real quick, I did bring up Now You Sound. You want to hear a little piece of it real quick?
Yes.
Here's Nick Chubb mic'd up. That's all it is.
It's the sounds of a man running the football.
Grunting and running.
Look, no smack talking or anything.
That's it.
That's it.
He's not even talking to his teammates.
He's not even talking.
It was a couple times.
He's not even talking.
It was a couple times. Hey, coach.
Yeah.
That was it. It
That
was
was it.
like talking about the most boring mic'd up I ever heard in my life.
That was it.
But who give a damn if you can run that ball?
That's right.
He might be running that ball for the Texans pending a physical that's happening today. From the 281, they said play more of the clip, and he talks about why he hates the Texans, and he references Hannah also. Well, you just can't. You just gonna have to deal with that one.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he lost me when he said DeMeco.
Yeah.
Yeah, your time is done here, buddy.
So Hannah thanking y'all for the picks is what did it. That's why y'all hate him.
Yeah.
Because y'all gave up the picks.
Or maybe he doesn't like women. Doesn't respect women.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that's ISO right there.
Oh, wow.
I mean, let's reading the room is what that is.
Look, I don't know, man.
Hey, put it on me. I don't care. You were thinking it.
Put it on me.
Whoa!
He just sat there and said, "Put it on me." I don't care. You were thinking it too,
That's
right?
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Don't bring us down. with you.
Yeah.
I said maybe. Maybe he doesn't respect women. Maybe he doesn't.
Anyways, it sounds like Cleveland is doing fantastic right now.
Yeah.
You treat your running back right, and you won't be looking for better places to go. There you go. You're in. That is Figgy's mixtape, mind you. Every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, might bring it up and shout you out. But coming up next, return Ron Hughley, so we'll talk to those five fellas in the crosstalk. But I did mention a hypothetical that I want to bring up to you, Lopez. I'll give that to you next.
A friendly suggestion. Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Looks like. All right, looks like we're going to get through the entirety of this Monday in the loop. Remaining on Chubb watch. Yes, I said that. I understand. We're all just going to be children up until this happens, and maybe through it if he does indeed sign with the Texans. Nothing official as of yet, even though Ian Rappaport, pretty solid that they've agreed on numbers, the Texans and Nick Chubb. Just waiting on the physical, which we haven't seen any level of insight as to whether or not that's been done and
hell of a
in an affirmative. That does not mean, Lopez, that they're just doing a 5-hour physical, okay?
Hey, I would be scared as hell if it was taking that long to get some.
Yeah, like all of a sudden everybody becomes a hypochondriac. Did they find something? I knew that spot was bad.
Yeah.
Nah, but we're waiting to see.
They're going to come back in with a hazmat suit. Like, yeah, this ain't going to work out right.
Gloves on. We got some bad news.
I'll never forget when my doctor came in like that.
No.
When I had the Rona.
Yeah.
She came back with the mask.
She said, if I come back with a hazmat suit, then you got it.
Like a real hazmat suit?
Yeah, she was all.
Damn.
Yeah.
Big glass.
She came back. I was like, oh, man. I was like, really?
Damn.
Yes, really.
Damn.
Yes,
All right,
really.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I sincerely hope that none of that is happening with Nick Chubb, but we'll see what happens there. It seems like, seeing as we did not get that come down during our program, it feels like there's a distinct possibility that does indeed come down during the drive, so you want to make sure that you keep it locked here. We'll get a chance to chop it up with those fellas. But while we were talking earlier, in fact, we were talking not about the Nick Chubb situation, but more about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the newest safety on the Texans, and all the chip on his shoulder that he seems to be bringing to this team from his time in Philadelphia and previously. And somebody texted in something that I thought was interesting. They were like, clearly this team is building their defense for Baltimore. Clearly they're building their defense to try and be able to stop that. And I started pondering on that, and I think I turned it to you at a point and was like, do you agree with that? Do you feel like this defense is – because I was talking about just how it seems like it's going to be impossible to fix your fingers to try and throw against this defense when you talk about the outsides and you talk about the safeties, both of them ball, even from a defensive back perspective. Do you view this defense as being situated to try and stop Baltimore? And if that's the case, like how confident do you feel like it?
Well, I think the right answer is we have to have a shutdown, intimidating secondary. If you want to pick Baltimore, fine. If you want to pick Kansas City, I think it's a little more understandable. If you want to pick Buffalo, I understand. My point is, there are 3 big-time quarterbacks that you got to get through. You got to get through one of those 3 or all 3 of them. In Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So my thing is, they're like back in the day, not back in the day, they still do it in the NBA, but specifically, it's like we have to figure out a way to stop fill in the blank.
Yeah, this is the team that's going to be in the way of anybody who they are going to be the gatekeepers for the championship from this space.
When Peyton Manning was in Indianapolis,
dog.
Every team in the division, especially the Texans, built their entire defense about rushing the quarterback and putting pressure up the middle and all that stuff. And it was very clear that they're like, we have to figure out a way to stop Peyton Manning. I don't think there was a conscious decision made of Baltimore or Kansas City or Buffalo. I think they realize if they're going to get anywhere, the secondary has to be able to stop one or all of them. It's a big time quarterback that you're going to have to stop.
Yeah, but that's interesting because I thought about it because you're right. I think it's one of those 3 teams that you look at as being the ones that are tough. But it's not defensively. I think that their questions are big enough for me to I don't know. I feel like Buffalo is the one that feels like they're situated to stop to some degree. Obviously, the run game seems to originate also from Josh Allen right now. He seems to be holding on to all that responsibility, but it feels like you're much better situated to kind of slow that down. Lamar Jackson, if we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens, throwing the football is one thing, but it really is their run attack that is really scary. And if you're building the defense in order to stop that, would you not have been more invested in the spine of the defense? Obviously, you had EJ Speed. But you probably would have been even more aggressive in defensive tackle, trying to acquire there. Not that I think your defensive tackles are bad by any means, but it feels like if that was actually the explicit kind of attempt to build
Stop Baltimore,
that would be the way that it goes. But I think all things considered, I think you're pretty well situated to at least compete with all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's all offense that we're talking about with these particular matchups right now.
Yeah, and it stands to reason why the Texans have loaded up so heavily on their defense and continue to add to their defense because I shouldn't say no matter, but you could be really, really good offensively and still lose to those teams if your defense is not up to snuff.
Well, certainly, but I mean, D'Amico Ryans was not going to walk into a place and try and have a bad defense. That's I mean, and try to have a bad defense is kind of ridiculous.
Or not really focus on it.
But yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Because I was like, those words sound like nonsense. Mm-hmm. Those words, try to have a bad defense, is one of the dumbest things that one can say.
Let's have a bad defense, see what happens.
At times, though, it feels like some bank allow me to make fun of them one more time.
Yeah,
it does feel like they're trying to have a bad defense at times.
See what happens.
It definitely feels like
let's give it a shot.
Absolutely,
let's load up on offense.
But yeah, shout out to everybody rocking with us. Somebody said, "Why do they hate Gecko Ryans?" Was hilarious. Going back to Kay Carmen up there in Cleveland. But yeah, man, been a fun show. All right, so if you were to put if we're starting a little pool for ourselves, as it did not happen during our show.
Mm-hmm.
What time does the news come down of the physical pass or fail? Officially official.
I'm gonna say 3:00.
You got 3:00.
It seems like 3:00 is always a good
3:00 on the dot.
When the afternoon guys get news right about 3. They're fortunate in that you still got a good meaty part of the show to kind of digest and come. I'm gonna say
digesting what?
To digest, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What, Chubb?
I'm going to go Price is Right. I'm going to say 3:01.
Oh, wow.
3:01.
I was going to go with 3:30. So, all right. So, we'll see. Isai on the YouTube page says 4. We'll get our bids in that regard, but then we'll also see what's happening with the fellas of the drive. Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show Hughley back from a fantastic vacation. Well, I imagine it's a fantastic vacation in Aruba.
Oh, I know he's going to have some stories.
Yeah, I'm excited to get a little bit of insight into what Aruba was for him. He does not look like he has changed too much the shades, so I don't know how much he was out and about. I saw him drinking them fancy drinks with all them pictures that he was sending to his cohorts on Friday. Ron.
I got a little darker, a little bit, a little color. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not white, so it ain't gonna really show up.
I mean, fair enough.
I didn't get bronze.
Yep.
I got a little color, man. It was a good time.
Yeah,
it was a good time, man. Beautiful. The views is hard to walk away from.
How was the weather out there?
It was good, man. It was like 80s.
Yeah,
mid 80s.
Mm-hmm. Nothing else you want to tell us about the weather?
What you talking about, man?
I know what you're doing.
All right, so when you we mentioned that you were going to Aruba.
What you talking about?
I know you don't.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Perfectly.
I was waiting for them to bring
You
it
did
up.
perfectly, Ron.
Yeah, you did fine.
So our friend here, John Lopez, when we let him know that you were on your way to Aruba, he was like, Aruba's nice, really windy though. First thing out is just really windy. As if like that
Again,
that was something that would deter you from going to Aruba.
No, it wouldn't deter me, but it was. That every once in a while we'd be chilling on there and that sand will just go flying in your face a little bit out there.
What I said was it's beautiful. I'd been there, and I wouldn't go back because of the wind.
See?
Because if there are other options, I'm going to go somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not taking it out
out the rotation.
You take it out of the rotation.
No, it didn't do that. It didn't do that. I enjoyed
it's
that.
on the trade wind. It's like nonstop.
It was. Yeah. I mean, it was. That wind would come and it hit you out of nowhere. I mean, it was strong, but it'll blow. Your drinks off the table.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. See, I wasn't lying.
But I mean, it wasn't. It didn't deter me.
It wasn't a game breaker.
No, it wasn't a deal breaker.
We didn't think you were lying. We just thought it was weird how highly you prioritized the wind over all the other.
Man, I never coming back here. This damn wind.
As long as it's not knocking your drinks off the table, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a little different view than the bay that I'm on, but boy, that steady breeze, man, that works wonders when that heat hits and when
sometimes
mosquitoes go to swarming.
Was needed.
Mm-hmm.
That heat, but no, it was windy. That's
it's a great place though. Yeah. I made clear that it's a great place.
It was it was fantastic.
All right, Clint. What you got for us?
Well, I want to hear him.
I think I got one too.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Bob Evans mashed potatoes.
That's a good one.
Are they that for real?
Yep.
My wife and her family introduced them to me, and I was like, man, I was not a mashed potato snob, but like my mom made them from scratch.
Yeah, I love them.
And so I was like, come on, no, ain't no way.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, come on, man.
We're talking about foods that you just as
Tremendous.
well eat out of a package than homemade.
Tremendous.
Yeah, man. Were you confused with Hamburger Helper
and stroganoff?
Maybe so.
Man,
but I'm like
stroganoff.
Yeah,
Hamburger,
I mean,
isn't it the same thing?
Basically,
no. Big ass noodles.
Figgy's already gone, so it's got to land with you, Reg.
Yeah. All right, I'll take it.
When the wrecking versus wreaking havoc came about, you got to be honest. Did you have the correct answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I figured you did. I was like, it sounded like Reg and Fig didn't know what was real because they pushed back and asked like, well, what is it? And you answered the question. I thought, I'm about to ask them boys. I mean, that seems like with Reg's vocabulary. Hell, he got to know wreaking havoc.
Oh yeah, no, I was just to a point where I'm really poking at Lopez. But I probably need to reel it in, honestly.
No, that's all right. I like it. What'd you have?
No, that was it. That
beef stroganoff.
Hamburger Helper.
Yeah,
and beef stroganoff. I was confused.
Well, maybe I've gotten to a place in my life.
And then I was and then Figgy caught me with you know what I like? What did he say? The stovetop.
Oh,
Stouffer's mac and cheese.
Stouffer's mac and cheese. He said you can bring that Thanksgiving and that'd be the mac and cheese. I thought that was a tad aggressive.
Yeah, I didn't hear that you could bring that to Thanksgiving.
He said you can bring that to Thanksgiving. I'll be good.
Why do that when you can bring my legendary, mac and cheese? You know what I'm saying?
I still haven't had this mac and cheese. I still haven't had it.
Yeah, you have.
It'll change your life.
Yeah, Lopez.
Must be running the mill, T.
Damn. Hey, man, that is.
And that is why I do not bring anything to the potluck anymore.
No, man, you got to bring it back, man.
No appreciation around here.
You just got to have warmers. Once people got to it, it was lukewarm. It wasn't hot no more.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so confident, Reggie. I mean, it
Still
was like,
am.
hey, it was like, ain't nobody gonna have nothing but great things to say about this legendary. He walking away from the putt. He was so confident.
Making my mouth water right now.
Yeah. And then when people said, that's all right.
He probably talked it up too much.
They lying.
You got to under-promise, over-deliver.
I think what really hurt him, it wasn't warm. It wasn't kept warm.
I think you're right. I remember it very well.
Now I don't know if it
I don't
been
think
legendary.
I don't think I tried it. By the time I got down, it was all gone. So Tyler,
That's
it must
a
have
good
been
sign.
legendary.
Here we go. Tyler, bring it in.
Are you sure that was Tyler's? Because there was another mac and cheese that was.
No, I just feel like I was picking on my boy. So I'm not sure.
Whatever. I'm bringing it again. When we get to November,
warmers.
I'm bringing it back.
Bring warmers.
And I'll bring some damn warmers.
Excited for that. Excited for 3 o'clock. The man is back. He done been to Aruba. Is he going to make weight? We'll see what that is. But, of course, excited to see also, do we get Nick Chubb news? All of that coming up on the best damn afternoon drive sports show in all of Houston, Texas. These fine folks. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
The drive is live, and it is good to be back in the building. Took a few days. Ooh, I forgot about the
We gave you a new nickname while you're gone.
What was that?
Headshot Ron. And we allowed everybody out there. We made it very clear. We're talking about pictures. We're talking about the headshots you send.
Yeah,
and now we allowed the listeners
bang.
to take that headshot wherever they wanted to take it. Take it and run with it. And I was on the road, so I didn't see the text line. So that's all. That'll be all news to us.
Yeah. There's someone. The headshot. You know, I can do a selfie now. Give me a good background back there.
Yeah,
I think maybe I can do a selfie.
You were pretty safe because Chris Party, he was not real comfortable with really hammering down. So me and Tyler did it.
I know Tyler would.
Me and Tyler did it long distance. The last one, man, it was like your giver hat was backwards, kind of crooked.
Was it?
The glasses were on. The look on your face is like I don't give a damn. Hey, the first two or three was like, yeah, I'm sexy. I feel like you just licked your lips. And then that last one was like, hey, I don't. You're on the beach drinking one of them pink drinks.
I had, man.
Is that my boy Ron?
I don't give two rips.
I had, man. Got up there. off that. You're on one of those trips, man. Hey, man, just go ahead and charge it to the room.
Oh, yeah.
What's your room number? 313, baby. Go ahead. Well, we got up there and paid that tab. Got up there and paid that room off. There's a charge.
Weekend.
There's a charges. Damn. Hey, you know they try to get you. Hey, man, I didn't know the prices on stuff over there was what it was.
Are they expensive?
We tried to be smart about it.
Aruba, by the way. We
went to Aruba, by the way, and we will get to our guy, potentially the next Texan, Nick Chubb. Please don't be nasty with that man's last name, guys.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
And the potential of getting this news on a Monday, let me tell you.
A nasty-ass Joe. So, but no, man, we get out there. We're like, hey, let's do this thing right, man. Let's go up to this. Let's find this grocery store. Let's get to the liquor store. You know what I mean? And shout out to my friend White Justin. We was on it. Like we're gonna try to keep this thing right. It's White Justin because there's another Black Justin on the trip. So they Justin and Justin. So we White Justin, Black Justin. And he was like, yeah, man, I've been on a strict diet leading into this. He was like, yeah, let's go get some snack here, some on a little bit. I went in there. I was going, what's the Rock's tequila? That
Terramana.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I've been sipping on that a little bit. I walked in there. I bought a bottle of that the week before I left for about $33. I walked into this grocery store that had the liquor store in it. That thing was $79.
The tequila was?
Yes, the same bottle, like Tito's. Like a regular bottle of Tito's was like $79.
Woo! Love that money.
Golly.
Slid down to that absolute, man. You know me. Hey, I had to go down as far as I could get to. Slid to that absolute. That was still $39 for a regular. It was crazy.
Beer's expensive over there too, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's all expensive unless it's golly. I don't think it was Aruba. I can't remember. My neighbors went somewhere like that, and everything except for whatever. I want to say it was like Red Stripe was the most reasonably priced drink because they could get it easier there.
It just seemed like it in all, like when you went and bought it in bulk or when you bought it like that, it was expensive. I couldn't believe that, man. Shoot, man, it was crazy. That's it. Hey, Tyler, they had that Blanton's over there, $5.19. Woo.
Yeah, I mean
$519, and I'm just
Blanton's price tag here is bad.
All them tequilas you be drinking. That one, what's the one with the white and the
ceramic white and blue?
Yeah. That thing was like $700. What in hell is going on?
Yeah, we could take a bag over next time and sell it over there.
Yeah, I almost hit up Wade and said, hey, man, I got you a white Hennessy over here that I forgot to get you. Get it. But no, man, it was a good time, man. I just couldn't believe how much them cost was. But no, man, a good time, man.
Glad you had a good time, man. You look tan, you look refreshed, you look ready to go.
Stay with my little jewelry. I think that was. I felt like that was the thing that really popped it off. My little
you don't
chain.
have it on.
I ain't got it on, man. I had to keep it down, man.
You don't wear it every day.
Yeah, someone texted and said that gas is high over there, man. This broad at that I had to go in to pay. You know, I can't. You just can't pay at the pump.
Right.
Like you can. I had to go in to pay. We had to fill that thing up, fill that rental car before we got in there. Told her, I said, yeah, let me go ahead and get 15.08. She handed me the receipt. I came back and I'm looking, and we had shot past $15 when that thing is pumping. I said, what the hell? I looked down, $25.50. How the hell did you? That don't even sound the same. I said 15.08. She said, okay, $25.50. What the hell?
You must have been talking fast.
I must have, but no, man. Good time. All right, what we thinking about Nick Chubb? This thing ain't official yet. Multiple reports are out. Ian Rappaport earlier, Browns free agent running back Nick Chubb, one of the most decorated players available, is expected to sign with the Texans today if the physical goes well. We know last year he had the broken foot last year, but he also the year before had the catastrophic knee injury, very similar to Tank Dell. 7-1 YouTube and Twitch, you know the deal. It ain't been that long. What you thinking about this? How you feeling about adding Nick Chubb to this running back room that already includes Joe Mixon, who was a Pro Bowler last year, Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, and then the young man they moved up to go get in the fourth round, Woody Marks. How we feeling about this move?
Well, can we start with just because we don't know if it's official yet?
No, it's not.
But that's not going to stop us from talking about the player as well. But can we just start with, as a fan of the Texans, we always talk about, at least on this show we do, I want my team to move in a certain way. It's easy after Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud came along, and after you win 10 games 2 years in a row, and boy, it's easy to just all of a sudden go, man, yeah, we're gonna jump up. Boy, the next step is AFC Championship and Super Bowl, and a lot of that may be even reaching when you look back and you look at the struggles of the Texans last year and what really held them back and how difficult they're going to be to fix. But you like your team to move in a certain way. Let's not just talk about getting beyond 10 wins. Let's not just talk about AFC Championship or Super Bowl. Let's not just talk about taking advantage of C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson's rookie contract. Let's make moves that scream, all right, we are ready to take the next step. We're a team that's locked and loaded and ready to weather an 18-week season and the playoffs and to the end game being the Super Bowl. This, to me, with the Houston Texans, I've said it a million times, they need to address their running back room in a big, big way. You can't have a second running back on the depth chart that you don't trust to even play. You can't have a third down back on the depth chart that has to play only because you trust him, but he's not he didn't have a chance in hell of making a play in the offense, being an explosive weapon or anything. You cannot expect people to take you serious if those are your options beyond Joe Mixon, right? You just cannot expect anybody to take you serious. The talk is cheap. This is one of those moves for me, first and foremost, Ron. I look at what it means about the Texans. The Texans are dead serious about filling voids offensively. It's going to give them the best chance to fix the problems from last year as well as add weapons to the offense that I believe will give them a chance to compete, at least in theory.
And you think Nick Chubb move, if this happens, which seems like I think it possibly will, I think it means that for you.
It could. I mean, what I'm talking about right now, though, is this move or even the thought,
effort to make it.
The effort. You go out, you move up in the draft, you get aggressive to take Woody Marks. You then turn around and Nick Chubb is viewed as the best free agent available right now, damn sure the best running back free agent available, and you go get him. Now, look, it's a risk with coming off an injury like you had, the knee and then the foot right after that. It's a risk, but you at the very least get you a good number 2 running back that you can absolutely trust. And to me, it's more addressed, including this move, have addressed the running back room. It's hard for me to take you serious. Oh, we're going to run the football downhill. We want to be able to run the ball. We want to establish a run. No, you don't. No, you don't. You not with the guys that you don't even trust. Right now, they've drafted one aggressively, and now they've gone out and got the best running back that free agent running back that's on the market. I like those moves in theory for my football team to be making if we're really supposed to take them serious about taking that next step.
And again, Tyler will come through at any moment whenever that becomes official. If it does become official, Tyler will come rolling through at any moment to get that across to you. Also, stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610 The Drive. We'll let you know about that. I am really intrigued, fellas, about. Like, we can do this dance all we want, and people are sending text in about what they think Nick Chubb could mean for it or what we think he could mean for it. I am really intrigued to see what the Texans' plans are for Nick Chubb, right? Like, when you make certain moves, there's something you envision, right? Yeah. Like, D'Amico is envisioned E.J. Speed for something, right? Like, just to view him, or this is how we want to use him, right? Gardner-Johnson. Gardner-Johnson. We're bringing him in. This is how we want to use this, because Nick Chubb's resume doesn't say number 2 back, right? He's coming off injury, obviously age and stuff, but it is a wonder, like, do you want to use him as, like, Joe Mixon is still our guy and our lead back. We're using him as somebody that gets 5 to 10 carries. Or are they in a different space of, like, he's going to be, like, equal? Or is there a space of, hey, man, this is full-out competition? and that he could theoretically take over the number one spot. I am just really curious and intrigued, and maybe we see some stuff even as early as mandatory minicamp next week, but I'm really intrigued to see their vision of how they see Nick Chubb being used.
I mean, I wonder what the vision and what's been communicated, because you look at Nick Chubb, it's thought to be a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal. If he stays healthy and contributes, then next year he could make a little bit of money, especially with this resurgence of the running back room, if you will. So it is interesting what the dynamic is. I think I do wonder, can you sell to Joe Mixon that let's look at Detroit. Right. Let's look. I mean, it used to be San Francisco. 2, 3 running backs getting run, and you're just pounding. And then Miami used to be the same way. Now with Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco, it's like, well, he's getting the bulk of the carries. So let's look at Detroit, where they've got a two-headed monster that shares the load, and both of those guys can really do both. Now I know they're thunder, lightning, and if they're healthy together, but to me, it's got to be that, right? You got to sell to Joe Mixon that this is a 1-2 punch, 1A, 1B type of approach, and that's what you're hoping. Very least, you get a Nick Chubb that, hey, just ain't the same dude because of the knee. If you get that guy, then I think you got at least a solid number 2 back that you can trust in critical situations. They didn't have that last year. So to me, this is a win for the Texans no matter what. Yeah.
I just say you look at the signing, and there's some signings you can look at and say, all right, we see what that is. Going to be a backup. When they signed Woody Marks, like, there's going to be a third down back guy. There's going to be a pass catcher. Nick Chubb, dude, you don't quite know. Like Nick Chubb, if he's healthy, I mean, Nick Chubb's been the better back. If he, if he's healthy, and they push and preach the competition thing, so that may be, what it is there. So.
Well, you want to talk about the ability, if Nick Chubb is healthy, if you get the best version of Nick Chubb, you want to talk about the ability to pound defenses. Yeah, I mean, have 2 running backs that are super physical that can get it downhill. Boy, that could get nasty. Now we'll see what Nick Chubb. We'll see if they get the deal done. Number 1, and number 2, we'll see what Nick Chubb you get. But either way it goes, that's why I wanted to start there, Ron, because for me, I don't want to look back and say, oh, well, what if this happened? No, look, I mean, the Texans. They've got Joe Mixon, they've got Woody Marks, they got Damian Pierce, they got Dare Agumbawale. Obviously, they're not happy with that. They need another caliber running back behind Joe Mixon or with Joe Mixon, right? And right now, the best available is Nick Chubb. It's obviously a gamble. I just love the fact that the squad views it that way. There's nothing more frustrating than Dare to be our third down back. We're going to hope that Woody Marks can grasp all this, and if not, we'll just have Damian Pierce as our backup running back. Well, you showed us how you feel about that, right? That can't be the plan going in. We'll see.
Text line coming through. Chubb is the equivalent of a baseball invite to training camp. I don't agree with that. If he is on this team, I don't agree that, hey, just a flyer. I think if he makes this team, he's going to be on. If they sign him, he's going to be on the team. And going to have
especially if he's passing up he's passing up better money elsewhere. I got to believe there's probably some guaranteed money here. I mean, I wouldn't think so.
I don't.
Boy, I hope not. You talking about take the wind out of my sails?
Yeah, and then he's like, those guys make the roster or not. Yeah, I don't think it's that. All right, coming up as we continue. That's not the only Texans news. We'll tell you the latest on that, and we got to talk about these damn Astros, because the Astros were, I think, a half game back when I left. Now they 2.5 games up on Seattle in the West. So the surging Astros, we'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages can happen anytime. In fact, we got hurricane season.
Night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, The Drive is back. I heard a lot of this style of music over the past week. Tyler said as soon as we got to break in our ear, there's another additional report to this Nick Chubb situation with the Texans from Diana Rossini.
Yes, sir. The lovely Diana Rossini just 5 minutes ago when we were in that break. She reports that running back Nick Chubb has since physical per source.
All right, so that was the big thing we were looking at. It was the Texans are expected to sign Nick Chubb on a one-year deal pending his physical.
Well, I went back and watched some videos, not of him running in Cleveland, but the workouts he's been doing recently. He literally is working out, jumping hurdles, and when he gets done, just to show off, he gets done with a row of hurdles and jumps and puts his forehead through the roof.
That's what that was the one I was seeing jumping consecutively jumping over him.
Well, that's one thing, and I know we're going to go somewhere else here, Ron, but that's one thing to me that really gives me hope with Nick Chubb is like that's not your normal lower half on a human being, or that's not your normal lower half on an NFL running back. Like that dude, this dude is from jump has been a freak of nature. So when it comes to the ability to, not lose muscle mass and not lose strength and not lose stability that allows you to recover from injuries and allows you to, really reconstruct your knee kind of deal. If anybody can do it, it's guys with legs like Nick Chubb's and Saquon Barkley and guys like that have just a freakish lower half, even compared to the other guys that are in the NFL. So that's another part of it that may, from a doctor may be listening going, what the hell is this guy talking about? But for me personally, I look at the strength in this guy's legs, man, and just think that's got to give you a better chance to recover and return from what he's been through.
Yeah, and part of how is he going to lose anything from having multiple knee injuries? I think he had one at Georgia too.
Yep.
Obviously that devastating one with the Browns. He's had some injury things. By the way, they snuck it past. I always thought Sony Michel was going to be the better one between those two. I don't know. When they were at Georgia together, that 1-2 punch, but Nick Chubb was one of the best backs in football for quite some time. Before we get to the surging Astros, I did want to pass this along. The Texans, as they've worked out Nick Chubb, and we're waiting to hear that confirmed that he's going to be the next member of the Texans. They also worked out former first-round pick, the corner, Damon Arnett from Ohio State. He was a first-round pick with the Raiders. And shout-out to Aaron Wilson, who has really been on this story as he was playing with the Houston Roughnecks and started to kind of build himself back. If you remember, he had some interesting, very serious things that kind of kept him and cut his NFL run short the first time. He had the issue of the video showing him making threats while carrying a gun and was released by the Raiders. He was signed by the Chiefs in 21, was released shortly after in the wake of arrests and charges that included assault. So he has had some issues. He said he's completely cleaned himself up at this point, but he is somebody the Texans are working out, which makes a lot of sense. The last day I left, Ronald Darby had decided to retire, so they could be looking for somebody to fill that void. And this is a former first-round pick that's had some baggage, but is trying to turn things.
Yeah, it seemed like he couldn't get the guns out of his life. Seemed like there was always videos and pictures surfacing on social media and all that. And then there was obviously some other things that got him completely removed from the league. But hopefully that's cleaned up. And I am always about taking these kind of flyers on players. Now, not necessarily when you're a team that is in the middle of a rebuild and you're trying to get that foundation built, you're trying to get that culture built, you're trying to set that standard. Not necessarily in that phase, but I think when you look at what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have built here, there's not one man of any kind coming in and tearing this thing down and becoming a cancer. I got to believe that if any team out there is ready to maybe handle a player that's got a little bit of a checkered past, I would think the Texans are in that position. One, you don't need them on the field, right? You can cut bait at any point in time. Two, the support structure around these players is one of the best. So I'm always here for that if they do end up making a move.
This is a different time from when I know I first started here, and hell, you were a year before me. So when you first started here, that they are even entertaining players like this. This is a different time.
Well,
and to the point you made, this locker room can handle a player like this, or as we know, D'Amico, just go ahead and get rid of you.
Yeah, get him up out of here. Yeah, there's like that. I mean, I don't see anybody. Come on, we made this point last week, Ronnie. I think you were out, but like I told the morning guys, I went on weekend, and it's time that we start talking about Kamari Lassiter in the same vein from a leadership perspective as Will Anderson. I mean, it is. He's made comments about it. I've heard D'Amico Ryans literally as soon as he says, if you want to figure out the Texans' way of doing things, come to Houston and hang out with Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter. Like he's D'Amico's adding that to the list, and so then the other guy in that room is Derek Stingley Jr. You're not influencing him one way or another. So that room and this team, yeah. I mean, Jimmy Ward, like this team, I think, is ready to take, quote unquote, that level of risk with the player, because you get a guy like that who, if he does indeed, which it's not crazy for a player that's in that kind of trouble doing that kind of stupid stuff, to get it all taken away from him, grow up in a year or two, and realize, man, hey, I got a team that just worked me out. It's got one of the best defense, if not the best defensive play caller in the game, and this system just people continue to play well in this system. If I'm ever going to get back in the league, this is the time. So it wouldn't be crazy if that guy flipped over a new leaf and is grown up a little bit and could.
Well, hell, Clint. Also, this is it, Jack.
Yeah.
It's like this is this. He don't care who it is.
Yeah.
That signing. He's playing for the Houston Roughnecks right now. This is it. If this doesn't work out, and this is big for him, because there's not a potential role there available.
Yeah.
Right. This isn't. Someone said earlier, this would feel more of a, hey man, just a spring training invite to see what you have. It may be a little of that, but the Ronald Darby role needs to be filled.
Yeah.
Right. There's a role there for Will Arnett to fill, and if he plays his cards right, he could potentially be a third or fourth corner on this team. Because after Kamari Lassiter and after Derek Stingley, you start to move into, some of the gentlemen that they had to run out there last year, and they struggled when Kamari got hurt. So,
by the way, it's Damon Arnett, not Will Arnett.
The
only reason I correct you is
I went with SNL. Will Arnett.
That's why I circle back to it. I said I'm going to guess Will Arnett is somebody that you watched in a movie or something.
He's an actor.
There you go.
He is an actor.
Will Arnett. Yeah.
Is he in the Scream movies?
Shout out to you. Is he? Yeah, Damon. Not Will. Will is the actor. Did I say Davian earlier?
You said it earlier.
Okay, all right.
You said it right earlier.
I just got to rolling, and so I guess for me, when I hear Arnett, Will is the fallback name that I go with. All right, Will Arnett. Shout out to him. All right, didn't know he was going to be on the program today. All right, coming up as we continue here, we got to get to the red hot Astros, and the move we talked about finally happened, and what does this mean for the Texans with Aaron Rodgers' new home? We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But before we do that, as a
Department of State Health Services.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. I was just about to text after you said Will Arnett was married to Amy Poehler. I don't think this is the same Arnett. Yeah, I did not know they were married. That's new. I knew they had a little something going. I didn't know they were. I didn't know they were married.
Who's he married to?
It says Amy Poehler is what the texter said.
I know back in the 90s, him and what's her name, the girl who played Monica on Friends, they were married.
Really,
for a
Courtney
bit.
Cox, huh?
Yeah, because the credits on Friends for like a couple of seasons said Courtney Arnett.
Oh, I think we're talking about somebody else different.
No?
No.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
You're
it's
thinking-
not Arnett either, is it?
You're thinking about Arquette.
Arquette,
Oh, yeah.
David, yeah.
Damn, look
David
at Dirty
Arquette.
Red with the cultural reference.
I did not. That is an
Whoa.
upset. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's Arquette. Yeah.
Well done.
Yep.
Holy crap.
Wow.
No problem.
Wow. One for the month. There you go.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
Is it David Arquette? Yeah. What was the
That's it.
he was he won the
Damn.
That was when someone else texted Champ Slice. That's Arquette. We're all over the place.
We're mixing up some fellas. It's
All
no
right. That's all right. That was when WCW died, when they let him win the world championship.
That's right.
They let him win the world title. It was that stupid wrestling movie he was in. Yep. Former. Yeah, I got you, Izzy. I'm already ahead of you. All right. What about when I leave, the Astros, they have been playing good baseball, but when they were still kind of going back and forth, tied half game back of Seattle, and now they have rolled through, won a good series against a good Cleveland team over the weekend. I know they lost yesterday, but one of those first two games against a good Cleveland team, and Clinton, now they're up 2.5 in the West. They got the third best record in the American League. I think what 10 of 14 here they have won. And they're doing this without Jordan. I mean, Christian Walker still hasn't come to play the way you would want him to play. You were hoping that he would play when you signed him, but they are rolling. Jeremy Pena continues his thing. He went 0 for 4 and was still hitting 317, which means he's been getting it in. So shout out to the surging Astros and the captain, Joe Espada. At some point, Clint Stoerner is going to have to give Joe his flowers, but Joe Espada holding this thing together without his best players again. Come on, Tyler, stop it. Don't shake your head.
No,
I
love a couple series wins on the road for the Stros, but I still think it's a bit early to be calling him Captain Joe Espada.
It's the captain. He's holding it together. He's holding it together.
He could earn that name as time.
F you.
Did you see the Dusty report?
Oh, yeah, we talked a little bit about old Dusty Baker while you were gone.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't keeping up with Dusty. What was the Dusty Baker?
Dusty was interviewed in a book and said he went against the wishes of the operations department. Was it operations?
Well,
basically didn't do what the team told him to do and put Jeremy Pena in the two-hole. Left Martin Maldonado as a starting catcher. And the year he stuck with, I'm talking about the year they won the World Series, and he stuck with Yuli Gurriel and ended up paying off.
I'm from a different generation.
My point in bringing it up. My point bringing it up now is I mean, you think Joe's bucking that system and making them calls now?
Listen, hey,
they got Dusty up out of here.
I'm not saying it's a team effort. I'm not saying it's not a team effort, but Joe's got to be a part of it.
Yeah, look, I think if
hold
I'm
this together, baby.
If I'm with you. It's hard for this is absolutely one of those runs. No Jordan. He's managing Lance coming back, obviously, which has been tremendous. I don't know why you'd have your one of your starting pitchers in left field playing long toss while the other team's taking BP.
And in fairness, a lot of like everybody else.
Yeah, a lot of them do it. But yeah, no. Look, I mean, this is a more. There's a lot of moving pieces. Also, when you were gone, there was an article that Chandler Rome, I believe, dropped, and it was talking about the Altuve experiment, which is it's been the way that they couched it, the way that the organization couches it, it's a really, really good move, and the way that they continue to kind of shuffle the deck, depending on where they're playing, is really, really crafty, man. It's hard for me not to give them credit. And now whoever they is, them is, I guess. But yeah, I mean, look, it's been impressive the way they've shuffled that thing this year.
Yeah, and like to me, it's always, and I look at Joe, and I'm obviously I have a little fun with the captain thing, but I look at Joe and Dana and all of that. Like to me, it's got to be something more to it, and I think the Astros winning culture is a part of it, and that was built, with AJ before him getting there.
Yeah, but Ron, that's a great point, man. Like where I've got to. Like where I got to open, like there's something about in the clubhouse keeping those guys all together and keeping them. I mean, with these young dudes that just keep showing up and keep showing out to keep whether it's everything light in the clubhouse to where it's not that big of a deal. And yes, it's MLB baseball, but just go up there and do what you've always done as a kid. Whatever he's doing in that clubhouse, he's got a lot of young dudes right now that are performing at a high level.
They keep losing guys that were from that. Like he's lost another two, and Bregman and Tucker and Presley this year. Like he keeps losing, and they still seem to have whatever it is. I mean, but you've been hard pressed to tell me, all right, man. So Jordan's not. He's not going to be real good, and we're just going to. Well, you could have told me they might mishandle an injury, so that one's not shocking. But you tell me that he's going to be out. Christian Walker's going to be sitting here hitting 207. And still fighting it. Altuve's been up and down, not like carrying you when you think there's no Jordan, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to lose multiple pitchers to ACLs or to UCLs before we even hit July. And they are still somehow running this division. Just the Yankees and the Tigers have better records in the American League. So this is dude's got it rolling, and I don't. This Jake Meyers thing's continuing. Jake and Jeremy Pena, my God.
Well, look, they're rolling, but I got to. Clearly, you were in Aruba and you didn't see this one. Dollar, did you see Dubon in left field?
What day was that?
It was the first inning of. It had to be Friday.
I'm telling you right now.
I don't think I did.
I was blasted.
Two different Cleveland Guardians in the first inning hit balls off the wall and tried to stretch it into a double.
And he threw them out.
Hosed them.
Hey.
One of them, Ron, he's damn near standing on a warning track. The ball bounces off the wall and he plays it off the wall like flies line driving, and he catches it and it's just one of them like.
Well, they lucky I wasn't here.
Well, there's just and my only point in pointing that out is. Like you can't have that, or you can't have that in any that's got to be in the somewhere where you need that level of an arm, and it can keep literally twice in the first inning, bang bang, against Cleveland, kept guys out of scoring.
So you're saying you think he does have a difference of an arm than Jake?
I'm thinking absolutely, and I'm thinking that Cleveland. I'm thinking that Cleveland thought Altuve was out there. Their scouting report was Altuve was out there. We're gonna stretch this thing.
Run on him.
But that's the which especially in this outfield when you again Jake can get to some balls that maybe some other guys can't with that jump and speed. But the arm strength is there's nobody you can throw out there not named Jordan that has that arm strength, and then Dubon does that, and you're like, wow, that's a different animal.
They're rolling here. They're rolling here. So shout out to the Astros as they continue. We'll talk a little bit more on this later, but I just want to get your thoughts. I don't know how much Friday you all talked about Rodgers finally making the move with the Steelers.
Thursday was when it popped for us.
Finally making the move. And I just and I wondered what was the conversation in terms of the Texans. Do you think this affects the Texans at all? Like, do you look at Pittsburgh and think to yourself, well, I don't know now.
No, I don't think it affects the Texans. I mean, if it does, it would be in the playoffs, obviously.
I think they're similar teams. I think both teams have really pretty good defenses. I think the Texans probably have a bit of a better defense. There's got some weapons, DK, Nico. Yeah. There's some things. I think CJ's right now in a just a
I think it for me it's one of those. It's more about like just the AFC just got significantly better. I mean, you got a team that's got a really good defense. It's got a winning tradition that just got a quarterback that has the potential. I don't know what he's going to do, but has the potential to play at a Pro Bowl level. Let's not say MVP. I'm not crazy to go MVP level, but at a Pro Bowl level, if he can stay healthy. I mean, hell, we got guys getting in the Pro Bowl. Mac Jones got in the Pro Bowl, so I know it's not saying a ton, but you got
Russell did.
You got that level of quarterback in Pittsburgh now. It changes the landscape of the AFC, I think, a bit.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, you're going from Mason Rudolph with that team to Aaron Rodgers. You know, I just like both of those teams. The Texans and the Steelers finished with the same record last year. Both were 10-7, and kind of had a similar year.
Yeah.
And I think most would believe Aaron is an upgrade over the combination of Fields and Russell Wilson. Now they do lose George Pickens, but they have DK Metcalf. So thoughts. I just think, to me, the two big differences between the teams are I think they're both well coached. I think they both have coaches that are good defensive coaches that can get their system and how they want the locker room to run well. I just think right now, right now this year, not overall, but right now I'd say I probably trust CJ more at the quarterback position than I do Aaron, especially Aaron going through a whole new system.
Yeah. No, I think that's
the big difference.
He has reached a level of quarterback for me where it's just about the pieces around him being right. I mean, the play caller is so critical. You know, the thing when you start comparing quarterbacks, for me, if we're talking about like what's really going to happen when rubber meets the road, it's got to be about Arthur Smith, DK Metcalf, and Aaron Rodgers. Right? It's got to be about the whole group, and that's where CJ gets dinged in these kind of conversations. For me, it was Bobby Slowick, and now it's Nick Caley. And I'm not being negative about those guys or disrespecting those. I'm just, the reality of it is we don't know what the hell we're going to get from them. Nobody knows. So it is one of those where if you're just matching quarterback skill for skill, we're going to go have a quarterback competition. Yeah, I mean, CJ's up there with the best of them. But the supporting cast, unfortunately, has not worked out in CJ's favor of late.
All right, coming up, speaking of CJ, something I thought might have been over is potentially maybe still not over yet when I left. Mandatory minicamp starts up tomorrow, so this is now even closer from OTAs, getting real serious, where we should have everybody that wasn't at OTAs should be there tomorrow. We got to discuss that, and the big thing that we're watching. Will C.J. Stroud be throwing tomorrow at mandatory minicamp? We'll do that coming up next.
Whatever you're watching, make sure you're doing.
Tennessee sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we roll this thing back Aruba. Had a good time. Did my thing. And it's good to be back here. The latest here on Nick Chubb, which I think everybody's wondering. I think Tyler hit us with. The latest was, is Nick Chubb, is he going to sign here? It was pending physical. Reports from Diana Rossini of The Athletic that he has passed his physical. And so at this point, we are just waiting to see if that's – and Tyler or Cheryl, have you seen anyone come out official about that? I have not.
Nothing official.
Yes, that Nick Chubb has passed his physical. We will absolutely let you know the latest of that. As Nick Chubb going to be potentially the next Houston Texan rolling through here.
Yeah, look, we talked about this, Ron, you and I mean, it's probably been a month, 6 weeks ago. I don't know, however long ago it was. Time's flying right now as we get closer to training camp. But, look, I love the thought then, and if it is actually a reality here, which it looks like it is. I mean, I'm seeing graphics and all kind of stuff. But we'll make sure, make it official before we make it official. But, look, I love the idea, the thought of it then, and I love the idea and thought of it now. I mean, I love the organization making this kind of statement of hey, we understand there's some risk associated with it, but we're trying to get to a place where we've never been before, and one place, the backfield, they got aggressive in the draft and went and got Woody Marks. Now they're sitting here after watching all their young backs with no Joe Mixon, no Dameon Pierce. Through all of OTAs, not all of OTAs, but about the action that we saw as media. Neither one of those running backs were there. They saw what else they had, and they thought, "Hey, we got to get aggressive. We got to get the best available running back in free agency right now." And so just the Texans making the statement of we need help here. Let's go make it happen in the draft and in free agency. Love that. And look, when you look at Nick Chubb, man, the ceiling is, the potential is really, really high, and I think the floor is you get a good number two back. Now, obviously, there's always injury that could happen to anybody, so I'm taking that completely out of me. That could happen to anybody. But if you just talk about what does Nick Chubb bring to the Texans, I think at the very least, worst case scenario, you have a really good number two back that you can trust to play throughout a game, and you have a really good number two back where if Joe Mixon goes down, you can trust that this guy can go in there and execute every part of your offense. I feel like you are at the very least, worst case scenario, that's the Nick Chubb that you're getting. And look, you and I've talked about it a million times. I think this is a place where the Texans could improve and needed to improve. You can't do much at tight end because of the contract you got out there. Right, the O-line is obvious. We've talked about that till we're blue in the face. You gave all these targets last year at the wide receiver position, and so if you want to be a downhill run team, change your identity up front. If you want to be a downhill run team and change, load up the stables, the running back stable, if you will, and let's ride. I love Nick Chubb in Houston and what that means for the Texans.
Yeah, we'll see.
Or could mean, I guess.
It seems like it's going to happen. Seems like it was pending physical, and if he passed the physical, it seems like that's going to happen. I don't know I don't know how soon we'll see Nick Chubb at mandatory minicamp. We know that is starting up tomorrow, and hopefully, they get this thing done, and he's able to come in, this week. Tomorrow. That'd be great. But and you all can participate in this as well. Those of you on the text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. What else are you looking for? I know the number one thing I'm looking at is when I left, C.J. Stroud wasn't throwing the football. Mm-hmm. And I don't think C.J. Stroud has been throwing the football since.
Yep.
And I just I told you then we was at the Crafty Crab, and I was like, hey man, it's cool, it ain't nothing serious. I don't know, man. If he goes in tomorrow and we watch him and they start mandatory minicamp and we get this thing rolling, and now we're reaching on the third week that we would know of that he's not throwing the football. I think that is now I'm more into that ain't nothing. This is just precaution, and I'll roll because right now I'm rolling with the no concern. I want to get moral clean. Now I'm checking up a little bit more.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is a big deal for the Texans. Any way you slice it, C.J. Stroud is all young quarterbacks can't afford to miss a month plus of their off season. C.J. Stroud's wired in a way of he's not a show up and just show out kind of guy. He grinds. He loves the grind. He wants to throw. So you take it how he's wired. This is a guy that wants and needs the reps. And as you mentioned, I think over the time that we saw him practicing over a roughly a 2-week span, I think it was 10 days that you could gather he wasn't throwing. I don't know how long before that he wasn't throwing. I don't know when the shoulder injury apparently, shoulder, pec injury, whatever it was. I don't know how long ago that happened. We don't know how long ago that'll happen. We know that there was a 10-day window there where we saw him 3 different times and he wasn't throwing. Right, throwing at all, not even lobbing the ball on the sideline, which by the way, the longer it goes on becomes even more alarming. But yeah, I mean, I think when mandatory OTA starts, if C.J. Stroud's not throwing the football, we can damn sure get away from we're just taking precaution, we're just load managing, it's just general soreness. Like we gotta get away from that at that point. I think. As I said last week, Ron, I cleared the air. Look, when I say I'm concerned or I'm nervous or I'm worried, it's about C.J. Stroud, knowing who C.J. Stroud is, knowing how he's wired, and how important, and all young quarterbacks, but particularly him, this is a big deal for C.J. not to be throwing the football. Right? I'm not worried about the season. Now, you get into mandatory minicamp, and you get into, more importantly, damn near a month of not throwing. Now I start worrying about, okay, what could possibly be going on with CJ where there's that span of time where he's not throwing, and is it more serious than they lead on? So there's no doubt. Number one is CJ Stroud. Is he spinning the football to any degree? Is he even warming up?
Because he hadn't been doing that.
No, it's all runs.
It's just hand off. He hadn't been even warming up.
No.
Yeah, 1 week of OTAs. All right. Maybe into week 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Still a little bit like, what's good? Then we get to mandatory minicamp and all the stuff you talked about, and there's just new parts to this team that not just new parts, it's a brand new offense that they got to start executing with him throwing the football. Let alone just the concern of what is the injury with the shoulder. So a text in. Don't you think the Texans would have made some sort of a move if CJ wasn't going to be ready for the beginning of the season? I'm not saying I think it's going to be a beginning of the season type thing. I don't think so. Hell, they're even showing highlights right now. They're only underhand tosses that he's throwing. I'm not even saying it's going to be the beginning of the season. I'm just saying we have now rolled, which will be 3 or 4 weeks, and they have held him out from throwing the football, which moves from just.
Answer the question. C.J. Stroud could have an injury right now on his shoulder that they know is going to cost him all of training camp, and they're not making a move at quarterback.
Yeah.
The Texans are very, very confident in their backup quarterback having to play in the absence of C.J. Stroud. They are very confident in that.
Wow.
So, I don't – and to be honest with you, we've only seen a handful of practices. Hell, the kid that got behind Davis Mills is spinning around the park. He's pretty comfortable in it.
Champ Slice said, the move was drafting Graham Mertz.
Well, hell, Graham's not even the one that's out there doing it. It's the Slovis kid, kid or whatever his name is. He's the one that he was spinning it around. I think Graham's still hurt with that knee that he ended his college career at Florida. Or something. He wasn't. I don't think he was out there throwing. But anyway, the point being is, no, I do not. Even if the injury were something that would leak into training camp. No, the Texans would not go out and get aggressive and bring in another quarterback. No.
Yeah.
To be clear, I don't think that is the case. All I'm saying is the more this draws out, as a former quarterback, it would have had to been a pretty severe.
I was going to say, what would have to have you sit down and not throw for him up?
Something's very severe. I mean, something that has been surgically repaired, and the doctor's saying, "Hey, man, you can't throw because you've got something tied up in there and stitched up in there," or, "Hey, man, you can't lift, you can't throw, you can't do anything but treatment until this pain goes away." And I mean, it would be a doctor's order. And now, look, a lot of people probably say, well, hell, what do you know? Well, look, I am not in any way, shape, or form even on the same planet as a C.J. Stroud is at quarterback. Never have been. But we are wired very, very similarly when it comes to getting at work and throwing and taking care of our arm and that kind of thing. This is an extended period of time for a quarterback not to be throwing the football. We're not talking about general soreness. The narrative has to change there at some point if he's not throwing tomorrow.
All right. So what else has your mind? Because the CJ thing to me will be the biggest thing we're talking about.
Well, I still think we haven't seen much from Higgins and Noel. Look, I'm not getting real excited about what we're going to see from the offensive line, defensive line in this kind of setting. I don't know that even if we do see something that's going to be very telling, but I do think that we can. Noel is the wide receiver to me that really just jumps off the screen. You remember how we talked about it with Tank Dell? Like when you watch Tank Dell practice, like it jumps off the screen and he's a great route runner, that he's really quick in and out of his routes, that he's not just a slot, he can do other things, that he goes up and catches balls that aren't in his catch window. In fact, he goes up and catches balls that shouldn't be anywhere remotely close to his catch window. He goes up and catches them with his body in different shapes and directions. He goes up and makes catches. I'm anxious to see if we see any of those kind of things from Noel and Higgins, the two receivers that they drafted.
Higgins definitely, it's just OTAs, but hadn't really stood out.
Yeah, there hadn't been much opportunity to be honest with you. It seems like the ball keeps finding every time you look up, he's catching the ball. So it's not necessarily that there hadn't been a lot of action. The ball hadn't found him, and so I'm anxious to see with that long, rangy body if what he looks like actually catching the ball in some kind of competitive level. The other part of this on the flip side, and I think the other receiver that's going to be in this conversation is John Mechie. What I just said about Tank Dell is what concerns me about John Mechie. I don't doubt that John Mechie can run a little bit. I don't doubt that he can line up where he's supposed to line up and that he can go out there and be a solid little possession receiver. The problem is what I see from John Mechie is if the ball doesn't hit him dead in the chest or dead in stride, he don't catch the ball. Right? There was 2 or 3 different times where the ball's a little high, boom, it's tipped, the ball's a little low, it's incomplete. And so exactly what I said about Tank Dell, we got to find out if John Mechie has a little bit of that in him. Can you go get the ball that's not thrown perfectly? Can you catch a ball that's on your back hip? Can you catch it in stride? Can you catch a ball below your waist without going to the ground? Can you go up on a curl or a hook or a hitch where you're facing the quarterback and go up and climb the ladder and make a catch that's a little bit high instead of tipping it up for an interception? John Mechie needs to do those things. So that wide receiver room, I think, is really, really interesting. Another thing, Ron, that D'Amico said when you were out that I found very interesting was, I mean, he literally was talking about the 2 young wide receivers, Higgins and Noel, and literally brought up the year that, which I think is probably some unfair expectations put on those guys, because one of those guys is a plug-and-play starter from jump and one of the best rookies this season, and the other one, what do you have, 5 picks?
Yeah.
6 picks?
Yeah, and he's going to be ready to go and be a major part this year.
Yeah, so, I mean, if either of these receivers, if just one of these receivers follows that, then we're in a really good spot.
Now the full team will be there, Clint.
Yeah.
I just want to see alignment in ones. Like, where does Christian Harris fit?
Yeah.
He didn't come to OTAs, right? What's the secondary look like? Where's C.J. Gardner-Johnson fit?
See him for the first time, I believe, right?
First time. How does that, is it E.J. Speed out there with Aziz Alshire, or is it Christian Harris? Obviously, do we get to see another different set of offensive linemen, Clint? Is it going to be like, what's that going to look like? Are we going to see them stick to a certain group of five that they run out first? That to me is big now that the full team will be there, because there were quite a bit of guys that weren't there.
Yeah.
There was no Mixon, there was no Dameon Pierce, there was no Christian Harris, there was no Gardner-Johnson. There are a lot of guys, Clint, that you would think would be major contributors to this team that weren't at OTAs, but there are still, I think, even though we know a lot of spots, Clint, but there's still some. I wonder where that guy's going to play. Yeah. Who's going to start there? How they view this here, and that, to me, going to be a big thing that I'm watching tomorrow.
Yeah, it's great to watch a really, really good football team, of course, make some moves, bring in some new faces, and kind of shuffle the deck a bit of where some really promising young guys are mixed with some veterans, and that's going on at the linebacker position. It's going on at the offensive line position. I'll argue that it's going on at the tight end position. Brevin Jordan I know he's been here a couple years, but him being the younger guy. I think Cade Stover's one that's really I think they like him and just how gritty he is and how tough he is and how physical he is. And so I do think there's a mix there of kind of like, how does this all fit together? Now, if Nick Chubb is for real and Woody Marks is obviously for real, like how does that running back room, how does that all work out? So there's a lot of that going on right now in Houston.
Yeah. All right, coming up, again, we will keep you abreast of the latest update. I thought about it too. The latest update with Nick Chubb and this question: if Nick Chubb indeed, who has passed his physical with the Texans, is going to be on this team, who do you think is going to be the guy getting the bulk of the carries? That's going to be the lead back for the Texans come second half of the year. Will it be Chubb, or will Joe Mixon, the Pro Bowler last year, continue to do so? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, what's
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
3rd down and 3 from their 40-yard line. And here's a toss. It's Chubb. He's strung out, and he's up the sideline in a big hurry. 40, 30, breaking free. 20, 10, 5, and he steps out of bounds at the 1-yard line.
All right, there you hear it. Nick Chubb, hopefully Mark Vandermeer will be making different calls for Nick Chubb. Hopefully.
Not so much distaste in his tone.
Get up there saying, yes, I've got one too, Nick. After he scores, but it will be.
That'd be a hell of a call, though.
I mean, the call of the year. Right there.
And the blood flow is traveling south in Houston. Touchdown, Chubb.
You want to crack at a few more of these?
Yes.
I will throughout the show. Don't worry.
You got to write these out?
Yeah.
I mean, there's something about that line of clothing that's Chubby's. Y'all seen those?
Yeah, it's very expensive. I looked at some swim trunks, kind of like the length of those, and I said, well, guess these aren't for me. I'm going to pay $79 for swim trunks.
You found them at Academy, huh?
So I saw them at Academy. Seen them several spots around.
Come on, man. Hey, man, you got them shades on. You spend all the time in them beach resorts, man. Get
Looked at it one time, and I can't shake them off my phone. Just coming up everywhere. Just can't shake them off. Before we get to the latest with Nick Chubb, Kick Rocks. So my man Magic said earlier that I missed the weigh-in. Listen, guys, very disappointing. I got up to 301. 301.6 to be exact if you're scoring at home.
You're on vacation, man. You get a pass this time.
295 was the last when I left Monday. and I got up to 301.
I think that's look, I think any fair.
My hope is to get myself back to the 295.
I mean, 5 days in Aruba, 5 pounds. I think that's admirable. I would have. I'll be honest with you.
Could have been so much worse.
Don't get mad at me. I was expecting you to say you was back at that big number.
Oh, you thought it was going to be like
Aruba, Chief? No kids.
The 310. You got to put back 16 on. I could. I'm athletic enough.
I'm telling you, man.
There were frozen drinks all over the place.
No responsibility. Just the fellas. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be honest. I'm disappointed. It like I said, shout out to White Justin. He tried, man. We tried. And when I say we tried, like, hey, man, I went to the gym and got good ones in. He was a good motivator. I'm not going to lie to you. He was a good motivator.
Okay.
I went to the gym Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning. We went to the gym, got in, a good 7 to 1,000 calories burned in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
All 4. I had some good ones. And he really got me on that incline treadmill
walking on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
They say it's a real deal.
I got 50 minutes in.
Walking on a treadmill up incline uphill.
Yeah, I got.
Good God, was you torturing yourself after getting drunk?
Well, one of them came after that. I hit that breakfast buffet. Now I only got 2 plates. One had an omelet, but that bread got to
the level.
Get 50 on it. I'm gonna get 50 minutes. And
That's probably why that's how you only gain 6 back.
But I was saying I'm a little disappointed. Like I got it in. The only days that I did not hit the gym was the day we arrived, and I got there, around 4, and it was time to get blasted. And then the day that we left. By the way, that customs thing, Jesus, wow.
Yeah.
That is hell on earth. They said get there 3 hours in advance. Well, that almost
coming back. You're talking about going there.
Coming back.
Yeah.
Going there was nothing. Going back, they checked. I had to do the full security check twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, these foreign countries, when you're leaving, they're all so different, but it's always kind of a toss-up. It feels like, well, your day is going to be like getting out of there.
I think it's a little tighter getting back into this one nowadays, too.
I was shooting a break even, and I was thinking break even.
5-day vacay, I would personally, right now, Ron, 5 day, if I left for 5, I would be absolutely stoked if I came back and only put 5 back on. I got on a scale. I just got on the scale, 47.2.
There you go. Where were you the last time?
48.
48? So you got down. There you go.
Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I hadn't started grinding.
You hadn't started yet?
My workouts have sucked.
Text line coming through, bro. What sucks is how easy to put it on, but how effing hard to lose the 5. I bet you it's hard for me to lose it. I mean, it was a complete shift in what I had been doing the last. Like it just gradually got worse. I mean, I was on it, Tyler. I mean, Tuesday for dinner, I ordered fish grilled, had the vegetables rolled. Yeah,
the island like that. You can eat healthy and it's phenomenal.
Good. Got up, just had some fruit for breakfast. Hit the thing. It's got to be them hidden drink calories. That has got to be what works me over. Because I just
you like the fruity ones.
Yeah, I just wasn't going to go out there and just not have them.
It pisses me off that I don't like vodka very much because obviously that's like the healthiest choice.
We bought 3 big bottles of vodka and that's what we were drinking. I had my Sprite Zeros.
I think tequila is the healthiest choice, Tyler.
Tequila and vodka are 1, 2.
Well, yeah, they're up there, both of them.
I need your deep pockets to get into tequila so we can share some expenses.
It had been that day.
I'll shoot tequila anytime.
Oh, we can shoot it.
I went 5. I went 5 against 5 solid strawberry daiquiris / strawberry margarita.
Knew you would.
Solid.
That's your lane.
Solid. Couldn't help it.
How'd you do carbs?
I did pretty good, except for that day when I went after that breakfast. And they had every bread you could think of. I mean, it was.
And you did it?
I got the.
That backed you up right there.
That backed me up. No, I did. I went with like the salmon. Had the little salmon that had the bread on there with the salmon with the cream cheese. I got to try it. I got to.
Them little breakfast Danishes at the resort always get me.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I walked through that bad boy, popped open the little cheese bread they had. Just popped that one small one over and popped that right in my mouth.
The cheese bread.
Had a little cheese bread. So no, man, I'm trying to get back down to that 295 where I was before I left.
Well, we leave for northern Michigan at the end of this month.
Oh, damn it.
Where are you gonna get to?
Oh, let's see what this week looks like first. Hopefully I'm in the 280s by then.
You'll get this thing back on the track. I got faith in that.
No, yeah. I will. That was a bit of a battle there.
Hey, I'm being dead ass serious.
I thought I'm gonna really offset this with these workouts hardcore, and I didn't really eat late.
I'd punch the button right now. 5-day vacay, 5 pounds, shoot. 6 pounds, yeah. I'm pressing the button right now, and I'm not gonna lose an ounce of sleep over it. Be proud of myself.
Be proud of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I said this on the other side here before we get to weekend's best, weekend's worst. Nick Chubb, he's close to becoming a Texan. Do you think this does anything potentially to Joe Mixon being the lead back throughout the whole year? You think at all this there's a potential change in that? Because we've all thought Joe Mixon, he's the lead back. You think this Nick Chubb thing can change that in any way?
I think as a Texans fan, it's in our best interest, and we would absolutely love to see Nick Chubb. And that, again, the response to that was like, well, duh, right? No, if you get the best version possible at this point in time of Nick Chubb and he's fully healthy, you could potentially get a better back than Joe Mixon.
Yeah, that's what Nick Chubb's been. Like most of his career when he's healthy. Yeah, that's what he's been. So I think that is up in the air, though. I would not at all be shocked if we're sitting here in November in the second half of the year and we look up and we're watching games and Nick Chubb, even if both are healthy, and Nick Chubb is getting more of the snaps.
Yeah.
That would that wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't. I wouldn't be shocked. It would take a lot because Joe Mixon is the absolute horse. But
so
that would be
there.
that would be a beautiful thing. Is if they're able to go in and legitimately go, hey, well, it doesn't matter who gets 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more carries than the other guy. Let's plan this thing to carry us through 18 games. And Nick Chubb is that caliber back where you can literally not give a rip who's in the backfield, whether it's Joe or Nick. Then we won this deal.
All right, jump in with us. Weekend's best, weekend's worst of the sports weekend. Who was the weekend's best? Who was the weekend's worst? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, fellas, look, it's I got to tell you about Low T Center, man. And it's not a matter of if, it's when. If you're mid-30s,
prices live. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Still any update on the Chubb Meister?
No. No, it seems like a lot of people are just assuming with the past physical that the signing is done, but we need to see some official.
No, hell, no, he ain't gonna get me in trouble. Now, so that thing is official. I would have thought it would have been, though, by now. Looks like In the Loop was wrong. John Lopez said around 3. Ha! Thought we might get it around. No, maybe it's 4. Maybe stay tuned to the 4 o'clock hour. Maybe Dirty's Daily will give you the ooh. And he is now officially a Texan.
Come on.
What's his normal number?
The number, the 21 is what I saw.
21? 20?
I don't know what his number is.
What was he, 24 in Cleveland?
I says, didn't Bullock have 21 and he changed it? Isn't he wearing 4 out there or something?
He's wearing 2.
2. I knew this because 4 is Kamari, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, Kamari. Yeah. That 2, yeah, he was. I think he was a single digit in college, so maybe he might go back to that. Who knows? But we'll soon let you know when the latest of that comes. We do this every Monday, the weekend's best and weekend's worst. Tyler Milner in the building. Let's start with you. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can text in whatever was your weekend's best or worst. It doesn't have to be sports related, but don't get too nasty. Oh hell, there's no restrictions. Go ahead and get nasty if you want to on a Monday. But Tyler, what is your weekend worst?
My weekend's worst, man.
Let's start with the worst. You like to start with bad. Let's start with worst.
Yeah, I like to get the bad out of the way. Well, if you Astros fans have not heard this news yet, it's not detrimental to the team or anything, but it is the end of an era.
Stop, man.
It's the end of an era, and I'm referring to the Forrest Whitley era. My weekend's worst is just honest to God, this arm that the Astros tried so hard to make work, and young Forrest Whitley was with the Astros for nearly a decade, and we rarely got to see old Forrest. It was injury after injury. Well, that first-round pick, Forrest Whitley, is no longer an Astro. He has found a new squad.
Has he found a new squad? I thought there's a chance that they could bring him back if he clears through waivers.
He's made his exit. Let's say that.
Is pour one out for him?
Yeah, it was a long and bumpy Astro road for this guy, man. And I know we had our fun with the Pinocchio stuff, and he's a real boy. And
I was serious.
That stuff, man, it hurt to watch what went down with Forrest Whitley over the years, just struggling to stay healthy. And wish him the best, obviously, but the era of Forrest Whitley in Houston for the Astros is done. That's my weekend's worst.
Tyler and Clint, with all of the pitching injuries they've had on this team the last 2 years, and he could not crack it.
Couldn't.
I mean, we've talked about
plenty of opportunity.
The laundry list of guys they rolled in here, and now they let him go to make room for. Oh, excuse me.
You all right over here?
Excuse me. They left room to what's Walter? That's who he had to get and kick rocks on.
Mm-hmm.
Number one prospect, and then Walter. They had to make room for him to be on the roster, and old Forrest Whitley's out. Damn it. That's
you knew it was coming. You knew it was. I mean, literally every time. I wanted to make sure we brought up every time he did touch the rubber this year because we knew it could be the last, and it has obviously been the last.
All right, my weekend's worst. Horse racing.
Oh, in general, huh?
I just think the selfishness of Sovereignty and his team. He won the Belmont. About to fight it here. Won the Belmont, but of course he skipped the Preakness and just flushed the toilet of the Triple Crown, which really changes horse racing every year. When you have somebody who has a chance to win that first the Triple Crown, especially when the first 2 legs, like people are in it. Obviously, you know, the person who wins the Derby, if it's somebody that's good, more people are into the Preakness. And then if the person who wins the Preakness, the horse wins the Preakness and the Derby, then the Belmont is huge, and everybody is into it. And this horse was clearly good enough to have potentially won the Triple Crown. The same exact finish that was the Derby was the same exact finish in the Belmont Stakes, and he just screwed NBC. He screwed all of horse racing, which could have made this a much bigger deal, but they lost because they ain't want Buddy to race in the Preakness.
Stupid horses.
I would have been even in Aruba. I would have probably made a point to try to catch them 2 minutes if he had won the Preakness.
Yeah, if it meant something.
Like if it meant now, hell, it didn't matter. Just selfish.
It would have been the biggest. I mean, hell, it would have been one of the biggest stories, if not the biggest story of the weekend.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on.
Yes. All right. What's your weekend worst?
Well, this one brings me a lot of joy, boys, because my Razorbacks made it happen. My weekend's worst is them cocky-ass Tennessee Volunteers. It's college baseball team and they're catching a lot of flack for it right now, but there is a level of arrogance, a level of cockiness that I think is even wrong to couch it as this generation's way of.
It's even over the top.
Well, I just think there are a lot of things that's allowed and accepted and tolerated now that just would not have been 10 years ago, and a lot of it disgusts me. What these clowns and what that coach over there, who was at Arkansas before he went to Tennessee. What he allows his guys to do, the arrogance, the chirping at the dugout.
Didn't they have the guy? Didn't he used to wear the jacket?
They did the fur jacket, and that was all fun. But I mean, if you watch what was going on, they got pitchers that are talking trash to coaches in the opposing dugout. They got hitters that are making Juan Soto look tame. I mean, it's just, and then you go out there and my Razorbacks. The first game one was close in the Super Regional. And then the second game, they just put an absolute thumping on that ass and sent them home.
Did they give a little extra, though? Did they give a little extra in their celebrations?
I did not see the celebration, to be completely fair. I did not see. With Van Horn, Dave Van Horn is a little bit of an older school guy. I would imagine that he kept it pretty tame. Vitello, the coach at Tennessee, is the one that left Van Horn, was the assistant Van Horn, went to Tennessee. Well, then him and Van Horn, they've had their words. They've been chest to chest in shouting matches.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just the level of I don't know if arrogance is the right way, or just like it's disrespect. I mean, to be honest with you, it's completely
off the line of the fun to sportsmanship.
And it's not just one kid having a good time and he went too far and hey man, he's a kid, let him go. It's clearly something that's allowed and accepted and almost encouraged in their deal, where it's several guys, it's disrespectful, it's to any and everybody that they want. It's disrespectful to the game ultimately. And I'm not one of those guys that loves the game and everything's disrespectful to the game. It's a tough watch for me, and so the fact that they happen to be on a diamond with my Hogs and they made them walk. So I'm gonna take weekend's worth, Tennessee Volunteer baseball.
All right, Tyler, your weekend's best. What's your weekend's best this weekend, Tyler?
Well, ironically, you mentioned my weekend's best right at the tail end of my weekend's worst, because it's going to young Brandon Walter. Astros arm.
Ginger Nation.
That's right. If you missed it yesterday, yes, the Astros ended up losing in the later innings versus the Guardians yesterday. But he was strong. 6 innings pitched, 2 earned runs only. Brought his ERA down to 1.64 in the 2 starts he has so far for the Astros. So I'm going Brandon Walter and the Astros just in general, winning 2 series on the road as we head into this next one at home tomorrow.
All right. Clint, I'll let you go ahead. Your weekend's best.
UT softball, man. Them Lady Longhorns went out there and won a national championship. I believe I did not realize the history, of course, other than the history that my wife went there, and then I whooped their ass in January 1 of 2000. With a Longhorn history, I did not realize that the women's team had been to the College World Series 8 different times, 7 times. I think this is the 8th time, and they had never won it. I didn't even know Kat Osterman, one of the best, if not the best, softball player of all time. I didn't know she was a Longhorn. I had no idea.
Yeah.
But shout out to the Lady Longhorns for getting that dub, that national championship. That was a fun watch.
That was a crazy series.
Did you see they announced, Tyler, during that series that the $1 million gal from from Texas Tech, sign another $1 million deal to come back next year for Texas Tech.
I did not see that.
Is it Kennedy?
Good for her.
Kennedy, yeah.
Somehow I think she's related. At least Courtney's cousin.
Y'all better go to a game. Y'all better go to a game. Get
On her
get some
mother's side,
tickets
we
next
found
year,
out.
man.
Yeah, that's a last name in their family, and they looked it up.
Hey, she is slinging that thing, son.
Yes, I can't believe they. Yeah,
They got to her. I mean, hell, they saw her 3 straight games.
Some great officiating in that thing too.
Yeah, the 2 that I saw, they tried to go against Texas, and I was like, ooh. And the blocking of the bag is interesting. Yeah. And so I guess it's that way in baseball too, in college baseball too.
Yeah, my weekend's best goes. I talked about worst to horse racing. Tennis had a great weekend with the French. Coco Gauff winning. Despite that young lady coming out afterwards and saying, the only reason she won is because I messed up. That just drove people crazy. And then that 5.5-hour men's final yesterday, and this looks like it could be the next big rivalry there as Carlos Alcaraz won his 5th, at 22 years old, his 5th major over center. It was a 5.5. I mean, he was down 40 love match point and came all the way back and won that thing. So shout out to tennis. Had a great weekend over there in Paris. So that is my weekend's best. What you got coming up at the 4?
Hey, I'm fixing to get real serious about pickleball for the record. Just letting y'all know I'm fixing to get real serious about some pickleball since you brought up tennis.
Joining that trend, huh?
Yes, absolutely. I got to get in the game, man. The extra cardio is going to be fun. All right, Nick Chubb, what does it mean as a fan? What does it mean as a player? And what does it mean offensively for our Houston Texans? It looks like it's going to happen. We'll keep you abreast. There you go.
Thank you.
I was struggling for the word until I looked up with Tyler, and I was like, yep, abreast.
It's a great
that's
word.
The word. We'll keep you abreast of the status of his actual signing, but until then, I'm going to break this thing down on 3 different levels. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Advanced.
on Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. First things first, baby. It is good to have old Headshot Ron back in the building. Ain't no doubt. The man is back from Aruba.
So I picked that one up.
And I'm gonna try to make it stick. I'm gonna try to make it stick. No telling what direction the listeners, the Houstonians that we have out there, took that Headshot Ron, but you got to keep that thing going, man. You got to keep that thing going. I prefer the ones
that time. I felt like I felt like I pissed off Tyler when I sent that last one. He responded to me.
I was joking.
Hey, I'm trying to do a damn radio show here, man. I have to talk to you later.
It's 100% just kidding.
And I was like, I said, this
Hey, we all can't be in Aruba having a good time. But Ron the Show Hughley is back. T-Mill's behind the glass in there, and we greatly appreciate everybody out there for listening to The Drive on Sports Radio 610, staying plugged in to Houston Sports Leader. We greatly appreciate it. The Astros, baby, they're off today, back in action tomorrow at Dyke and Park, 6:10 first pitch, and boys, that was a hell of a weekend for the Astros. They took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians, and they did so with the only name you'd recognize toeing the rubber is Hunter Brown. I mean, that was if you can take 2 or 3 when you got Gordo and then Walker.
Against a good team.
Yeah. I mean, if you can take 2 or 3, that's a hell of a deal. Also, The Drive, stop number 11, just a little early announcement here. Stop number 11, Stephen Shannon, sorry, we are going beyond 10. Appreciate the balloons last week, but we are going
I missed the balloons,
beyond 10. She came in with them loud and proud with them balloons now. Stop number 11, we are heading southeast, ladies and gentlemen. So all of our listeners down there, Pearland Way, Galveston Way, Deer Park, Pasadena, even on the east side, Baytown, that kind of direction down there. We are Cajun Craven, 12141 Beamer Road, down Pearland Way, 12141 Beamer Road, the Cajun Craven off, I believe it's Beltway 8 and 45 down south. It is our 11th stop. And then also the Texans, they open up mandatory mini camp Tuesday and Wednesday. That's tomorrow and Wednesday morning. We'll have boots on the ground at both of those practices. I know for sure I'm going to be there Tuesday, Ron. I don't know. Wednesday's a little up in the air for me right now, but Tuesday I will definitely be there. Stay plugged into Sports Radio 610. We immediate reaction to what the heck's going on there. What's going on right now with the Houston Texans, guys, is obviously the scuttlebutt around social media is Nick Chubb. And Ron, I don't know if you recall, but it's because we've done a lot of BSing since then. But we talked about the potential of Nick Chubb being a Houston Texan, and at that point in time, I was just trying to paint a picture of, hey man, the Texans need to be aggressive and bring in better running backs. And don't listen to me in terms of what caliber running backs are here. Just listen or watch how the Texans played their running back situation last year. The only time Dameon Pierce ever touched the field was in emergency situations, right? And Dare Ogunbowale is clearly a special teams guy. He's not a third down back. You don't want him in the game in critical situations when you're trying to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. That's just not the answer, right? So the running back room was definitely something that they had to address. And so I want to talk about this Nick Chubb thing. And Tyler, right, it's not official yet. The Nick Chubb thing is not official yet. He has passed a physical. And according to all the reporters, the breaking news folks in the sports world, the NFL world, him becoming a Texan was dependent solely on him passing the physical. And he's passed the physical. We've just not seen an announcement yet that he's officially been signed by the Texans. So we'll bring that to you when it comes. But the Chubb to the Texans thing, Ron, there's layers to this, right? Right, and if you're taking this, because there's nobody. I mean, hell, I don't have Texans logos tattooed on my arm, so there's nobody that's more passionate about this than you.
I do have that.
As a fan, for me, Tyler, I all I can ask, and I feel like all we can ask of the organization is to make win now moves. If you're serious about winning now, and when I say win now, getting beyond 10 wins, getting beyond the second round of the playoffs, and legitimately threatening an AFC championship and a Super Bowl. Like, it's one thing to say that and hope that and want that for all of us fans out there, but if the team doesn't go out there and make aggressive moves, and sure, there's risk associated, but if they don't go out there and make aggressive moves, then it's hard to take them serious. And I view the potential of Nick Chubb being in Houston, Tyler, I believe that to be an aggressive move. I view it to be a move that the Texans realize we've got to fix our running back room. We've got to have options. Let's go get the best available.
Yeah, that's exactly what I feel as a fan right now. Is, of course, like you laid out, there's going to be risk associated with any signing. For sure, whenever you're talking a veteran running back that's aging and has the injury history that Nick Chubb does, but he's also a proven veteran running back, and the thought of pairing him with Joe Mixon in the RB room in Houston shows me, okay, they know there's a problem. They're already being vocal as hell and talking a lot about this rebuild, this ongoing rebuild of the offensive line, which, of course, contributes to success in the run game. So as long as I keep hearing the right thing, refurbishing this offensive line, and you bring in a guy like Nick Chubb, and it would be on a team-friendly type of deal, given that injury history I mentioned, I'm totally good with it because you got to address the problems. That's what they're trying to do. Will it work out? We'll see. But you got to try something, and it looks like they're doing that.
How do they want to use him? How do they envision using him? That's the biggest thing for me is, are they looking at this like, all right, man, we just got to have somebody else that we feel comfortable handing the ball to?
Yeah.
Last year, there's an argument. They just didn't have another person they felt comfortable handing the ball out, in games that mattered. Not the Patriots in the last game of the season where Damian Pierce went crazy. That's my thing. Is it just, hey, we want somebody else to trust, or is this you made the comp to? Can they be like what the Lions are? The Lions seem to kind of split it, even though these are two different style of backs from what the Lions have. Yeah. But they do have a split, you would say an even split, where I don't think they look at it as running back 1 and running back 2. I think it's just 1 and 1B.
Yeah.
Just do different things.
Well, so as a fan looking at this thing, I'm just stoked that the organization is making the move. To what you're talking about, Ron, like offensively, what are the Texans like? Why Nick Chubb? And I think you answered it there. I think it's a very simple answer. Why Nick Chubb? Well, offensively, right now, You everything you do in the run game is solely dependent. And look, you can talk about the pass game too. Everything you do in the run game and the pass game is solely dependent on Joe Mixon and Fresh. By the way, everything you do, and again, that's not my opinion. That is what the Houston Texans have shown us. So I think offensively for the Houston Texans, the Nick Chubb signing or potential Nick Chubb signing, at the very least, guys, gives us a running back that can be an RB2. Somebody need to give Joe Mixon a rest in the first half, and can you trust somebody to go out there, whether it's a 3-play drive or a 10-play drive, and be the running back if the drive keeps moving forward?
Or does he have to miss a game or two?
Right. Or if Joe Mixon gets hurt like he has, like he did last year, misses a game or two, do you have to rush him back with a bum ankle, or can he take his time and, hey, you got a guy like Nick Chubb, right? So, the offense, and then if you want to go beyond Nick Chubb, we can talk about Woody Marks and getting aggressive and moving up in the draft to draft Woody Marks. This offense needed a third down back, change of pace back, that could do some things with the football in his hand, catching it out of the backfield. Woody Marks potentially gives you that answer. So when you look at the running back position and how you can build a winning team and a winning offense around the running back position, the Texans are at least putting their best foot forward. And that's all that I can ask for, right? As a fan, I'm stoked about the aggressiveness. Offensively, you had to find somebody you could at least trust in critical situations. And then let's talk about the player, Ron, because I think you had a good point about this earlier. The player Nick Chubb, and I'm talking about if you get a healthy, which of course passing a physical, I would imagine means he's healthy, right? Number two, Chubb, and with a 1-year deal, it's a prove-it deal, and he's trying to prove that he can still go beyond this injury. And I'm not talking about the foot that he broke last year. I'm talking about the knee that he messed up before. Yeah. He's trying to prove that he can be that guy. And in this window of the running back resurgence, if you will, where Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley are making a lot of money for themselves and other running backs, can Nick Chubb get on that train one more time before his career's up? He's very motivated. But as a player, if you get a healthy Nick Chubb, and even taking into consideration he's 29, he could potentially be your best back. He potentially could be your best back. And more than likely, he is going to be a 1B. Yeah. Right? And again, barring injury, if he can stay healthy, I think at the very least you're getting a 1B where you can literally counterpunch folks. And I mean counterpunch folks going to look a little different than Detroit because you got 2 sledgehammers coming downhill. Right? And so I think the player himself is worst case scenario. He's 29 years old. The mileage is racked up, and he's not that top end back that Nick Chubb once was when he was one of the top 3 backs in football and was being as productive as anybody in football. But you get a back that can relieve Joe Mixon if and when need be, that you trust. The Texans can't lose with this situation.
Yeah, someone texted in, how many times have we seen the Thunder and Thunder 1-2 punch? Yeah, you generally like to see when Speed Guy won. Well, I remember the Giants a while back with Tiki Barber and Brandon Jacobs was the Thunder and Lightning part of it. To the texter's point, hell, I think Nick Chubb was involved in one. Nick Chubb was in Cleveland, and they brought in Kareem Hunt after he had some issues and brought him in. But Nick Chubb clearly did take over as the lead guy there, but Kareem Hunt was a compliment and still, played a factor on the team. So we have seen 2 power backs together.
Yeah, look, I don't I'm just talking about a 2-back system where the system doesn't change. If you want that Thunder and Lightning and you want that scat back, I mean, maybe that comes in the shape of Woody Marks. That's not what this looks like. This is more of a 2 true running backs that can play at any point in time. And I know we haven't seen a ton of that, but because it's usually a Thunder Lightning situation. But I would be A-okay with that. By the way, if you want to look at it through that lens, I think, and let's assume you get a healthy Nick Chubb that can get the ball downhill. I think the one thing that is going to be last to leave him is the downhill power running. But anyway, we'll see. I think he would be the Thunder, and Joe is a guy you can line up outside and can do some different things. I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I don't like Joe Mixon as more of a third down back. Like if you're going to have those 2 backs getting predominantly most of the carries, like I'm probably more excited about, hey, does this free Joe Mixon up to be a third down back and be on the field in critical situations instead of having to go with a rookie or instead of having to go with Dare Ogunbowale. So if you wanted underlying, I like Chubb as the Thunder and Mixon as more of the Lightning guy. He's really good out of the backfield. He can line up in a receiver position. Now, look, again, I've told everybody a million times, I hate when people talk about running backs being receivers. He's not a receiver, but he can do some damage out of the backfield and lined up as a wide receiver. And so he would be more of the Lightning than the Thunder. So I think it would work. I think it could work. I think it could work in a big way, actually, assuming that you get a Nick Chubb that is first and foremost fully healthy.
Yeah, I think it's 2 backs that can really make people make some business decisions late in games that you wear on. And but it also depends on how much the Texans are going to run the football. We'll see what that does. But these are 2 players that'll wear on people that should get stronger later in the game.
No question. The overall Texans run game should be significantly better. Now, is it more versatile? Is it more creative? I don't know. That may be a little bit much to ask for Nick Caley to come in here and do, is keep all these guys healthy, tilt the offense to the strengths of all the players, and then, oh, by the way, we've got 2 different running backs that we need to get one. I don't know. I don't know that switching things up is necessarily the best thing. I think 2 backs, and doesn't matter who's in the game, they can all, contrary to what people have been led to believe around here, backs can run, that zone backs can also run gap schemes and vice versa. These guys, it's been in every playbook these guys have had, both schemes have, so they'll be fine. But the Nick Chubb thing is interesting. Again, Ron, I'll put a bowl. The Nick Chubb signing, man, as a fan, I'm absolutely stoked that the organization is making aggressive moves. As a player, Nick Chubb, the player, potentially the best back in a Texans uniform, more than likely, and at the very least, a 1B that can complement Joe Mixon. And then offensively, you got to have guys in the backfield that you can trust. You can definitely trust Nick Chubb. Again, all assuming he's healthy, but man, it's a need that they needed to address.
Yeah, and they've got a as you said, an improved running back room than they did before. And we'll see what it means for the other guys in that locker room. Damian Pierce has to be one really looking.
That's another conversation.
At himself. Yeah, that's another one that can be had as well. All right. Again, whenever we find out the news that it is official, we will certainly come through and let you know about that. Last night, OKC evened up this series last night. For the Pacers, as we watched last night, they have only led after one quarter in this entire series, and that was for about 0.3 seconds at the end of the fourth quarter in game one. Are the Pacers screwed? They screwed in this series. Is OKC about to run away from this thing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, sir.
Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Chubb signing tells fans Texans are serious contenders.
I'm not sure Chubb moves the needle that much for me, but it damn sure tells me that they have expectations.
Or the next text, which I roll with. If we sign Chubb, the Texans will absolutely be better today than they were yesterday.
No question about it.
Yep.
The arrow's pointed up.
I agree with that. I'm not. When they signed Diggs, I felt that there was they were contenders. Chubb, I'm not sure. Not sure that I am what puts him up to the next level of being contenders. But
I mean, I think it could end up there, but Chubb doesn't move that needle. Like right now, there's too much. I mean, there's too much.
And they say no.
Yeah, the thing I think that does that are things like Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and what they're able to do, the difference that they can be. Yeah, that's the contender thing. I don't think this is Saquon Barkley rolling in here, or
no,
or I'm just looking at what a running back recently did. I don't think that's the Texans are looking at. So, but it's a signing that makes their running back room, their offense better. And if he is right, somebody to where you ain't got to block it perfectly to get yards and can run through chaos. So, yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Someone else texted in, Nick Caserio got to be 2026 Executive of the Year. Here you go, man. Feeling good about that Nick Chubb potential signing. Why not, man?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Feel good about it. Have a good time. All right. Even though this series in the finals is 1-1, and they're going to get another, it seems like, 4 days off. Even though this series is 1-1, and the Pacers won game one, they have control. Yesterday, I think that game probably went the way that I think many people kind of felt this series would go. Hell, OKC is one of the biggest favorites in the history of the finals here in the last, 20, 25 years. But watching that, even with all that, the Pacers in it, they did their job. They won game one. You think they're screwed in this series?
I do. I mean,
it's hard to watch, man. You can clearly see who's in control.
Yeah, look, I thought it would be before the series started, I thought this is going to be a 7-game dogfight. And look, it's 1-1.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I thought it would go 7 games, and I thought we were going to get a great series.
So you weren't one of those who thought the Thunder were going to just gentleman sweep?
No. I thought we'd get a really good game, and I liked OKC to win it all. That was where I was at. And we may get a great series. Hell, it's 1-1. We might just get that, and you got to go back to Indy, so you never know. So we'll see. But I can't. I've watched both games, and now look, it was a huge comeback. Obviously, from 15 down in the fourth quarter of game one at their place, at the Thunder's place. But I mean, they have been outplayed thoroughly. With the exception of the fourth quarter of game one.
Yeah, and the game was already over, but they won the fourth quarter last night, but the game was it was further out.
Correct me if I'm wrong. One really, I think stood out. It's one of the most creative things I've heard anybody say, and I can't remember which basketball player it was. One of the analysts said we're talking about how impressed they were by the Pacers weaponizing cardio. I tell you who it was. It was a big guy. It was Chris Canty, the old football player.
Yeah.
Was talking about how they weaponize cardio and being in such great shape. And I said, he's on to something. One, it's catchy, it's cool, but he's also right. I mean, that's how they they got so many guys they roll out there that they just go, and people
and they're
get
pushing the pace.
Yeah. I looked up last night in that game, Ron, and Indy was blown. I mean, now they were losing by 15, but they were done. They were the team on the floor that when I looked up, I thought, man, they're getting ran. They can't keep up. They're out of shape. They're not out of shape. They're not on the same level. And I thought I would see Indy ultimately lose this series. I did not think I would see a game where I thought they were exhausted. They were cooked.
Yeah, I felt it was almost, hey, we already did what we needed to do.
Yeah, it's coming here half stepping. Yeah.
Let's come in because to me, for them, the longer the series goes, they plan on we're going to get to you.
Yeah.
Like you're going to run up and down the court with us. We're going to get to you. Now, the way that these games are being done here, they play Thursday and then they play Sunday and they'll have to travel, and it's not every other day like that Celtics or that Knicks series was.
They can get that cold tub a lot, can't they?
Yeah, you can see Game 5 and 6 like the Knicks were, like that running had taken a toll on some of their great players. I don't believe the Pacers and what they do is a fluke. I think obviously Game 3 is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
But this is like when you watch it, you clearly see who the better team is.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear, and it's just like, all right, we got to stop them from running, as much and running on and get back. But defensively, Halliburton is, and we'll see what he does in the next game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's under 17 points and under 6 assists. You think like, all right, man, he's not scoring 20. That's not crazy, but he's usually around double-digit assists or something over there. They're stopping him from all of it. So I do think the Pacers are in a little trouble here.
Well, here's the deal with the Pacers. I think in order for them to win this thing, they've got to have multiple guys be able to deal with Oklahoma City Thunder's defense and be hot. Right, I mean, like Game 1, they don't make. Halliburton made the last shot, but they don't make that comeback if Toppin and what's the little light skinned guard?
Oh God, Nembhard.
If those two aren't just making ridiculous shots, I guess. But nonetheless, it's going to depend on multiple guys being on. Where Oklahoma City, obviously defensively, but where Oklahoma City is the MVP, he's gone out there. What's he giving him? 34 and 38. That's his first two games,
and they can't do anything with
nothing.
Him. That was a regular season too for him. That's the thing is now I don't know. Indiana can say, listen, we had even the game we won, we didn't play well. They had 19 turnovers in the first half.
Yeah.
Of Game 1.
Was that them or the defense?
Probably
you
a
tell
little
me.
bit of both.
I'm asking.
I think a little bit of both. They haven't seen defense like that. The help defense for Oklahoma City is that's the best part of their defense. It's crazy and it did look like at times Halliburton couldn't get shots off just with the switching and things like that. But the Pacers haven't played anywhere near an A game. Now I don't know if OKC has. Defensively, you might say that, but they haven't played anywhere near an A game. I mean, like you said, Halliburton's got 17 in the first two. They can play better than they do, and we'll see what the crowd does for them. But when I watch that, man, it's again, as I talked about the in the Timberwolves series, how easy it does. It just does look a lot easier for OKC when they're going up and down. So we'll see. I hope the thing goes at least 6, and we have a fun series. But I'm not feeling great after watching 8 quarters of them. I know the Pacers won a game because it even feels different. It almost feels like, and I'll give them this, the way I felt about watching the Knicks and Celtics, and like the Knicks kept coming games. Like, damn, man, Celtics clearly have been the dominant team for like the first 3 quarters of these games, and then I don't feel that way. I feel like, well, they're gonna have a problem, man, doing anything against this team. So we'll see. Game 3, I'm sure, will be next week. Coming up. I know it's at least 2 or 3 days away. All right, C.J. Stroud. Tomorrow, he is going to be the number one thing we are watching and looking at mandatory minicamp. Will he be throwing? He has not thrown yet. How nervous, how concerned are people growing with the thought he hadn't thrown yet? We'll talk about CJ coming up next.
All right, our Vision Homes, y'all.
50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. All right, tomorrow, mandatory minicamp starts. Those of you looking around, did he miss the weight? Yeah, I weighed in. I gained 5 back.
Little vacay. That's vacay weight.
Really, right,
I'm not going to hold it against you.
Closer to 6. 301.6 from the 295 when I left last Monday. But that's all right. We'll get back down. You were at 247?
247.2.
You're trying to get into 230s, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get them 230s. I'll get there by the time we go to Michigan.
Oh, you're trying to get there for Michigan? Okay, get there and stay there. You're trying to do. There we go. And I'm gonna try to at least get that 6 back I had next week. So hopefully we'll get back to that. But tomorrow, no more OTAs. Now it's mandatory minicamp. We expect to have everybody back. But Clint, to me, I still think the biggest thing that we'll be looking at, because I do think the conversation shifts. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. See if you disagree or agree. I think the conversation shifts, fellas. If C.J. Stroud, who all they've repeatedly told us, and I'm at this point believing them, and I do believe them, take them for their word. We've heard it from D'Amico, heard it from Nick Caley. I just saw it on NFL Live on ESPN again. He'll be good to go. From Josh, he'll be good to go. Clint, I do think the conversation for some will change if he doesn't throw tomorrow. If we're now rolling up on a month, Clint, and he doesn't throw, yeah, I think the conversation may change.
Well, again, you were out by the time I had this conversation, but it's already changed from the first time D'Amico and company tried to with the silly is just general soreness stuff, right? And this is why I felt like I never liked this kind of approach. I understand why they do it, how they do it, whatever. I never liked the kind of approach of, it's just general soreness when you know there was something going on. All of a sudden, boom, Aaron Wilson hears something. Aaron Wilson reports something. Now you got to backtrack, and now your coaches who have been parroting what you said, which obviously was what you wanted communicated. Now all of a sudden you got to go back and change the story again, right? And so. I hate, approaching it the way that they did from jump, because of the possibility of the cat getting out of the bag. The cat's gotten out of the bag, and now it becomes one of those. Okay, how long are we going to carry out this? Just general soreness stuff, right? And with every practice that the media sees, where C.J. Stroud comes out, he loosens up, as in jogs and gets his legs loose, does the run game stuff, and then takes his pads off and stands and just gets mental reps. Like how long has that been going on, and how long is it going to go moving forward? I think that is going to determine how big of a concern this is. I think ridiculous. I think it's crazy. I think it's hard for a quarterback, especially one wired like CJ, to miss a week, much less 3 or 4 weeks. And then if you're, I don't know exactly what kind of time limit we're talking about. So I know this, again, as a fan of CJ and the team, like I need my quarterback fully healthy, throwing multiple times a week with these young guys. And this is the time that I need him taking the bull by the horns. And that's extremely hard to do as a quarterback if you can't throw, whether we're talking about in training camp or we're talking about in throwing sessions. It doesn't matter. It's even difficult to do that in a meeting setting when you're not the one quarterbacking. Yeah. You're going to sit back there and give pointers and give critiques and stuff like that with Slovic up there throwing the football, right? Or Davis Mills throwing the football like that. It's difficult to do. So to tie all this stuff together this time of year is important, and CJ needs to be throwing the football in order to do it. What's going on? How long is it going to go on? And is he going to throw at OTAs tomorrow and Wednesday? I think that's the look. I think there's a lot of national eyes on that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This ain't just you.
No, it is. That the first story with the Texans got a double story on NFL Live. The first thing was the potential of Nick Chubb, and then they start talking about C.J. Stroud and showing the video footage. Will Conkle, shout out to the Conk, who they were using his – I'm trying. They were using his footage, and he's not throwing it, underhand tossing it. Again, I don't get the sense, and I'll say this, and I've said this, believe that it is serious, and I'm not in a space of concern. But as I said to you earlier, Clint, and you said to me, like I said, well, what would it mean to just sit for 4 weeks? Like if your quarterback is not throwing for 4 weeks, right? Not to mention we didn't see him for like the entire offseason. like he was like what we thought was just getting out and working. He probably was, but we hadn't seen him. So it's just like when your quarterback just shuts it down from throwing for 4 weeks or 3 weeks or however long that is, it like something's going. And again, not saying that this is going to take him, that he won't be ready for September when the season starts or anything, but it's never a oh shucks, where your quarterback doesn't throw with some discomfort.
The biggest news in Houston is going to be C.J. Stroud not throwing until we lay eyes on him throwing the football, and then everything will be business as usual, and we'll keep it moving. Yeah, but I mean, even that what is going to have a bad mini camp? Who gives a rip at this point when we're talking about C.J. Stroud, right? So, the not throwing at all thing is, and not knowing how long it's been going on or how long it will go on is going to be the top story in Houston until we see him spinning it around the park again.
Yeah, he's not, because as we said, he's not even warming up visually for us to see, and that's the thing. All right, Larry and Stafford. Larry, at what point do you start to wonder what's up with your quarterback if he's not throwing? At what point?
July, they bring their ass back for training camp.
Yeah.
But I'll get to that show. Hey, man, I was sitting in my office today, right? And I thought I heard you say you was just walking around Aruba in your high-waisted Speedo just popping things in your mouth and all this stuff. I'm like, what's show talking about, man? Then you cleaned it up by saying you popped a little cheese bread in your mouth and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
like, show, hey, man, look. I understand, man. I told you got to be careful what you be saying on these airways, man, because I be hearing things, and I'm going to come at your ass. But I'm glad you had a good time with your boys and whoever White Russell was or whoever else
White
was
Justin.
trying to get
Yeah, White Justin and Black Justin.
Yeah, White Justin, man. Oh, okay, I'm glad your boys took you down there, man. Aruba is a good spot, man, so you probably needed that little break because your boy's going to run you this summer with them leagues you got him in. But now let's talk football real quick, man. I know y'all understand, man, that it's the crazy season and all this stuff about CJ, but if y'all notice exactly what D'Amico and Nick them have been doing, when we went in that Kansas City game, man, we didn't have no legitimate backups at the most important positions to go in there and win that game, and we still was in that game. And they've made a conscious decision that they are not going to be in that position again. So going out and get Nick Chubb, who is probably one of the premier running backs, I know when he's healthy, and when you look at his numbers, that's the ideal back to be in this offense that they're trying to set up over there on Kirby about being physical. They did the same thing when they backdoored all them wide receivers that they put a tank and lost Stephon. And then you go out there and then you add C.J. Gardner to that defense. Fellas, I'm telling y'all might want to start clearing the decks, man, and trying to figure out how somebody going to stop this team from getting to the AFC Championship, because I'm going to tell you something. The way D'Amico and them over there doing it, I'm all for it, man, because this is what we have been wanting to see, because we used to sit around and watch everybody else make these kind of moves and wonder why the Texans would never do it. Now them boys loading up for y'all ass. So anybody in the AFC might want to take a look what's going down in H-Town and get ready. But we're going to be all right with CJ, man. Y'all saw him over there, man. That ain't nothing wrong with that dude. And Aaron Wilson already said on his YouTube channel that he didn't have surgery. So this is all just getting him wrapped up for the season, fellas, and I'll holler.
All right, I want to make it very clear. I never said anything about a Speedo.
High-waisted Speedo.
High-waisted, definitely. I damn sure didn't say about no high-waist. I mean,
if you were going to wear a Speedo, it'd be low-waisted.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
It'd be the one that Tyler said he had.
Just making sure you wouldn't have it popped up over each love handle outside your shorts where I can see it above your shorts.
No, I ain't going to do that to you.
Got to show off that V.
I'd rather just cover the thing. Just say a little bit of that. No, but too, like,
Thomas
CJ.
said you tried to borrow his.
I'll go. Yeah, man. Somebody gonna wear it. Somebody gonna go out there. Somebody gonna go to some exotic place like the Cayman.
I've worn it.
Or Aruba.
I told him that you like if you didn't require a bigger pocket, all that mouthing off you've done. If you didn't require a bigger pocket in your banana hammock, I'd be disappointed.
Nah, man. Let's just let it show.
Let's.
But second, no, man. Nothing. Yeah, it's nothing until CJ Stroud's just not throwing here, right? Like, I mean, it's if he starts, throwing tomorrow and on as usual and just say, hey, OTAs, we were being precautious and everything is the same as normal. But if we go over there and you think like, all right, may not have been surgery, but it was something that has said a month, let's shut it down.
Here's the thing. I mean, and look, again, it may end up being a non-factor. But again, I just want to reiterate, like, for me, it's like I don't want to hear a week into training camp, I'll give these guys time. They've only been throwing together for a week. No. They had a whole offseason. If not, then if they're just now starting to throw, then it obviously has been a little bit of a setback. So, that's the only thing for me is I did like what Larry had to say, though, about the the Texans not having the depth they needed, really the people they needed, but the depth they needed in Kansas City and how they seem to be, adjusting accordingly. And I do think Nick Chubb and Woody Marks would check that box.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue to roll through. Speaking of Nick Chubb, the latest on Nick Chubb as from the start of the show, there has been more recent news about him. We'll tell you about that. Also, another player that the Texans are working out they have in the building. We'll let you know, as well as Forrest Whitley, the latest with him as he is no longer on the Texans, and also some football news with prominent players around the league. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. I tell you about it all.
More at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Finish it. Go hard.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill. T-Mill, baby, making you some money a little bit later. How was that week last week when I was gone, baby?
Not good.
Damn, really?
This might be the worst stretch I've ever been on, boys.
Oh, Lord, man. Okay.
One Green Day last week while you were in Aruba, Ron.
I see Fridays. Red, canceled. Green, red, green. All right.
Yeah.
That
means we're getting back. That means we're getting back to where we need to be, starting freaking today.
Sure. Yep. I got you.
Appreciate
starting
the
today.
confidence, bro.
Listen, yes. Go ahead. I heard all week from my friends in Aruba. Scared money don't make money.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're hanging out with the right people.
Yeah. Well, one of them sure lost money. Yeah.
As have I.
Yeah, as you have you. So hopefully it's a new week, and he'll make you a little cash a little bit later on in T-Mill's best bets. So stay tuned. That was a story for us as we entered the show, and it was a story that we were going to be following and still following. And I'll be honest with you, thought we would have it resolved by this point, but we still do not. Here is the latest. It started out earlier today that pending a physical that is passed by Nick Chubb. As we know, Nick Chubb had the broken foot last year, but before that had the catastrophic knee injury, very similar to what Tank Dell has. See if he would pass his physical. Well, the latest after that from Diana Rossini of The Athletic is that Nick Chubb has passed the Texans physical. When do we find that out? Around 3?
Second segment of the show was like 2:20.
So 2:25 or something like that. We found that out. So we've gotten that a while ago, and up to this point, still as I continue to check, we are not seeing any new evidence that this is made official, that he's passed the physical, and we thought that was what's going to hold up. Still haven't seen that this is made official, and
everybody's got their own schedule according to their own physical.
I was going to say, Clint, you know this better than us, and because I think I see some people are texting.
Speak of the devil.
How about that?
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
What's the breaking news, Tyler? Apparently it's
exactly what you guys are talking about. This just seconds ago from Ian Rappaport. New Texans running back Nick Chubb has now passed his physical and officially signed with the Houston Texans. Sources tell Ian Rappaport the former Browns Pro Bowler has agreed to terms over the weekend, and he's getting a 1-year, $2.5 million deal that can be worth up to $5 million for young Chubb.
Shout out to Todd France, Athletes First, who did the deal. I don't know why I just there. But there it is. As he said, as we're talking through it, it is. Well, I was wondering what would take this so long. What would be taking this so long, especially if, as they say there, they kind of had the agreement over the weekend.
Schedules, man. Everybody's on
a different schedule. That's right. So Nick Chubb, it is now official. As you just heard Tyler break in with that 1 year, $2.5 million that could go up to $5 million. But they have their guy, and he is in the building, and we'll see if he's there at mandatory minicamp tomorrow, but certainly should be soon. But it is official now, Clint. He is going to be a Houston Texan.
Yeah, this is a good thing, man. I like the 30,000-foot view of it is Nick Chubb. The Texans had a desperate need. I think a desperate need at the running back position beyond Joe Mixon. They needed to have somebody they trust. They needed to have somebody that's a veteran that knew how to run the rock inside and out, that knew the zone and the G schemes, as well as could pass protect at any given moment. They needed somebody to take a lot of the load, or some of the load at least, off of Joe Mixon, and they got the best free agent that will, in Nick Chubb. And again, the team being aggressive at a position of need, at a position where you are a better football team right now, without a doubt, I'd say significantly better. Even if you get the come back from injury, never your old self, Nick Chubb, this is still a win for the Houston Texans, man. So you get him on a 1-year prove it deal. That I think that part of it tells me that, one, he's going to be as motivated as he's ever been. Two, it tells me that there's probably some kind of agreement worked out to where assuming he's healthy, he's gonna be in the running for RB1 type of carries. It's not going to be an RB2 where you just sit around and get 4 or 5 carries
Not like
a game.
what we saw last year, the RB2.
You only surface if Joe Mixon gets injured. It doesn't seem like this would be the place for him behind Joe Mixon if that were the case in a 1-year prove it deal. And so, look, I like this Nick Chubb signing from all angles, man. There's not the Texans absolutely cannot lose in this Nick Chubb scenario, and they can win in a big way, depending on where Nick Chubb can get back to after his injury.
I wonder how soon we see a move with the other pieces of the running back room, because from what we know, man, I mean, obviously there are other guys like, rid of the other running backs that they have around, but the main ones right now, you look at it, Joe Mixon is definitely on the team, and right now would be the starter on the depth chart. Nick Chubb, you would think, is right behind him if they're not even. And then you get Woody Marks, who they moved up in the draft to get in the fourth round, so he's going nowhere. And he actually has a kind of a different skill set than maybe those other two, especially when it comes to the passing game. Dare Ogunbowale, who, I'd wonder if you said, Frank Ross, man, you got to keep one player. You get one player to save. Who is your one player? I wouldn't be surprised if Frank Ross wouldn't say, I got to have Dare. Would be my one player for all he does on special teams. And then there's Dameon Pierce. And, I wonder, is there a corresponding move made with somebody else? And he seems to be the one in that locker room that they make a move on. Because if Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon are on the team, Clint, you just can't be a professional kickoff returner. Like that can't just be your role here. They need you to be able to do something else, and I would wonder how quickly his days are numbered here. That's the other part when you look at it, and it's just hard to see space for him.
Yeah, that's interesting. If I'm trying to think back of who was here the year that where he would have been 1,000-yard back had he finished the season. Is there somebody from that offensive staff or even the defensive staff that's in another place and can vouch for him, or is this going to be a true walking into a place blindly? The way the league is now is where if you've got coaches that have left this organization for one reason or another and they're scattered throughout the NFL, and you were a good player and a good person and a good teammate, and that we all know that Dameon Pierce is, then somebody would be jonesing to get a Dameon Pierce in their building. I just don't know if he has that guy. I do wonder after the last 2 years of I would say major disappointment in the light of Dameon Pierce. I wonder what the value is there. But if there's any trade possible, or if is it a release? I don't know. We'll see what happens. What the spill is after Chubb gets in the running back room.
Yeah, shout out to the text line. It's our third Nick C now. Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, and now Nick Chubb.
I'll be damned.
3 Nick C's. How about that? Do your thing.
5 o'clock fire.
Also with the Texans, they've worked out cornerback Damon Arnett. If you remember that name, not Will Arnett, but if you remember that name, Damon Arnett, he was first drafted in the first round by the Raiders in 2020, but then was released the very next year, showing him making threats while he was carrying guns. He was released. The Chiefs took another shot at him because, of course, the Chiefs would in the 2021 season, but he was even too much for them. He was released shortly after, in the wake of an arrest for charges that included assault. He has been playing with the Houston Roughnecks and been playing pretty well. Aaron Wilson, who has been all over his story, covering his story. If you want to learn a little bit more of what he's been, I would check out what Aaron Wilson has put out about him, done a full cover story on him. But Clint, they brought him in to work him out. Doesn't mean that they will sign him. Wouldn't be surprised if they do. But this is a situation, Clint, where it's there's a void there missing. When Ronald Darby decided to retire a guy they went out and they got in free agency to kind of play the third corner, there is now a spot open for Arnett. And this to me is a serious kind of a situation. Because I remember talking to Luke when Darby retired, saying I think they'll be able to find somebody that can play to the level that he's playing, a veteran guy or something, before or after camp starts. And now this Damon Arnett puts himself in that position where he could potentially find a spot. So this isn't as big of a long shot as I think many other, UFL players get when they get a workout.
Well, I mean, he's still all of the drama and the fallout in Las Vegas happened. Still 28 years old. He was a 2020 first rounder out of Ohio State. He's the 19th overall pick. And so, it wouldn't be crazy to think that the guy straightened his life up, got out of the streets ultimately, has been taking care of himself for a couple of years, mentally and physically. And could this guy still be a low mileage player? That's got some, obviously had some elite talent at one point in time, and there's still something in there. Absolutely. And the Texans, there's an opportunity there, as you mentioned. The cornerback room is strong with the top two, but what does it look like beyond that? I know they drafted the kid out of USC, and he's playing outside, but there's clearly an opportunity there with the Texans. And I'm always for these guys with this kind of story. It's had these kind of issues. If he legitimately, and everybody around him will be able to tell, that locker room with the Roughnecks, they'll be able to tell exactly. Has this guy really turned him around? Is he still toting around an AK in his trunk of his vehicle out in the parking lot? They'll know.
That's a real life story too.
Absolutely.
Because right now, after Lassiter and Stingley, it's Tremont Smith.
Love Tremont Smith, special teams guy though. I mean, I like
Tremont Smith and D'Angelo Ross are your next corners.
And D'Angelo was running a little nickel defender, I think it was, and I think he had a pick, a nickel defender in OTAs, and so.
But he was the one that replaced Lassiter in those two games, and the Packers kind of took advantage of him in at least that second one.
There's an opportunity.
The Jeff Okudah role from last year. There's an opportunity for Will Arnett,
not Arquette,
or Damian Arnett. Yeah,
or Damon.
Or Damon.
None of those fools.
None of those words. None of them. But Damon Arnett, all of them. So we'll see what the Texans do with him as they bring somebody else in the building ahead of mandatory mini.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, if you did miss this over the weekend, Astros, they went ahead and made the move, and they DFA'd Forrest Whitley. Once again, who got into the organization before Yuli Gurriel did, and he is now he is up out of here. The Astros picked him with a first-round pick in 2017. 2017 is when he was selected in the first round, and they are now placed him on waiver or outright released him. The 6'7" guy just could not get it going. Had so many injuries. Tommy John and made him miss 2 seasons in 20 and 21. Just had a lot of things in front of him that caused him not to get to this place. But he is moving on, and it is just crazy, Clint, when you look at the injuries that they had, from J.P. France to Luis Garcia to Christian Javier to now Wisniewski to now Blanco, to all of the guys they have had injured. And the guy who was their number one prospect, to feel comfortable with him getting in on any of those injuries and making a difference on the team. And just sad, but they had to make a move there.
Yeah, man. Look, I can't believe you made it this long. I was trying, man. I was trying, Forrest. I was trying to help you out, man. At least keep the studio here positive about the potential of you being an impact player and maybe pitching some meaningful outings and innings, and I tried, man, but I couldn't keep the dream alive any longer.
Yeah, and then he had these weird injuries even this year where they were like, all right, this is it. He had that left bone bruise. Then he suffered a knee sprain that kept him out, for almost a month. But then he allowed 10 earned runs across 5 1/3 innings in just 4 appearances, right? And he just didn't have it. And you see it a lot in baseball. You see some guys just make it and have all the tools and aren't able to make it. And Forrest Whitley seems to fit that. We'll see if he catches on somewhere else. I was going to say I'm sure somebody would mess with that talent. We'll see. He can still run it up there. Like in the times he's gotten out there, he's still throws the ball really, really hard and clearly has some stuff. But the Astros had to move on. So that's the latest there. Pour one out for Pinocchio, a.k.a. Forrest Whitley. It is real. Forrest is no longer. I'm a real boy. Coming up, we talked a little bit about CJ tomorrow, but what about mandatory minicamp? As this thing gets started, we should see everybody in attendance starting tomorrow for the Texans. What things are you wanting to hear us talk about? What things are you wanting to hear and see from the Texans? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I'll tell you what
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bet's coming up here soon. Gonna make some money, I think.
You got room for me?
Yeah,
I do.
Whoa.
Yeah,
okay.
there we go.
All right.
Had a decent weekend. I couldn't share with the people.
You have better luck when Clint's
involved.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
good vibes, man.
Stay tuned for that. All right, tomorrow is mandatory minicamp. Man, that means we getting close, baby. We getting close to this thing. That means the next time we see the Texans from here on out, the thought is everybody's supposed to be there. This is not volunteer at all anymore. Everybody should be there. You know, they had several players out for OTAs doing whatever their thing where they were, maybe some injury stuff too as well. But everyone should be there starting tomorrow as minicamp starts on Tuesday. And Clint, with everybody now being there, what's on your mind? What are you thinking about bringing the people tomorrow? You all can text in. What the hell you waiting for as OTAs are over and now mandatory minicamp starts?
Well, look, I think the elephant in the room, obviously, C.J. Stroud, right? Is he spinning it at any level? Is he participating in any of the throwing drills? That's just there'll be a sigh of relief if the moment that I see C.J. Stroud throw one ball, we're good to go. Let's move forward. And he's got plenty of time to build up to the season. Let's that's a thing of the past, him not throwing. But I got to see it. So that right there, I mean, it's one of the biggest stories in mandatory mini camps on a national level right now. Is C.J. Stroud throwing or is he not? So I think that's number one. And now today with the Chubb signing, Ron, I don't expect Chubb to be obviously participating in practice. But if Chubb is in Houston already, he'll go back his stuff and then come back, not worry about mandatory minicamp. But it wouldn't surprise me if Chubb didn't say, hey, I'm a Texan right now. Leave me in this hotel for a couple of days. Let me come in and at least get some mental reps, stand next to C.J. Stroud, stand next to the backup quarterback, and get some mental reps. That's what a lot of professionals would do. So that wouldn't surprise me if Nick Chubb did that. So a possible sighting of Nick Chubb in Texans gear, I think would be really, really cool. I'll add that to my list. And then I'm going to stay on the offensive side of the football, man. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll jump over to the defensive side of the football just for another sighting. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we've not seen him in a Texans uniform yet, or I haven't at OTAs. So seeing him in person with this defense and kind of seeing that secondary as a whole, I'm looking forward to that. Again, I don't expect to see a ton from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Hell, he may just be a non-participant, but be present. We'll see.
I don't know. He seems like a guy that likes to be out there.
Well, but I mean, in this secondary new defense, I do wonder if there was some kind of procedure, some kind of cleanup, some kind of reason why he hadn't been at practice so far with the squad. I would think he's a guy that would be there. But nonetheless, just the various sightings. So CJ throwing the various sightings of some of the new faces with the Texans is big, and then the rookies. Talking about new faces, young faces. Higgins and Noel. I think I'm not worried about Ariante Ursery. I mean, there's not going to be a lot you can tell from offensive line and defensive line play in a mandatory minicamp. But there are things you can see from. I mean, I've said it before. The 2 or 3 practices that they've had open so far. Noel, the wide receiver, the smaller of the two, the one that could have been maybe pigeonholed as a slot receiver. I'm not real sure where he fits yet, but Ron, he jumped off the field when I'm watching practice. His twitch, his change of direction, the fact that the ball just finds him throughout practice, he is very noticeable. Is Higgins that same way? I hadn't seen Higgins catch a ball yet in practice. He participated in some, but I haven't personally seen him catch a ball yet in practice. So, seeing those young wide receivers is way up on my list because they're going to need them. You know, we said it before. Look, Nico Collins puts me in a spot with this team where I'm not overly concerned about wide receivers. I mean, to play opposite Nico, you don't have to be great. right? I mean, they've got the toughest one to find. They found him. Christian Kirk is going to be a great compliment, but you're going to need another outside receiver. You're going to need somebody that is potentially better than a John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson type player, and you hope that one of these young guys or both of these young guys can do that.
Yeah, someone just texted in, I want to see those rookie receivers.
Absolutely.
That's what someone texted in. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because as you said earlier, Higgins is the one you're really looking at, and he didn't really, as you said, I don't know how much came his way, but he didn't really show himself to be like, can't miss him.
Well, he's the one, Ron. Again, I think the fans, there's a real chance, Ron, that he is going to be a wow factor, right? Because look, Nico's gonna get most of the targets. Christian Kirk the defense is going to funnel the ball to Christian Kirk, I think, a lot. They're going to make a conscious effort to run the ball, which hell they have every year that I've been here, and I don't know that it's been great ever, but they're going to make a conscious effort to establish a run. So I don't know how many opportunities there's going to be, but when you draft a big receiver like that, and again, he's as tall as Nico, y'all, but he is rangy. His arms are longer. He's thinner. He appears to have a different play style than Nico Collins. Nico Collins plays like a 6'1" wide receiver that can do it all. This guy looks like a more of a
Mike Evans feel.
He's great. It's a great call. More of a Mike Evans feel. More of a Devontae Adams. Not afraid of a little contact and the length to really be a problem. Be a definite red zone threat kind of thing. That potential is really there, and I'm anxious to see it. I think that will be. If the opportunity presents itself, I think that'll be obvious in camp. Those wide receiver, DB, tight end, running back, kind of things. Those jump off the field when guys are targeted, when guys get opportunities, and I want to see Higgins get those opportunities so we can see what kind of, what he brings to the table.
The guy that has been kind of on my mind since the season ended, and we've talked about him a few times. He was not at was. All right, maybe there's an injury or something, but if you're just training on your own, I don't know that I love that. But I want to see where Christian Harris is.
Yeah.
Like that is one. Like is Christian Harris, because the last time we saw him, Clint, Christian Harris was a special teamer. That was a special teamer for Frank Ross's special teams in the playoffs. Right? I know he had the injury late. He came back. When he finally came back from whatever that injury was with the calf, he played 80% of the snaps his first week back, and then he just didn't play any defensive snaps. Very little in the playoffs. I don't know if he played any against the Chiefs. That's one where we've heard, from Aziz said that D'Amico said this. D'Amico has said that that's our most talented player he's ever coached at that linebacker position, just pure talent. And if he's healthy, ready to go, like, is he out there with the first group? Is EJ Speed out there? Like, how are they treating and viewing Christian Harris, right? And then again, like, also, Clint, is Jake Andrews still going to be the one who's running out with the starters at the center spot? Well, is Titus still going to be at right guard?
The O-line positioning is definitely something, right? And I think, as I said before, I think you got a real competition at left guard and center. I think you got Cam Robinson at left tackle. I think you got Titus Howard at right guard, and I think you got Blake Fisher at right tackle. Now, depending on what Ariante Ursery does, and can he maybe push? We'll see. Is big boy? What's big boy that was? No, with the Patriots forever. The big one.
Trent Brown.
Trent Brown.
Is he back?
He is black. Yes.
Is he back?
On lighter tone, but I believe he is. I believe he is 100% black.
I don't know if he's lighter, but go ahead.
Then you definitely coming back from Aruba.
He's probably mid. Yeah,
he's probably mid.
Yeah, Jalen Higgins is light skinned.
Yeah, he's not. I said lighter.
Lighter.
Yeah, lighter.
Let's get off of that. I brought us there. It's Trent Black. It's Trent back. Yes.
Yeah. There we go. But is he? What's he doing? Yeah. What's that look like? So, yeah, I think the O-line is obvious until we prove we can protect the quarterback. The offensive line is always going to be a safe topic around these parts.
Line, man. Are we going to roll out there and it's just going to be a completely different 5. Because we went to a couple of practices where, Ariante Ursery was a starting left tackle. Mm-hmm. Cam Robinson was a starting left tackle the time before. All right, so that is going to – are we going to start to see – because the thing you would want to see, right, is continuity right from the jump. All right, we got our 5. These guys are going to go out here and be that 5, and they're going to be able to play together and get reps together, right? They're probably going to be at a disadvantage to some of these other teams in the league that already have reps with each other.
Yeah.
How many are we still in the phase of learning who the 5 are and trying and experimenting who the 5 are, or do we know where we are already on that? So should be first tomorrow as mandatory minicamp gets started. All right, the news of the day. It took a while. It took us in the middle of 5 o'clock fire, but Nick Chubb is officially a Houston Texan. We'll tell you the details of that deal and what does this mean for Joe Mixon? What does this mean for him? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. It's hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. Look, if you've been injured in
Highly recommend. AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Web now on for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Hughley has came in the game.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill is looking to get back on the green train. Stay off that red train. God, dog, I'm looking at it. My God. 1 for 5 on Monday, 1 for 6 on Tuesday, 1 for 6 on Wednesday. Good hell.
Makes you want to vomit, doesn't it?
Almost to cancel the segment on Thursday.
I just throw up in my mouth here and you read it back.
4 for 5 Thursday, so that's all right. We'll get T-Mill's best bets. This is the week to jump on the train with him now. He'll make you some cash.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up. But after we get done here, Texans All Access will be live at 6 o'clock. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will talk about the newest running back and the newest member of the Houston Texans, Nick Chubb, what he's bringing for this Texans offense. And I'm certain we'll hear about a little bit of this from Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago coming up as the best sports show at night in all of Houston. So stay tuned and listen for that. They'll come to you as soon as Texans All Access. And as said here in a little bit, we'll do best bets. All right, if you missed it, this is the particulars with Nick Chubb. He has now passed his physical, according to Ian Rappaport, and has now officially signed with the Houston Texans. A source says the former Browns Pro Bowler agreed to terms over the weekend and is getting a 1-year, $2.5 million deal that could get up to $5 million with incentives, Clint. So if you're just jumping in your car and you're here and you haven't heard the particulars, that's it. It's a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. $5 million is what it can get up to. And I know, Clint, you've said you like the deal. Most people are really excited about the deal. My thing is, what does this mean for the Texans' current starter, Joe Mixon? And when I say what does this mean for Joe Mixon, is this a deal of Joe's like, yes, yeah, baby, I got a little help, and I got somebody who can keep me fresh? Or is this a deal of, yes, we got 1A, 1B, 1A, 1A, or potentially, hey, we'll just see who's better, and Joe Mixon could be the change of pace. Joe Mixon could be the 1B, could be the 2 in this thing. What does this mean for who we thought was their starter and their Pro Bowler last year, Joe Mixon?
Well, there's so many layers to it, right? I think I don't know Joe Mixon personally, but I would think that there would have been a conversation kind of how we're going to work this thing.
I would think so. They respect Joe Mixon a lot.
Well, Joe and Nick. I mean, they're both veterans that are longer in the tooth, that have certain expectations that, and I'm not saying that you clear anything with either one of them more so than just communicate. And I am curious to know your question. What does that mean for Joe Mixon? I look at these two guys, and from a fan's perspective, best case scenario for me as a Texans fan is obviously you get a really, really healthy, really, really good version of Nick Chubb. And look, to me, if I'm an offensive coordinator and I've got both of these guys, right, I would be more willing to start and run Nick Chubb downhill between the tackles and then allow Joe Mixon to be my change of pace, my third down back, my guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield, my guy that can run some routes as a running back kind of thing, and be more – it wouldn't be a thunder lightning situation more so than just kind of a change of pace. I do think he has a serious skill set that we haven't seen in Houston. We definitely haven't seen the best of it in Houston. So if I had to pin, best case scenario, again, as a fan, not necessarily for Joe, but as a fan, how do you see this thing working out? Would be Joe to be a little bit more, even though he's a punisher and he's a finisher, a guy that is used less in, let's say, your short yardage or your goal line situation, and he would be available. Last year, remember, Larry called, or what, like last year, Jaire Alexander was on the field in critical situations in multiple games as a third down back, right? Now, if you just look at it from sheer, like, ability to pass protect, size, the ability to step up and punch a linebacker in the chin and keep him off of C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon's got a lot better chance of that than a smaller back, right? We've seen Joe Mixon in the screen game, and we saw him briefly in the pass game last year be good in those moments, keeping him fresh late in games. I think that is the best case scenario for the Houston Texans. Now, how does that sit with Joe? Yeah. Splitting carries. How do they see it working out? I don't know if it's as detailed as that. And it's probably more of, hey, we just got two really good backs, and it doesn't matter who's in the game. We trust them. They can pass protect. They can run it inside. They can run it outside. They can run G schemes. They can run outside zone, inside zone. They can do it all. I don't know how detailed they're going to get, but they've definitely got options.
Yeah, listen, both of them, Nick's 29, and he'll be 30 in late December, and Joe Mixon's going to be 29 in the middle of camp. All right, so these are two players that are pushing the 30 thing, and so the hope is the thought of can we find a way to make these guys both major parts of the offense and the run game, and split those things. That to me seems ideal. I just got a hard time believing that Nick Chubb is coming in to do the Damian Pierce role.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's even I'm
little
talking about
to no action unless Joe Mixon's hurt.
Yeah, even at his best moments of 4 or 5 carries.
Well, that's not. I mean, the Texans don't want that
because he could have gone somewhere better than that.
This is a move to improve the offense. And the thing here for Nick Caley is, sure, they're two different skill sets. We'll see how they use them. I don't know. I'm spitting in the wind, to be honest with you. Like I think Nick Chubb would be a better downhill first down back, and I think Joe Mixon would be a little bit better in your pass protection and your more spread offense. So I don't know how they use them, but the reality of it is you got two really good backs, right? How do you use those guys to benefit the team? How do you use those guys to have a fresher back available in the fourth quarter? Whether you're having to throw the football and come from behind, or you're having to run the football and execute some level of a 4-minute offense. Like, either way, you got to have a fresh back. And we talked about it earlier. Like, I think a big reason why we didn't see Joe Mixon late in games and in 2-minute situations type stuff is because they were having to use him so much in first down, second down, and throughout a normal run of a game that the load of knowing and studying and being up on week in, week out of the 2-minute offense was too much of a load. So you take a little bit off by allowing somebody else to do it, and they can trust Jaire Alexander to do it. If that somebody else is now Nick Chubb, or that somebody else is now Joe Mixon, you're on to something there.
I'm sure you'll hear this continued coming up behind us with Texans All Access and Area 45. The big news: Nick Chubb, 1 year, $2.5 million, can get up to $5 million, is the newest Houston Texan. Let's make a little money tonight. T-Mill's best bets. What you got for the people?
That's right. Only sports. The sports, man. Not a whole lot going on, but plenty of baseball. So I got 5 MLB bets for you on a Monday. And I feel good about these. We're going to get off to a strong start. Fill it down in my plums. No Astros tonight. They are going to get back in action tomorrow at Dyken Park, welcoming the White Sox into town. But here are your 5 MLB bets for Monday night. 2 Red Sox bets to kick this thing off. First time on the Red Sox, not only to be winning after 5 innings, that first 5 money line at -105, but I'm also on the Red Sox -1 run at +125 in this game as they host the Rays this evening up in Boston. Next,